Chapter 301 Heirs to the Throne Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 301 Heirs to the Throne. As Sunny sat on the cold stones, wiping blood off his face and wincing from pain, the whole castle shook slightly, and dust fell from the ceiling of the wide corridor. Looking up, he frowned slightly, then turned to Haru's and indifferently cut a strip of cloth from the hunchback's garments. The corpse didn't mind. Tying the cloth around his head to stop the blood from streaming into his eyes, Sunny sighed and summoned the runes. Shadow Fragments, 956/1000. Such an injustice. His battle with Haru's was one of the toughest he had experienced on the Forgotten Shore, but all he got from it was one measly shadow fragment. This was one of the lamentable quirks of the shadow slave aspect. It didn't differentiate between humans and nightmare creatures at all. From its point of view, Haru's was nothing but a dormant beast. Or maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Killing humans is a really unlucrative business, Sunny said with regret and glanced in the direction of the throne room, where the terrible battle still raged on. Several hundred humans driven insane by fury and bloodlust could create a lot of destruction in a very short amount of time. Several hundred powerful sleepers, each in possession of an aspect ability, were so much worse. Add the echoes in the mix, and Sunny shuddered to imagine what was going on back in the Great Hall right now. The number of lives being extinguished every second up there must have been immense. The members of the host, the followers of Changing Star, and everyone unlucky enough to exist on the Forgotten Shore today were dying by the score. Blood was flowing like a river in the halls of the Bright Castle, just like Cassie had predicted all those months ago. Just like Sunny had feared it would. What was Nephi's thinking? Her ambition had never been to become the ruler of the Dark City. Wresting the control over the ancient castle from Gunlog had always been just a means to an end. Her true goal had always been in the Crimson Spire, where the terror of the Forgotten Shore dwelt. From that point of view, this massacre was such a waste. Of potential soldiers, of countless memories, of every other potential resource she was going to need to reach the gateway. But then, was it really? After all, the rest of humanity was not bound by the strangeness of the divine aspect Sunny possessed. When one awakened killed another, they received a vast portion of the soul essence their enemy had accumulated. A lot of it simply disappeared, but what remained was more than enough. The Crimson Spire was not a place one could conquer with cannon fodder. So really, Nephi's did not need 1,000 weak humans. What she really needed was a few hundred powerful, battle-tested fighters. What was happening in the Bright Castle right now was not a waste. It was consolidation. Sunny sighed and rose to his feet, summoning the midnight shard from the darkness of his soul. It was time to rejoin the battle. In the end, almost 200 people perished on that day. Despite all that death, the battle ended in a bitter draw. And the main reason for this were only 3 people, Nephi's, Xiaxia, and Gemma. No matter how powerful and skilled the rest of the sleepers participating in the battle were, no one stood a chance in a fight against either one of these 3. Not even Castor, who by then many had believed to be one of the strongest fighters in all of Dark City due to his incredible skill, powerful aspect, and noble background. When the proud legacy clashed against the leader of the hunters, his enchanted Jian quickly found its way into Gemma's heart. However, to everyone's horror, the tall man did not even blink after receiving the mortal wound. And just a few short moments later, it magically closed, not leaving even a scar behind. No matter how many times Castor had cut or pierced the body of the fearsome hunter, Gemma's flesh simply restored itself. It was as though the proud legacy was cutting water. Gemma's aspect ability made him nearly immortal, while his incredible skill, cunning, and might made him a herald of death. Xiaxia was equally as formidable. His powerful aspect ability was tied to cold and ice. It allowed him to both make his skin hard as stone and debilitate his enemies, turning their movements slow and stiff. What was worse, it countered Nef's flames to a large degree. Eventually, when the death toll became too large, all 3 gave their followers a command to retreat. By the end of the day, the new lord of the Bright Castle was still not decided. The castle itself became divided between 3 warring factions, led by the 3 contenders to the throne. The largest and strongest faction, one with the most fighters and most memories to arm them, was formed by the alliance between Sieae and the leader of Handmaidens, Xianxia. Together, the guards and the Handmaidens became a force that the other two factions could not challenge openly. They held the northern and western parts of the castle, where most of the strategic and easily defendable areas of it were situated. The second faction was led by Gemma and Keto, the chief artisan. While the two of them had fewer fighters than both other factions, each of these fighters was worth a dozen. They were the hunters, the most experienced and formidable sleepers in all of the Dark City. Although the territory this faction held was not large, it was of utmost importance, since they controlled the only reliable source of food and water in the Bright Castle. The last faction belonged to Nephice alone. She controlled the southern part of the castle, where its main gate was situated, as well as the outer settlement, to where many of the previous inhabitants of the ancient citadel had fled in hope of finding shelter. However, they quickly realized that there was no more safety anywhere in the Dark City. With Gunlog gone, all order disappeared. No one went on hunts to bring back food, no one manned the walls to drive the nightmare creatures away, no one was there to stop the crime and violence that blossomed in darkness of anarchy. And things weren't going to change until a new lord usurped the White Throne. The bloody struggle for the crown had begun. Chapter 302 Status Quo. In the next couple of weeks, the Bright Castle had become a strange place. Inside its magnificent halls, barricades were built and 3 makeshift fortresses appeared, each faction holding a specific territory. Beyond these protected areas, there was no man's land. Going outside of a faction's stronghold was often tantamount to death. No one knew what they would encounter there. Corpses littered the floor, with an occasional marauder hiding in the darkness. With no more law, tyrannical as it had been, many people gave in to their darkest impulses. But these wretches were the least of the dangers that now populated the castle. A much worse fate was to stumble onto a patrol or a war party of another faction. The guards especially were quick to slaughter anyone they met, sometimes in gruesome and inventive ways. The hunters and the followers of Changing Star were equally as ruthless, but at least not without reason or provocation. But the most terrifying change was that now, humans weren't the only ones populating the ancient citadel anymore. After Gunlog's death, too many people were killed, and the rest were too busy with their little war to keep defending the castle. And just like that, after so many years, the nightmare creatures had returned under its roof. Some were killed by the representatives of the factions, but some managed to hide themselves and create nests somewhere in the depths of the stronghold. No one knew how many there were, but the terror kept people awake at night. There were also a lot of rumors going around, one more frightening than the other. The most persistent of them told of a horrible creature called Warlord, which apparently stalked the corridors of the Bright Castle and killed humans, tearing their throats open with sharp fangs and consuming all of their blood. Some even thought that it was Gunlog himself, who returned from the grave to bring vengeance to his killers. Sunny was doubtful of these rumors up until the moment when he had found a bloodless corpse of a young guard on one of his patrols. For a moment, he felt fear creep into his heart. He knew what the blood flowers were, after all. But then he calmed himself down, remembering that the Bright Lord's body had been destroyed during the massacre that followed his death. If the corpse of Gunlog wasn't walking around drinking people's blood, though, then what was? There were a lot of disturbing things happening in the castle these days. Apart from the frequent but minor skirmishes between the factions, people kept dying in all manner of morbid ways. He didn't even want to think about it. There was no safe place anywhere now, except for maybe the 3 strongholds. The outer settlement had been completely abandoned. At first, Nephice had tried to create a safe haven there for those who did not wish to participate in the war, but she was quickly taught a bloody lesson by her enemies. Spreading her forces too thin was simply an invitation for an attack. After that, all of her followers, willing or unwilling, had relocated to the southern part of the castle and joined the ranks of her fighting force. And yet, even 2 weeks later, nothing had changed. The 3 factions continued their bloody struggle, unable to break the status quo. Soon, something had to change. One evening, Sunny was sitting on a crate in one of the halls of Changing Star's stronghold. In his hand was a bowl with a measly ration, which he nevertheless was eating with a lot of enthusiasm. A few meters away from him, a couple of Nef's followers were doing the same while having a conversation. Out of boredom, he listened to their voices as he ate. "Have you heard? They found another dead guard near the throne room. The Blood Lord got him. Good riddance. That thing really creeps me out, though. Yeah. Scary. But, do you know what I'm really afraid of?" The slum dweller looked at his partner, who had been paying a tribute to live in the castle just a few weeks ago, and raised an eyebrow. "What? Harus. That creepy bastard. Where is he now? Damn, if I were able to dream, I would be having nightmares about that butcher every night." "Wait. You didn't hear? What? He's dead." The tributary opened his eyes wide, while Sunny turned away and tried to suppress a smile. "No way." "Yeah. They found his body after the big battle in a hidden passage behind the throne. Someone had beaten him to death. With bare fists. That's what I heard." For a few seconds, there was silence. Then, one of them said, "What kind of human could kill that monster? With bare hands?" The slum dweller shivered. "That's the thing. No one knows. All of the powerhouses were accounted for. You saw it yourself, they were all fighting in the throne room. Crap. Now I am even more scared. Harus was dreadful enough, but to think that there's a person in this castle who is powerful enough to kill him so easily, while remaining completely unnoticed and unknown, for all this time, damn, that's terrifying." The slum dweller gave him a nod and turned to Sunny. "Hey. Sunny, right? You're Lady Nephi's scout? Who do you think could kill Harus?" Sunny thought for a moment and then said honestly. "Well, apart from yours truly, who is a true terror on the battlefield and possibly one of the deadliest sleepers to ever exist in the world, I think Cassie could." The young man stared at him with disapproval and then shook his head. "Not cool, man. Boasting is fine, I guess, but mocking Lady Cassia was really low of you." Sunny blinked. When did he mock Cassie? Considering the aspect ability that Harus had possessed, she was really the next best person to fight the hunchback after Sunny himself. She was already blind and adapted to fighting in that state as best as she could. With the help of her echoes, Cassie stood a good chance of surviving that battle. With an apologetic smile, he shrugged and said, "Sorry, I just chose my words badly. In any case, I'm off." With that, he jumped off the crate and headed toward the barricade that served as the border of the faction's stronghold. The slum dweller raised his eyebrows. "Where are you going?" "The night is approaching." Sunny grinned. "Hunting for a big one." "Ah, don't worry. I lived in the Dark City for 3 months, remember? Nothing is going to happen to me today." Chapter 303 Helpful Shadow. The slum dweller pressed his finger against his lips and hissed in exasperation. "Take that back. Are you crazy?" Sunny blinked. "What? No. Well, I was crazy for a while. But now I am not." The young man looked at him with doubt and shook his head. "Still, don't jinx yourself. Do you at least have a memory to keep you safe?" The question of arming themselves was a big problem for Nef's followers. More than half of them didn't have a memory armor or a weapon, having to make do with mundane armaments fashioned out of anything that was at hand. It was one of the reasons why fighting against the guards and the hunters was so hard for them. The other guy, the one who used to pay tribute, sighed and called out to his friend. "Have you lost your mind? You are talking to a member of Lady Nephi's personal cohort. Of course he has memories." With that, both of them looked down on their own makeshift swords. These two were among those who wielded black claws, blades made out of the talons of the Spire messenger Sunny and the rest had killed. Their bases were wrapped with leather, allowing a person to use the long curved talon as a weapon. Considering that these talents came from a fallen monster, as far as weapons went, they were some of the best. Wielding them efficiently was not an easy task, though. The slum dweller grimaced. Right. Damn. I am proud to wield one of the black claws, don't get me wrong. But if each of us had a proper set of memories, those bastards wouldn't be picking us off one by one anymore, that's for sure. Sunny looked at him with a complicated expression. Then, he smiled. A good memory can change a lot, that's true. As soon as he turned around, the smile disappeared from his face. It's not going to save your lives, though. All of you are just walking corpses. With that, he left the two sleepers behind, climbed over the barricade, and left. Nevertheless, they were right. The lack of memories was a big problem. Sunny walked through the shadows, moving deeper and deeper into the belly of the ancient citadel. The bright castle was enormous in size and had countless twisting corridors. Some were comparatively easy to navigate, while some followed no apparent logic. There were tall towers connected by aerial bridges and deep dungeons full of darkness and danger. There were humans with murder in their hearts prowling these corridors, as well as much more terrifying things. Disturbing sounds sometimes echoed through the stone halls, making Sunny stop and frown. A couple of times, he decided to hide to avoid being noticed by the patrols of the guards or the hunters. Following in their wake, he stumbled on a few fresh bodies and regretted not killing those bastards when he had the chance. Half an hour later, Sunny was somewhere under the main keep of the castle, moving through a dark corridor with careful steps. It was then that he heard the sounds of a struggle coming from beyond the next turn. Ugh, what a bother. Hesitating for a bit, he made the turn and witnessed a scene that was typical in the ancient citadel these days. One human was trying to kill another. In this case, it was a burly guard that seemed vaguely familiar. The large man was pressing someone small and skinny to the wall, strangling them with gauntlet hands. A broken oil lantern was burning on the floor, making the shadows of the two struggling people seem large and menacing. The guard's face had 4 deep scratches on it, which were oozing blood. It was contorted in an expression of rage and dark delight. The face of his victim, meanwhile, was slowly turning blue. It was a petite young woman with dark hair and brown eyes, which were currently full of pain and despair. Just a few moments before she lost consciousness, though, a hand appeared from the darkness and slid a strange transparent dagger across the guard's throat. Hot blood shot into the air, and he fell to the ground with a horrified, gurgling sound. The young woman staggered and drew in a hoarse breath, rubbing her bruised neck. A few moments later, she looked up and cautiously studied her savior. It was a very pale, slender young man with a youthful face and dark, strangely magnetic eyes. Currently, he was wiping his dagger on the sleeve of his armor and staring at the dying guard with an indifferent expression. In fact, he was disturbingly nonchalant, not at all like someone who had just killed another human being. There was neither disgust and fear nor delight and triumph on his face, just nothing at all. It was the face of a cold-blooded killer. Turning to her, the young man smiled. You're Aiko, right? Sunny looked the young woman over, making sure that she wasn't seriously wounded. He knew her a bit from his days in the castle. Back then, she had been one of the few people who were able to pay tribute without worrying about making enough shards to do so the next week. She owned the only gambling den in the Dark City, which automatically made her establishment popular among the members of the host. But it was also the reason why many of them harbored resentment toward the tiny girl. Aiko cautiously nodded. Usually, there were mischievous sparks in her eyes, but right now, there was nothing but subdued fear. Sunny dismissed the moonlight shard and said in a friendly tone. Nice to meet you. I'm Sunny. The young woman stared at him for a bit, and then said. You're one of Changing Star's men, right? He grimaced. I'm no one's man. I'm completely my own. But yes, currently, Nephice is my employer, I guess. Aiko hesitated and said in a polite and pleasant voice. I see, well, Sunny. Thank you for saving my skin. I'll be going then. Sunny grinned. Oh, I'm sorry, Did I say that you can go? I think not. In fact, I must insist that you stay. Aiko glanced at the corpse of the guard, then back at the pale young man. Did she imagine it, or were there slight hints of madness in his eyes now? Ah, why didn't you say so? If you want me to stay, then I will definitely stay. It will be my pleasure, really. But, Sonny, why exactly did you want me to stay? He scratched the back of his head and answered after a bit of a pause. Oh, I'm glad that you asked. You see, I am trying to hunt down a big one. And I thought that you would be able to help. Chapter 304 Hunting for a Big One Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 304 Hunting for a Big One. Sonny stared at Aiko, secretly delighted that he didn't have to look up for a change. The young woman's eyes darted into the depths of the corridor, clearly evaluating how good her chances of running away were. They weren't. In the end, she sighed and turned to Sonny with a deep frown. For some reason, such a serious expression looked a bit comical on her petite face. Sonny, was it? Listen, buddy, boss. I am really thankful to you for helping me out, but honestly, do I look like a hunter? How am I supposed to help you hunt? Maybe go ask one of your strong manly friends. Then, her eyes widened. You're not planning on using me as bait, are you? Sonny chuckled. No. Nothing like that. It's just that for this particular hunt, you are the only one who can help. By the way, I didn't just stumble on you by chance. I was watching you for a long time, actually. She paled a little. Ah, I see. Well, to each their own, I guess. But still, I am no warrior. I really think that I won't be able to help you out this time, sadly. Sonny shook his head. Relax, Aiko. You see, the big one I'm hunting is a friend of yours. Big, fat bastard named Stev. He's the one I'm after. And I know for a fact that you know where he is hiding. Because you're the one hiding him. So. An expression of utter surprise appeared on Aiko's face. With sincere confusion, she asked. Wait, what? Stev? The memory market guy? Why the spell would I know where he is? She blinked a couple of times, then said in a hesitant tone. Are you sure you're not confusing me with someone, Sonny? He sighed and lingered for a few moments, then rolled his eyes. All right. I don't really want to waste time here, so we'll do it the quick way. Look there. He pointed to his shadow. Aiko lowered her eyes, which then widened when the shadow suddenly turned its head and waved to her. What the? Sonny crossed his arms and said. This here is my shadow. It's an invaluable helper. Among other things, it can walk around on its own and report back to me the things it saw. Guess what it saw yesterday? Aiko paled, staring at the shadow with wide eyes. The shadow stared back at her, full of disdain. So, let's not pretend that you don't know where Stev is. Just take me to him. The young woman glanced at him and gritted her teeth. Then, she asked with dark resolve in her eyes. What do you want from him? Sonny raised his eyebrows. What do I want? That guy is walking around with 100 memories in his soul core. Guess. Aiko clenched her tiny fists. He's my friend. I'm not going to. Sonny waved her hand and interrupted her. Oh, don't be so dramatic. I'm not going to do anything bad to him. If I wanted to, I would have killed you already. My shadow saw where you were going already, remember? In fact, Sonny was bluffing. While he was almost sure that Aiko was hiding Stev because of how much food she was stealing every couple of days, too much for such a tiny girl to eat on her own, he had no idea where her hideout was. That was because it was situated somewhere past the guard's territory, and Sonny had avoided sending his shadow anywhere near where Xianxia was. A stunned expression appeared on her face. After a while, Aiko asked. You really are not going to hurt us? Sonny offered her his most friendly, honest smile. For some reason, the petite girl shuddered. I am not, you can trust me. I am the most honest man in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. A few hours later, 3 figures were sneaking through the corridors of the bright castle. One was a pale young man in dark leather armor, the second was a petite girl with mischievous eyes, and the third was a giant of a man with a vast round belly. Because of him, all their attempts of being stealthy were rendered practically useless. Nearing another corner, Sunny sighed and gave the other 2 a signal to stop. The guards are patrolling ahead. We'll have to wait for a bit. Stev and Aiko glanced at each other and shrugged. Because of their difference in size, the 2 looked nothing short of comical together. Shaking his head, Sunny summoned the endless spring and took a few sips of water, then offered the beautiful glass bottle to them. Why were you hiding from everyone anyway, Stev? The ample giant looked at him with a sullen expression, then said in a depressed tone. Why else? As soon as this mess started, I knew that people would be coming for me to get the memories. Sunny frowned. The memory market belonged to the host, so why didn't you just go to either Sieae or Gemma? Stev grimaced. I know Sieae too well to go anywhere near him with Lord Gunlog gone. As for Gemma, we're on friendly terms, actually. But that girl, Keto, let's just say that I called her a few names in the past. Over a business dispute, one might say. Who knew she'll go and become one of the lieutenants? Anyway, I was afraid for my safety because she and Gemma are, you know. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then asked in an incurious tone. Then what about Nephice? Aiko gave him a complicated look. We heard that her people don't treat us castle folk well. And Stev was even officially under the host, so, we sort of had nowhere to go. Sunny frowned. There was indeed a measure of internal strife in Nef's faction, with some outer settlement people being against anyone from the castle joining them. Changing Star and the members of her cohort tried to prevent anything too nasty from happening, but they couldn't be everywhere at once. There are a few troublemakers, true. But you'll be fine. Just say that you're with me. He thought for a couple of moments, and then corrected himself. Actually, don't say that. Most of them barely know who I am. Say that you're with Knight. And if Knight asks why are you going around telling people that you're with him, then tell him that you're with me. The 2 of them suddenly looked at him. My buddy Kai is alive? That's wonderful news. Stev said with a wide smile. On Aiko's face, a dreamy expression appeared. Why haven't you told me that you knew Knight from the start? That would have made things so much easier. Sunny stared at them and shook his head. Pick up your drool, will you? Why had he even spent a whole hour trying to convince Stev to return with him? He could have just taken Kai with him, and the damn bastard would just say yes after one smile from the beautiful archer. So unfair. Then, he suddenly turned his head and froze. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The guards that were supposed to walk past his shadow a whole minute ago, never appeared. Chapter 305 Trail of Blood. Raising his hand, Sunny gave Aiko and Stev a signal to remain quiet. Then, with a frown, he commanded the shadow to abandon its hiding spot and find the guards. They can't be near us. I would have heard them. Then where did the bastards go? Soon, he had his answer. The 3 guards were in the corridor 100 or so steps from Sunny's current position, just behind a corner. In a place where they shouldn't have been, since it was way off their previous route. They were also dead. 2 had their skulls smashed in. Sunny did not know what weapon, tool, or limb was used to kill them, because their memory armors had already disappeared. It had to have been something capable of piercing through steel, though, because the guards had been wearing helmets the last time he saw them. The third was even worse. His throat was torn, seemingly with terribly sharp fangs, to such degree that the young man's head was almost separated from his body. One would expect a sea of blood to come out of such a terrible wound, but in fact, there was surprisingly little of it on the floor. However, the corpse of the guard was unnaturally pale, as if devoid of blood completely. Curses. Sunny felt a cold shiver run through his body. The shadow cautiously looked around, but didn't notice anyone else present on the scene of the gruesome slaughter. Aiko and Stev were staring at Sunny with alarmed expressions. After waiting for several minutes, he finally relaxed a little and motioned for them to follow. What happened? He hesitated for a few seconds, then said in an even tone. The Blood Lord has just been here. Their eyes widened. That fiend? Then why aren't we running? Sunny glanced at them with a calm expression. Don't worry, it's already gone. Inside, however, he was anything but calm. A creature capable of killing 3 guards was not necessarily something he would be scared of. One that managed to get past his shadow and slaughter them just 100 steps away without making enough noise to attract his attention, that, on the other hand, was a reason for concern. Just what kind of an abomination is it? Sadly, the 3 of them had to pass the place where the guards had been killed to reach their destination. Soon, the smell of blood hit their nostrils, making Aiko and Stev turn pale. The bodies of the guards looked even more gruesome in person. Sunny frowned slightly, while Aiko and Stev had to struggle to keep the contents of their stomachs inside. Gods, poor bastards. Sunny did not say anything, looking around with a dark expression. He was hoping to notice something that his shadow had missed to give him a clue of what type of nightmare creature the Blood Lord was, exactly. But there were no signs that anyone except for the 3 guards had been in this corridor in a long time. Hey, Sunny? Can we please leave? This crap doesn't seem to bother you, but I mean, Stev seems to be really scared. Just imagine what is going to happen if he faints and falls. The whole castle will hear, probably. Sunny hesitated for a little, then nodded. Just before they left, however, he suddenly noticed something glint in the pool of blood. The shadow had not noticed it earlier because there was nothing to shine on the small object and make it reflect the light back. Crouching, he reached out with his hand and picked up the bloodied piece of metal, then brought it close to his eyes to take a closer look. Pressed between his fingers was an intricate silver earring in the shape of a flower blossom. It wasn't a charm memory, though, just a simple piece of jewelry. What is that thing doing here? With a confused scowl, he lingered for a few moments and then stood up, turning away from the mangled corpses. Let's get out of here. Soon, they returned to the barricades, creating the border of Changing Stars territory. The sleepers standing watch were surprised to see Sunny come back with 2 strangers, but let them in without asking any questions. Aiko raised an eyebrow. Aren't you guys going to inspect us? What if we're spies? The watchmen glanced at each other, and then one of them said. Usually, we would. But it's Sunny. The petite young woman smiled. Oh. Is he in very high regard around here? The watchman gave a strange look, then coughed with a bit of embarrassment. It's not that. It's just that starting a conversation with him is, well, you know. A headache. Sunny stared at him with an offended expression. What's that supposed to mean? The watchman hurriedly shook his head. No. Nothing. I need to inspect the barricade. If you'll excuse me. With that, he made a hasty retreat. Did I scam him out of his boots or something? Shaking his head in bewilderment, Sunny turned away and led the 2 newcomers deeper into the stronghold, searching for Nephice. She was alone in a spacious room. Changing Star sat on the floor, wrapping herself in her white cloak, and stared at the wall with a distant expression. These days, Neph was a bit strange. She had always been aloof and hard to read, but now, her usually indifferent face had become completely motionless. Her gray eyes had always been calm, but now, they seemed to be especially cold. Almost empty. Sunny had no idea what was going on with her. Maybe she hasn't recovered from using her aspect ability to its full extent, still. Clearing his throat to attract her attention, Sunny gestured to the giant man and the tiny girl he brought. Hey, Neph. I've recruited these guys. She tilted her head a little and didn't say anything. Sunny smiled. You must remember Aiko. She was the one on whose behalf you had challenged that Pathfinder, Andal. and cut his head off. Then, he glanced at Aiko and narrowed his eyes. The petite girl hurriedly said, "Oh, yes. Thank you, Lady Changing Star. That guy was, a real menace." Nephi slowly nodded and said evenly, "You're welcome." Then, she looked at Stev. "And you are?" A wide grin appeared on Sunny's face. "Oh. This is Stev. Stev is a very special guy. You see, he has 100 battle-ready memories stored in his soul core." With that, Sunny patted Stev on the shoulder and said, "Basically, he's going to solve our weapons problem." Chapter 306 Final Confrontation. With all of Memory Market suddenly falling into the hands of Changing Star's faction, the skirmishes happening in the halls of the Bright Castle became even more frequent and brutal. People kept killing each other, slowly painting the Hu Citadel red. And yet, it was still not enough for a winner to emerge. Nephi was always on the front lines, leading her people and slaying countless enemies with her silver blade, as if alien to the very concept of mercy. Wherever she appeared, blood flowed like a river. She had even clashed against Sieae personally, but their fearsome battle ended in a draw. Now that more than 2 weeks had passed after Gunlog's death and the decimation of the previous order, humans were starting to suffer from the lack of food. There were more and more nightmare creatures finding their way into the castle, too. The situation was slowly turning into an irreversible crisis. In fact, it already had. The civil war raged on, reaping human lives one after another. But it was also forging those who remained alive into much more fearsome, powerful, and hardened fighters. And then, suddenly, the status quo was finally decimated, announcing to everyone left alive in the Bright Castle that the end was drawing close. The new lord was about to take his crown. And it was not going to be the most noble or formidable of the candidates. It was going to be the most vicious. The news arrived in the stronghold of the Changing Stars faction at the darkest hour of the night. The scouts sent into the depths of the castle returned one after another, bringing with them shocking news. The castle guard had secretly launched an all-out assault on the stronghold held jointly by Gemma and Keto. The hunters were defeated, losing many of their numbers in the battle. Left without their protection, almost every artisan had been captured by the guards, while Keto herself had been killed by Sieae with his own 2 hands. After her death, Gemma and his surviving warriors had to flee. After the scouts made their report, a heavy silence settled over the stronghold. Everyone understood what was going to happen next. The faction formed by the alliance of the guards and the handmaidens had already been the most powerful of the 3. Now that all the artisans were in their hands and most of the castle was under their control, they would be coming for Changing Star and her people next. In that silence, Nephi looked around, at the pale faces of her followers, and said after a long and poignant pause, "Stay strong. We will prevail." However, for the first time, her words did not seem to convince them. After a long and sleepless night, an unexpected visitor arrived in the stronghold. It was Gemma, the mighty leader of the hunters. The tall man looked very different from how he had before. His laid-back attitude was gone, replaced with dark exhaustion. His face was grim and ashen, and his light armor was torn and covered with blood. He wished to speak with Changing Star. After she arrived in front of him, Gemma offered her the services of his remaining men in the struggle against Sieae. She tilted her head and asked, her voice emotionless, "What about your ambitions? Didn't you want to become the next lord?" Gemma was silent for a long time, the fire extinguished in his eyes. Finally, he said, "I never wanted to be a lord. It was Keto's wish. Now that damn butcher, now that she's dead, I don't care about the throne anymore." He paused, a mournful shadow veiling his eyes. But then, embers of scathing hatred ignited in its depths. Gemma gritted his teeth. "All I care about is to see Sieae die. If you can promise me that you'll defeat him, I and my hunters will follow you to the end." Nephi was silent for a while, considering his words. Finally, she turned away and answered, "Signal for you men to come. We have some food to share, so eat your fill. Prepare for tomorrow." With that, she walked away. Gemma stared at her back and yelled. What happens tomorrow? Changing Star paused for a moment, then answered without turning her head. Tomorrow, I will kill Sieae. The next day, there were no scouts and no patrols sent out in the morning. Instead, everyone armed themselves, gathered together, and marched to the throne room. Nephice was walking at the head of her army, clad in the stark black and white armor of the Starlight Legion. On her breastplate, 7 shining stars were engraved. The Great Hall was just as they had left it 3 weeks ago. During that time, members of all 3 factions had gathered the bodies of their dead to give them proper burials, but the white marble floor was still painted red with blood. Sieae and his people were already waiting for them there. The morose giant was sitting on the throne, looking down from its height. In his hands, there was a terrifying heavy mace, still wet from the slaughter. Sunny grimaced, noticing the difference between the 2 armies. Despite all their losses, there were still almost 100 guards left alive. Not only were they better equipped and trained than the slum dwellers, but now they also had the captured artisans on their side, supplying them with all kinds of tools, gear, and deadly inventions. The artisans themselves were beside them, some of them bound and chained, some simply intimidated into submission. Their faces were pale, frightened, and bloodied. From their position in front of the guards, it seemed as though Sieae was planning to use these poor people as a meat shield against Changing Star's assault. The handmaidens were also there, standing silently behind the guards. These quiet young women used to maintain the castle and complete various chores around it, but they were capable fighters as well. Since they had not participated in the furious battle that had happened after Gunlog's death, their number did not diminish by much. There were around 100 of them, too. Their leader, Xianxia, was also there, at the base of the stairs that led to the throne. Looking at her, Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He couldn't explain it, but this beautiful and strange woman made him feel fear for some reason. At a first glance, Nephice had more people on her side. There were slightly more than 300 of them, comprised mostly of the surviving slum dwellers, with several dozen tributaries and a dozen or so hunters added into the mix. But really, only about a half of them was worth anything in the fight against the battle-hardened guards. Altogether, these were all the humans left alive in the Dark City. Just shy of 600. Everyone else was already dead. And how many more were going to die today? Chapter 307 Throne of Light. 2 forces stood against each other, the desecrated expanse of the Great Hall separating them, for now. The tense silence was full of bloodlust and dark apprehension. Sunny slowly made his way to the first row of the crowd, staring at the opposing mass of armored warriors with a complicated expression. From his point of view, followers of Changing Star had little chance of winning this battle. They simply had no advantage against the castle guard, with the exception of the fact that there were more bodies they could throw at the sharp blades of the enemy. Even if everyone here was mundane human, that would not have helped them prevail against a better armed and trained force. The fact that every single human in the throne room was a sleeper only made things worse. The potential difference in power between 2 awakened was much more vast than that between 2 mundane fighters. And yet, he didn't think that Nephice was going to lose, for that same reason. The guards might have been better equipped and more experienced than the slum dwellers, but they didn't have Changing Star on their side. They didn't have Effie, Castor, and Gemma. They didn't have Sunny. They only had 2 truly fearsome champions, Xianxia and Sieae himself. At the end of the day, the outcome of this battle was going to be decided by those few who stood out from the sea of sleepers, impressive as everyone still surviving in the Dark City might have been, like tall and unassailable cliffs. Among the awakened, individual power was so much more important. And in terms of exceptional individuals, the Changing Star's side was far superior. So yes, Sunny felt confident that Nephice was going to win. But at what cost? Out here on the Forgotten Shore, people had nowhere to retreat. So this battle was going to end only after one side was totally annihilated. And the closer to utter annihilation a faction would come, the more desperately its members would fight, like rats driven into a corner. When that happened, the bloodshed would only grow more terrible. Was it only going to stop when just a handful of the strongest and most resilient was left alive? As if reading his thoughts, Sieae suddenly chuckled and looked at the crowd of people gathered in the throne room with a bloodthirsty smile. Is that bastard actually looking forward to the slaughter? The morose giant then looked directly at Nephice and grinned. Changing star. Ah, we meet again. But, wait. Who is that beside you? Is that Gemma, my old friend? What a pleasant surprise. How considerate of you, to bring him here. Now I won't have to search the whole castle for that filthy cockroach. With that, he slowly rose from the throne, put his terrifying mace on his shoulder, and descended from the stairs, dark fires igniting in his eyes. Have you come here to die, changing star? Nephice tilted her head and looked at Sieae with empty eyes. No. I came here to kill you. The giant laughed. Stepping on the marble floor, he stopped beside Xianxia and bared his teeth in a vicious grin. The two of them looked truly fearsome together. The morose giant was like an incarnation of destruction and violence. His skin had turned slightly blue because of the invisible icy barrier that encased it. The air in the throne room suddenly became colder, with tiny snowflakes dancing in the beams of light. The mysterious leader of the Handmaidens was reserved and elegant, but no less frightening. Xianxia was exquisitely beautiful, cold, and inexorable. She was wearing a simple, but strangely regal dress, its velvet the color of red wine. There was an intricate silver necklace resting on her chest that accentuated her supple figure, and 2 bracelets on her wrists. Her most striking feature, however, was not her grace and not her beauty, but her skin. It was gray like stormy clouds, smooth like silk, and devoid of any imperfections. Just like Nephice, Xianxia was one of those people whose appearance had been changed by their aspect. But in her case, that change was far more pronounced. It gave her an exotic and tantalizing, but outwardly inhuman look. Xianxia's beauty was of the kind that put both longing and fear in a person's heart. When Sieae approached, she silently summoned her weapon and stared coldly at the crowd of slum dwellers. Many of them shivered and hurriedly looked away. A few moments later, a graceful warhammer appeared in her hand, one side of its head forged in the shape of a narrow beak. The morose giant laughed. Kill me? Haven't you tried already? If memory serves, the last time we fought, you ran away like a cowardly dog. What makes you think that today is going to be different, bitch? Nephice raised her chin slightly and met his mocking gaze with silence. Sieae shook his head. That look. I dreamed about wiping that arrogant look off your pretty face for a long time. Today, I am going to teach you how to beg, girl. So, what do you say? How about we finish this mess once and for all? The guards standing behind him laughed and readied their weapons, looking at the slum dwellers opposing them with contempt and dark anticipation. Followers of Changing Star gritted their teeth, closing their ranks and preparing to charge. The bloodshed was about to begin. Nephice summoned her silver sword and answered Sieae, her voice cold and indifferent. Let's. For a moment, time slowed. With a bestial smile, the giant stepped forward. He opened his mouth, ready to give his soldiers the command to attack. A step behind, Xianxia silently moved to follow him. And brought the beak of her warhammer on the back of Sieae's head, shattering his skull with one devastating strike. At the same time, the handmaidens who were standing behind the guards attacked the unsuspecting men with long knives that appeared out of their sleeves. These knives were not memories, and as such, did not take any time to weave themselves into reality or shine with ethereal light while doing so. Instead, they were fashioned out of steel, bone, and black obsidian. Just a moment later, the blades plunged into the flesh of the guards, ruthlessly slaughtering them. The handmaidens were aiming for their throats, hearts, and eyes. Blood streamed on the marble floors once again, and screams of terrified agony filled the air. By the time Sieae's soldiers realized what was happening, it was already too late. They had no chance to resist the treacherous attack. A dozen seconds later, everything was over. 100 powerful fighters were mercilessly eviscerated without even having a chance to raise their weapons. Their corpses lay on the floor, a look of horror and disbelief forever frozen on their faces. Only Sieae was still alive. Despite the fact that his skull was broken, the giant was still struggling to stand up, fury contorting the lines of his face. His disoriented attempts, however, were growing weaker with each second. A confused, pained roar escaped from his lips. As hundreds of sleepers stared in shock and horror, Nephi slowly walked across the great hall and stopped near him. Xianxia, who was standing behind the giant, gave her a respectful bow. "Lady Changing Star." Sunny stared at her warhammer, which was wet with blood and bone matter, with splinters of bone sticking to its metal surface. An expression of recognition suddenly appeared on his face. The hammer, the mason's hammer. Held in Xianxia's graceful hand was the sixth shard memory. One that belonged to the walking colossus, the statue of the builder who had created the walls of the dark city. The sunlight shard. Nephi gave the beautiful woman a court nod. "Good job." Finally, the identity of the spy who had been helping her from within the castle was revealed. Then, she turned to the dying giant and stared at him. Neff's face was still and motionless, with no emotion appearing in her cold gray eyes. After a few moments, she said evenly, "I promise to kill you." With that, she raised her sword and pierced Sieae's heart with one swift, precise strike. The giant man shuddered, and then grew still. Retrieving her sword, Nephi closed her eyes and used it to support her weight for a few moments. A slight tremor ran through her body. The war for the throne was over. The bright castle had finally found its new lady. Chapter 308 Handmaiden. In the aftermath of the castle guard's annihilation, the core members of the cohort gathered in a small room that was situated not far away from the great hall. From there, they could hear the bodies of the slain guards being stripped of anything valuable and then dragged away to be disposed of, lest they attract the hordes of hungry nightmare creatures. Just like that, the former most powerful faction of the Bright Castle was no more. Judging by the expressions on everyone's faces, no one had been aware of the secret alliance between Nephi and the Handmaidens. Perhaps with the exception of Cassie. But none of them dared to ask Changing Star about it. Well, Sunny had no such problem. Staring at their intrepid leader with a dubious expression, he said, "So when did you start working with Xianxia?" Nephi glanced at him, then shrugged indifferently. "Soon after you left." A slight spark appeared in her eyes. "Why? Are you surprised?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, then shook his head. "No, not really. I figured out that your spy was one of the lieutenants a long time ago. I just didn't know which one. But I thought that either your cooperation ended with Gunlog's death, or that they double-crossed you as soon as you got rid of him for them." Changing Star smiled darkly. "She wouldn't." Sunny frowned slightly, then asked, his voice full of cold, calculating curiosity. "So why didn't she join your faction when all of this had started? Why go to such lengths to create this charade?" But then, he raised his hand to stop her from answering and grimaced. "Actually, don't say anything. I can guess. If the Handmaidens joined us directly, the power of the faction would have been too immense. And that would pressure the other 3 lieutenants into joining forces against it instead of fighting among each other. Then, we would have really had to end things with an all-out battle, the last man standing wins. Right?" Nephi glanced at him and nodded. "Correct." Not only did the two of them prevent Sieae and Gemma from considering an alliance, but they also eviscerated the castle guard without losing a single follower. How diabolical. Even a treacherous cheat like Sunny couldn't help but be impressed. However, there was one problem. His frown returned, now even deeper than before. "If memory serves, the last time we talked about your spy you said that she can never be trusted. You only trusted the information she provided. Why the change of heart? How come you were so confident that she would uphold her end of the deal?" A pleasant, velvety voice suddenly came from behind him. "Maybe I can explain myself." "What the hell?" With a startled expression, Sunny turned around and saw the beautiful woman standing right in front of him. Up close, she was even more striking, with her strange gray skin seemingly shining softly in the sunlight. How did she get so close without alerting neither me nor my shadow? He didn't like the fact that Xianxia had been able to sneak up on him one bit. Things like that were not supposed to happen. The gorgeous woman, meanwhile, gave them a reserved bow and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xianxia." Suddenly, Castor's eyes narrowed. A strange expression appeared on his face. Sunny did not miss that sudden change. Well, the fact that our proud scion is reacting this way can mean only one thing. It's some legacy crap. Sunny stared at Xianxia, seeing her in a new light. He studied every detail of her appearance, from the modest cut of her velvet dress to the glinting silver of her intricate necklace. She didn't look like a legacy. At least not the ones he had seen. However, one little detail of her appearance did give him pause. Noticing his gaze, Xianxia offered a polite smile. "Ah. No, I am not a true descendant of the great clan Song. However, I have been raised and cared for by the clan leader herself, like many other girls orphaned by the nightmare spell. As such, it is my duty and ardent wish to return to the real world and repay my debt." She lingered for a few seconds, then lowered her eyes. "That is why, while you have no reason to trust in my character, you can at least trust in the fact that my wishes align with yours. I followed Gunlog because only he was able to give people a chance to survive the Forgotten Shore. And I will follow Lady Changing Star, because only she can give us a chance to escape it. This is my belief, and this is what I will do. She is Broken Sword's daughter, after all." Without having to discuss anything, everyone stared at Kai, who coughed and said in an embarrassed tone. Yeah. All of this is true. She is very sincere." Effie raised an eyebrow, then turned to Xianxia and shrugged. "Well, welcome to the team, then? I guess." One after another, the other members of the cohort repeated her greeting. Sunny was the last to speak. When it was his turn to greet the beautiful handmaiden, however, he remained quiet. Soon, an awkward silence hung in the room. Sunny glanced at the rest of the people gathered there. Nephice, Cassie, Effie, Castor, Kai, Xianxia, and him. 7 people in total. A few moments later, he turned to Xianxia and stared at her for a bit, then finally said, his voice strangely suppressed. "Welcome." She looked at him with a reserved smile. However, Sunny wasn't done talking. Quickly glancing somewhere left of Xianxia's face, he hesitated for a little, and then added. "Oh, right. I almost forgot. I found something of yours. I think you dropped it." With that, he raised a hand. On his open palm, an intricate silver earring lay, one side of it covered with blood. Xianxia looked at it for a few moments. Then, her lips suddenly parted, her smile turning wide and brilliant. Glancing at him with sparkling eyes, she said. "Thank you very much. Sunny, right? I thought I lost it." Her teeth were perfectly even, pearly, and spotlessly white. Chapter 309 Where Dreams May Come Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 309 Where Dreams May Come. In the next week or so, things moved with terrible speed. Nephice became the ruler of the Bright Castle without any type of glorious ceremony or impassioned speech. No one questioned her authority, anyway, as though it was a simple fact of life. In a sense, it was. Sunny found it interesting, however, that she didn't take her seat on the white throne of the ancient citadel once. Even when there was a need for a large gathering, Changing Star sat on the last step of the stairs leading to the throne. As if making a point to show that the Bright Castle did not belong to her, or, perhaps, that she did not belong to the Bright Castle. At first, he was sure that Nephice was going to push people to march on the Crimson Spire immediately, but she didn't even mention it. When he confronted her about her plans, she simply said that they were going to wait until the winter solstice came before making any decisions. It was just a few days away, anyway. In the meantime, everyone who was left alive had a lot to do. There were just 500 people in the Dark City now. In less than a month, the human population of the Forgotten Shore had been reduced by half. The outer settlement remained completely abandoned, but even then, there were barely enough people to maintain and guard the bright castle. Nevertheless, they persevered. The halls and corridors of the ancient citadel were cleaned of blood and corpses. The nightmare creatures that had found their way inside were methodically hunted down and eliminated. The breaches in the defensive lines they had created were located and repaired. Nef's watchmen assumed the role of the obliterated castle guard, manning the walls and protecting the stronghold from outside threats. The hunting parties resumed their expeditions into the ruins, with hunters from the outer settlement and the castle joining forces under the leadership of Effie and Gemma. Once again, there was food for everyone to eat and safety to enjoy. Despite the harrowing hollowness and the absence of so many young men and women who had died in the turmoil of the bloody struggle for the throne, not to mention the invisible scars left on the souls of those who had survived, things were slowly starting to resemble how they had been before. But behind this veil of normalcy, they were anything but. And the reason for that was Changing Star and her Crown of Dawn. With the help of the miraculous shard memory, humans of the Dark City were now able to not only hunt more nightmare creatures and with less risk, but also challenge fallen rulers of the cursed ruins. Not every one of these terrifying creatures could be killed without paying too terrible a price, of course. But after so many years on the Forgotten Shore, experienced hunters knew a lot about various horrors populating the city. Putting the knowledge together, they determined which ones they could challenge and survive. One after another, many powerful nightmare creatures were tracked down and slain. Suddenly, humans had become if not the apex species in the Dark City, then at least not the weakest one. By killing fallen abominations, Nephice was achieving several goals simultaneously. She was steadily accumulating an arsenal of memories to arm every person in the castle. Some of those memories were even of the ascended rank, and the number of such powerful armaments slowly grew. She and her warriors also brought back large quantities of soul shards, which were then given to the inhabitants of the castle to absorb and grow stronger. In an ironic twist of fate, it appeared as though now, it was the Bright Lady who was paying tribute to her subjects, and not the other way around. This only made the respect and adoration people felt toward her grow stronger. But most importantly, perhaps, was the fact that through these hunts, she was training her people to fight together as a cohesive force and prevail against creatures that were much more powerful than them. Guided by Cassie, the surviving artisans were hard at work, too. They were applying their mastery and craft to close any gaps in how the humans of the Dark City were equipped and supplied for the battle against the Dream Realm. However, the nature of their tasks was drastically different now. If they had been in charge of maintaining the lifestyle of people living in the castle as much as working to supply gunlogs host with gear and equipment, now their only job was to create things people were going to need in battle. It was as though they were preparing for war. There were a few large projects that the artisans were working on that Sunny knew little about, too. These things were requested from them by Nephice herself. He suspected that they were going to become useful once the time to attack the Crimson Spire finally came. Just like that, the winter solstice came. On this day, exactly a year ago, Sunny had arrived on the Forgotten Shore. It was hard to believe that he had survived here for so long. That any of them had. But it also seemed as though 1 year was not enough to encompass it all. It felt more like a lifetime. Several lifetimes, perhaps. It was also on this day, a year later, that Sunny turned 18. Remembering his previous birthday, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Back then, Cassie, who had been a complete stranger, offered him unexpected congratulations. He also made plans to celebrate his next birthday as an awakened by drinking a cup of coffee with lots of milk and sugar. Those dreams were not meant to come true. Instead, Sunny met his 18th birthday in an empty hall of the Tower of Dusk, practicing the steps of the shadow dance, sweat streaming down his lithe and strong body. These days, he felt that he was almost there. Just a little bit more, and the first level of mastery over his mysterious aspect legacy would be his. It was already in reach. One more thing happened on that day. As Sunny continued to train, the subtly familiar voice of the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. Your shadow has evolved. Chapter 310 Shadow Demon. Lowering his sword, Sunny stood in the silence of the empty room for a while. In the window, the distant axis of the Crimson Spire loomed, the light of dawn slowly painting it red. A subtle smile appeared on his face. Ah. Thank you, spell. What a nice birthday present. Summoning the endless spring, he greedily drank delicious cold water and then sat on the floor, crossing his legs and drawing a few deep breaths. Let's take a look. Leaving his worries behind, Sunny dove into the Soul Sea and walked past the rows of motionless shadows. A long time ago, there had been just a handful of them. Now, hundreds of dark silhouettes watched silently as he approached the tenebrous sun of the Shadow Core. Among them were all kinds of horrors, creatures whose appearance alone would drive weaker men insane. The Mountain King was there. The Black Knight was there, too. The terrifying Spire messenger stood lifelessly on the tranquil surface of the water. And there were humans, too. Heirs was among them, and so was Harper. Sunny didn't pay them any attention. Standing beneath the Shadow Core, he sighed and summoned the runes. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Dreamer. Shadow Core, Dormant. Shadow Fragments, 977/1000. He was so close to accumulating the whole 1,000. If Sunny really wanted to, he could have abandoned caution and pushed to reach it before the inevitable journey to the Crimson Spire. However, he was wary of delving into anything unknown right before the fateful confrontation. He also felt that his time was better spent consolidating and perfecting everything that he had already learned and earned, not wasting it trying to acquire something new. Still, it was not an easy decision. With a sigh, he continued reading. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Ordinary Rock, Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Blood Blossom, Moonlight Shard, Old, Weaver's Mask. Echoes. Shadows. He tilted his head and read, an amused expression appearing on his face. Marble Saint. Marble? How fitting. Without wasting any more time, he summoned his shadow from the depths of the core. She appeared in a whirlwind of black flames, standing in front of him with her usual taciturn aloofness. However, Sunny couldn't help but gasp. The saint was indeed changed. She grew taller and was now even more oppressive. Her graceful stone-like armor, which had looked as though it was cut from granite before, was now entirely black and glossy, like obsidian, or onyx. In fact, it was very much like the shattered onyx armor he had purchased with Kai's help. Her skin, on the contrary, became smooth and as white as alabaster, at least the small portion of it he could see through the visor of the helmet. Saint seemed much stronger, aware, deadly. But that was not what made Sunny gasp. The thing that stunned him was what hid beneath the armor. Within the shadow that populated Saint's body, there used to be 2 ethereal dark embers. But now, there were 3. Sunny stared at her for a while. Did she rise to a higher class? Finally, he calmed down and made the runes describing the shadow appear. A moment later, his hopes were proved true. Shadow, Marble Saint. Shadow rank, Awakened. Shadow class, Demon. Demon. She is a shadow demon now. Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Spark of Divinity. The next line had not been there before. Sunny held his breath. Shadow abilities, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament. He lingered for a moment, trying to suppress a triumphant smile. He had always known that Saint was not a typical nightmare creature. But to think that she would acquire an actual ability before even becoming a devil, and not just 1, but 2. Burning with anticipation, he read on. Weapon Sage ability description, Shadow Saint can effectively wield any weapon type memory. Underworld armament ability description, Shadow Saint's armor can accommodate a charm memory to inherit its enchantments. Sunny was silent for a bit, then turned his head and stared at the taciturn monster. No, not monster. Demon. A satisfied smile finally appeared on his face. Ah. How wonderful. Not only had his shadow grown tremendously stronger, but she now also had the ability to use any weapon he would provide for her, as well as reinforce her armor with all kinds of powerful enchantments. The possibilities this could provide her were truly endless. The potential combinations, the flexibility, all it took was to find proper memories. Sunny shook his head and grinned. Before, he had sometimes thought that Saint was really suited to command an army. But now, he understood that he had been wrong. She was the army. A few hours later, the members of Nef's cohort gathered on the roof of the old hunting lodge, which still stood at the edge of the slum. Xianxia was also there, which made Sunny slightly uncomfortable. He didn't let it show on his face, however. The outer settlement was desolate and empty. There were no desperate, hungry youths around anymore. All of them were now either safely hidden behind the castle walls, or dead. It was just the 7 of them. They came to see Kai off. The charming archer was standing near the edge of the roof, checking his equipment for the last time. He was wearing a new stylish armor and a leather jacket with fur on its collar. On his back, there was a quiver full of arrows and a backpack with water, food, and other supplies necessary for a long journey. Sunny didn't know about the rest, but his heart was heavy. As though reading his thoughts, Kai turned around and smiled. Really, guys, don't worry. I'll be fine. This is not my first time spending some quality time in the labyrinth. No one answered, knowing that the mission entrusted to Nightingale this time was especially dangerous, but also important. He had to leave the Dark City and explore the vastness of the Forgotten Shore in search of new humans sent here by the spell. Today was the day of the winter solstice, and that meant that out there in the real world, thousands upon thousands of sleepers were currently preparing to enter the pods and arrive in the dream realm. Sunny sighed. Just don't bring back anyone as irritating as you, alright? Kai chuckled. No promises. With that, he waved them goodbye. Well, wish me luck. A few moments later, he was gone, turning into a small dot in the sky. The remaining 6 people stared at it for a long time, their faces somber. Their future depended on what Kai would discover. Their and that of everyone else still clinging to life on the Forgotten Shore. Chapter 3:11 The Last. A few days passed in tense anticipation. Sunny spent them doing the same things he had been doing before, training and preparing mentally for what was about to come. He had a lot of things to do. First came his technique, which was based on the flowing battle style that Nephi's had taught him, with elements of Shadow Saint's grounded style added to its adaptive foundation. His skill was growing sharper and sharper, slowly being elevated and solidified at the level that his current understanding of combat allowed. Sunny was not a novice anymore. He survived hundreds of deadly battles, and each left him stronger and more experienced than he had been before. But perfecting his technique was still not easy, because he had to make himself indomitable first, and then turn that firmness into flexibility. Now that Sunny finally had free time, he also used it to adapt his style to the new reality of his improved physical limits. Many things that had not been possible for him before the journey to the Hollow Mountains became possible now. The way he approached combat had to change, too. All of it took effort and a lot of thought to achieve. Second came the shadow dance. Sunny was still at the stage where he was slowly forming a practical set of moves to train in that elusive style. He felt as if he was now only one final step away from turning his vision of the shadow dance into reality. However, he seemed to be lacking some crucial ingredient. He needed one last push, one moment of inspiration to make that final step. Still, his exercises weren't useless. Until that moment of inspiration came, they helped condition his body and mind, make them adaptable and malleable like shadows. When the last revelation appeared, they would be able to receive it. After each intense training session, every muscle in his body ached, and a wave of mental fatigue washed over him. Third came the most important task. He had to turn his mind and soul into a fortress that would withstand the shock of the future. He had to achieve the type of clarity that would allow him to emerge victorious on the other end of it all, and for now, this task was turning out to be the most unattainable. It was hard to shape one's body and mind into a perfect tool, but it was so much harder to do the same with one's soul. However, this was exactly the barrier he had to overcome. Just like that, 6 days passed. On the 7th day after his departure, Kai finally returned. The charming young man seemed tired and ragged, his armor and clothes covered in dirt, dust, and dried blood. The quiver of arrows he had taken with him was now empty, and there were shallow cuts on the fabric of his jacket. Sunny's shadow had kept watching the skies above the bright castle all this time, so he was one of the first to know. By the time Sunny arrived at the small room that served as Nef's council chamber, Kai was already there, sitting by the fire and greedily drinking water from a crude clay cup. Effie was by his side, pushing a plate of food into his hands. Noticing him, Kai smiled weakly. "Hey, Sunny." Sunny hesitated for a bit, then approached the beautiful young man and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, Kai. Welcome back." Neither he nor Effie spoke after then, giving their friend an opportunity to catch his breath and waiting for the rest to come. One after another, Cassie, Castor, and Xianxia appeared in the room and greeted Kai. Nephice was the last to enter. She glanced at everyone and then sat down near Kai. After hesitating for a few moments, she looked him in the eyes and asked, "How many?" Kai remained silent for a while, a solemn expression slowly appearing in his eyes. Finally, he turned away and sighed. One word escaped his lips. "None." His voice echoed in the small room, making the faces of people gathered there darken. "I scoured the labyrinth, looking for any sign that a sleeper passed there recently. But there were none. There was no one alive and no bodies, not even a single fresh bone that I could find. The spell, it did not send anyone to this hell, not this year. And it won't the next one, too. Just as I thought." Sunny sighed. Sometimes, it was nice to be mistaken. 15 years ago, the spell had sent 7 people to the Forgotten Shore. The next year, it had been twice as much, and then more and more. Eventually, hundreds of sleepers had been arriving in the Dark City after each winter solstice, up until last year, when only 4 of them, Sunny, Nephice, Cassie, and Castor, had come. 3 more had perished in the labyrinth without ever reaching the cursed ruins. Because of that, inhabitants of the Bright Castle came up with a theory that the number of people sent to this region of the dream realm by the spell followed a certain cycle. If they had been right, then at least 14 sleepers would have appeared somewhere in the labyrinth a week ago. But Sunny never believed in that theory. In his mind, the 4 of them had never been meant to start a new cycle. He had always thought that, instead, they were meant to be the last. The last chance the spell had given to the people of the Forgotten Shore. And now, he knew that he had been right. With a sigh, Nephi slowly nodded and stared at the fire burning in the hearth for a bit. Everyone stood silently, waiting for her to make a decision. Finally, she said without looking at them. "Tell everyone to gather in the throne room. I will speak to them." Without wasting any time, Castor bowed slightly and left the room. Effie gave her a short look, and then followed him. So did the rest. Sunny was the last one to leave, his heart beating like a drum. It is beginning. Chapter 312 Invisible Chains. 500 people stood silently in the magnificent great hall of the ancient castle. Beams of sunlight were falling through the tall windows, making the air appear bright and effervescent. There was no sign left of the terrible bloodshed that had happened in this hall just a few weeks ago. The bodies were dragged away, the blood washed off the marble floors. But the memory of it remained. On the steps leading to a beautiful throne of white marble sat a young woman with silver hair. Her ivory face was distant, and her clear gray eyes were calm and heavy. Hundreds of people were looking at her, waiting quietly for their lady to speak. Finally, Changing Star sighed. A moment later, her voice resounded in the throne room, reaching far and wide. "Dreamers of the Forgotten Shore. A week ago, I sent several scouts into the labyrinth to look for those young men and women who, like us, were sent to this cursed place. Among them was Nightingale, whom you all know. He spent 7 days searching for them. But he didn't find anyone. Not even a single sign of their passing. This year, no one has come." A wave of stunned whispers ran through the crowd. Sunny glanced at the faces of people gathered in the great hall, noticing different expressions on them. Confusion, fear, shock. However, it wasn't as bad as he had expected. No one seemed to become consumed by utter despair. Instead, all of them turned to Nephi's, hope burning in their eyes. She was their hope. Until Changing Star was with them, they weren't going to give in to despair. Indifferent to hundreds of eyes observing her every move, Neph continued. Many of you understand what that means. To those who don't, I will explain. She lingered for a moment, throwing a glance at the walls of the ancient citadel. When she spoke, her voice seemed solemn. For many years, this castle served as a fortress for the humans sent to the Forgotten Shore. Some of you enjoyed the safety it offered, while others survived in the shadow of its walls. But none of us would have been here if not for the bright castle. It offered us protection against the dreadful beasts of the Dark City. It offered us shelter. However, this shelter was never free. A dark expression appeared on her face. Some people lost their souls to preserve it. And many more lost their lives. Every year, hundreds of human lives were sacrificed to allow the bright castle to exist. And every year, hundreds more came to be thrown into its maw. Sunny silently scoffed. She was making it sound as though the castle was some creature that fed on human lives, not unlike the Soul Devourer, really. The meaning was subtle enough to not be obvious, but still affect the people gathered in the throne room. Observing them, he saw many sleepers shiver and frown. Insidious. Meanwhile, Nephi's continued. But no more. There won't be anyone coming to the Dark City this year, just like no one will come after that. Without new people, the losses we suffer will slowly accumulate, until there is no one to man the walls, no one to fight off the nightmare creatures, no one to keep these halls safe. Until there is no more shelter. This end. She made a pause, and then said calmly and with frightening finality. Is inevitable. Her words crashed into the crowd of sleepers, causing a storm of emotions. Their eyes widened and their faces paled. The shock and fear they had felt grew tenfold. As if to hammer the last nail into the coffin of their worldview, Changing Star said. Which means only one thing. We cannot remain in the bright castle anymore. Screams rose from the crowd, full of disbelief and terror. There were many things people were trying to say, but they all boiled down to three. What do we do? How do we save ourselves? And save us, Changing Star. Sunny smiled. Nephi's remained silent for a while, letting the chorus of screams wash over her. And then, white flames ignited in her eyes, making everyone fall silent. Her voice resounded once more between the walls of the great hall, penetrating through the crowd like a sharp blade. But this not the end of us. A long time ago, I made you a promise. And I intend to keep it. She suddenly rose, towering over the crowd like a shining, ruinous angel. Come with me. Follow me. Only I know how to save you. The radiance of her flames reflected in the eyes of hundreds of people, making it seem as though their faces shone with an inner light. Her words had submerged them into utter darkness, and then gave them a beacon to find a way out of it. That beacon burned with the most seductive of lights. The light of hope. And that hope was synonymous with her. Changing Star slowly descended from the steps, her words echoing from the marble walls of the throne room. Follow me, and I will lead you out of this hell. Follow me, and I will show you the path back to your homes. But make no mistake. She stopped and remained silent for a few long moments. When she spoke again, her voice sounded calmer, colder. Heavier. The road ahead will be long and arduous. Not everyone will make it. The weak will die. The strong will die, too. And those who remain won't be the same. But there is one thing I can promise you. Nephi's entered the crowd and looked at the people surrounding her with absolute resolve burning in her beautiful eyes. Follow me, and you will never be slaves. Sunny shivered, feeling as though she was speaking to him alone. Everyone in the great hall felt the same way, perhaps. Staring directly into their souls, Changing Star spoke. Slaves to your fear, slaves to your fate, slaves to the nightmare spell. Come with me, and whether you live or die, you will do so, humans. Not cowering beasts. She closed her eyes and exhaled, then looked down. Finally, she said, the passion disappearing from her voice. But I will not force anyone to follow me. Ever. Whether you come with me or stay, it is your choice. There is no shame in staying. Those who do not wish to go may leave this hall right now. Sieae looked at the sleepers, trying to guess what their reaction would be. People were staring at each other, doubt and fear written on their faces. Not everyone was enthralled by changing star. Not everyone was brave and strong. Not everyone was ready to die fighting. But in the end, not a single one of them left. Nephi sighed and slowly turned her head west, as though trying to pierce the stone of the castle walls with her gaze. After a while, she said, "Good. I am glad. Then it's decided." She turned to face them, furious white flames illuminating her pale face. "Then the day after tomorrow, we will leave the bright castle. The day after tomorrow, we march on the Crimson Spire." Chapter 313 Starlight Shard. On the last day they would spend in the Dark City, Nephi led a small group of her most powerful warriors on one last hunt. The members of her cohort were all following behind her. Sieae, who stubbornly refused to accept his status as one of them, walked apart from the group, idly looking around and observing the ruins. Gemma and Xianxia were also with them, as well as 10 or so of the most experienced hunters, some of them formerly from the host, some formerly from the outer settlement. There was no difference between the two anymore. All of them were simply changing stars people now. As they were walking, Gemma approached Sieae and glanced at him with curiosity. After Sieae had fallen to Nef's blade, the tall man seemed to have found some measure of peace. Somewhere deep in his eyes, however, there always was a hint of sorrow. Sieae stared at him and raised an eyebrow. "What?" The hunter smiled slightly and asked in a friendly tone. "You're sunless, right?" Sieae shrugged. "Yeah, that's me." Gemma silently measured him and then asked with interest. "I've heard that you lived for months alone in the city. Is that true?" "Ah, makes sense." The tall man was perhaps the most experienced hunter on the Forgotten Shore. He had survived countless battles on the streets of the Cursed City. It was natural for him to be curious about this matter. Sieae gave him a nod. "Sure. A little over 3 months, I guess." Gemma rubbed his chin, then asked bluntly. "How did you survive?" Sieae grinned. How had he managed that, indeed? Lots of hiding, lots of killing. A modicum of madness, and a little bit of luck. Gemma stared at him for a bit, then chuckled. "Sound about right, I guess." After a while, he glanced forward at Changing Star and asked in a curious tone. "Do you know what we are going to hunt today?" Sieae looked at him with surprise. "She didn't tell you?" The tall man hesitated, then shook his head. "She did. I'm just not sure that I believe it." Sieae smiled and looked away. "Ah, let me guess. Your first thought was that she had lost her mind. What can I say, get used to that feeling." After a few moments of silence, Gemma sighed. "But how can we kill it?" "Poor guy." Sieae glanced at him, lingered for a bit, and then said. "If my guess is correct, you know more about it than I do." And just like that, their conversation ended. By the middle of the day, they reached the eastern edges of the city and climbed the imposing monolith of the Great Wall. Standing on top of it, they saw the colossal crater and the headless statue that stood not too far away, its one remaining hand thrust toward the skies. Their prey was hiding in a vast underground chamber beneath that statue. Today, they were going to hunt the Lord of the Dead. At the base of the statue, the second arm of the priestess lay in the mud. Thousands of years ago, it had broken off and fell, crashing through the dome of the underground chamber. Now, there was a chasm in the ground that led into the lair of the Lord of the Dead. Many months ago, Sieae and the rest had used that breach to escape from the catacombs. Now, they were going to use it to descend into that darkness, instead. The ghastly master of the catacombs waited for them below. Sunny wasn't really surprised that Nephi's had chosen to return to this place. After all, the mountainous abomination was most likely guarding the last of the 7 shard memories. However, he was really curious about how exactly she was planning to kill it. Once everyone gathered around the hole in the mud, Changing Star glanced at him and said, "Sunny, can your shadow take a look at the burial chamber?" With a shrug, he sent the shadow into the breach. It slid on the mud and entered the dark hole, then hid in the palm of the giant stone hand and cautiously looked down. The mountain of human bones was still there, in the middle of the vast circular chamber. However, it looked very different from how it had been before. Countless green vines were growing from the mass of bones, some of them comparatively thin, others as thick as a human body. They weren't growing just between the ancient remains, the vines were bursting through the bones, too. Almost as if feeding on them. The Lord of the Dead seemed weaker. More brittle. As though it was sick, sapped of its strength and infected by a terrible parasite. Sunny commanded his shadow to look closer, and finally noticed the thing that he had expected to see. A small wooden box lay on the floor of the underground chamber, open and empty. The exact same box Nephi's had mysteriously entrusted to Castor as soon as they were back in the Dark City. From the words "the outer settlement hunter," that box had appeared on his pillow with a small note. That note had been written by Changing Star's spy, Xianxia. And the contents of the box had been created for her by Keto, who was now dead. Keto had been the leader of the artisans. Her aspect ability allowed her to control and alter plants. This bone-eating vine, as it turned out, was her last creation and final masterpiece. Turning to Nephi's, Sunny hesitated for a moment and then spoke, his words causing a subtle reaction in Gemma. "The tyrant is heavily infected by Keto's vine. It seems to be considerably weakened." Changing Star nodded and remained silent for a few moments. Then, she said, "Once we enter the chamber, the Lord of the Dead will attack us. Now that its power is reduced, and with the help of the Dawn Shard, we should be able to survive the onslaught. We should also be able to wound, and eventually kill it." Looking at the faces of everyone gathered in the shadow of the headless statue, she nodded and headed toward the breach. "Let's go." Soon, Sunny was trying to survive the fury of the Lord of the Dead once again. But this time it was not as hard as it had been before. He had become stronger, and the horrible creature had become weaker. His memories were augmented by the Crown of Dawn, and Saint was now a demon. There were also more humans resisting the tyrant today. That was not to say that the battle wasn't harrowing and perilous. In fact, it was utterly lethal. The humans fighting the monumental nightmare creature were surrounding it, dodging the long limbs of the tyrant and trying to attack it when an opportunity presented itself. Kai was zipping in the air, providing support and bringing the wounded away from the fight. They were only alive because the attacks of the Lord of the Dead were now slower and less devastating than before. With some preparation, both Effie and Saint could withstand one or two with the help of their shields. Castor was able to deliver several cuts to it with its ghostly blade, while Xianxia had broken one limb completely with her graceful warhammer. Each strike of the sunlight shard seemed to bring immense pain to the Lord of the Dead. But nothing hurt it more, of course, than the incandescent blade of Changing Star. Together, they dealt more and more damage to the terrible creature, despite the fact that many of them were now either severely wounded or dead. The tyrant was being consumed from within by the green vines, and broken from the outside by their weapons. And then, after a long and arduous battle, a huge layer of bones fell from the body of the Lord of the Dead, revealing its inner core. That core, which was made of human skulls and coagulated blood, was absolutely terrifying, malignant, and abhorrent. In its depth, a shape of a fat white maggot could be seen, curled into a ball. At that moment, Effie suddenly stepped forward, twisted her body, and threw the dusk shard as a discus with a deafening cry. The shield that was said to contain the weight of the heavens streaked through the air with terrible speed and hit the inner core of the tyrant, crushing through it like a wrecking ball. It cut the maggot in half and exited the body of the Lord of the Dead from the other side in a torrent of broken bones. Then it fell to the ground, shattering the stone floor of the chamber and sending a net of cracks running through it from the point of impact. The mountain of bones froze, the shuddered. And then, it crumbled. Everyone stared at Effie, shocked, hope burning in their eyes. On her face, there was a dark, mournful expression. Belatedly, Sunny remembered that the members of the original cohort that the boisterous huntress had belonged to all perished here, killed either by the undead army or the Lord of the Dead itself. A few moments later, Effie sighed and turned her face away, hiding it from everyone. Then, she raised a hand and made it into a fist. That was her letting them know that she had received a memory from the kill. A shard memory. The last one there was. Chapter 314 Leaving the Dark City Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 314 Leaving the Dark City. After everything was done and Nephice used her flames to heal those who survived, they returned to the city through the catacombs. Perhaps she wished to eviscerate the army of undead monsters that were now left without the tyrant to bring them back to life. But in the end, they were met with nothing but silence. The horde of ferocious skeletons that had once almost cost Sunny and the rest of the cohort their lives was no more. The dark tunnels stretching beneath the ruins were littered with piles of bones, which were slowly turning into dust. It seemed as though the moment the Lord of the Dead had been destroyed, its servants had perished, too. After a while, the group of humans emerged from the collapsed tower of the lighthouse and continued on its way back to the bright castle. They were going to spend their last night there before leaving the dark city behind. In a small room in the depths of the ancient citadel, 7 people gathered around a table. They were Sunny, Nephice, Cassie, Castor, Effie, Kai, and Xianxia. Beyond the walls of the castle, the absolute darkness of the night had devoured the world. Nightmare creatures were prowling the cursed ruins, and somewhere far away, black waves were crashing against the indomitable granite surface of the city wall. Inside, the cold light of a memory lantern illuminated their faces. Strangely, everyone was silent, as though not sure what to say. Finally, Sunny broke the silence by yawning loudly. "Shall we get on with this? Tomorrow is going to be a long day, and some of us need their beauty sleep." He threw a sideways glance at Kai, thought for a bit, and then added, "Actually, every day after today is going to be a long one. So let's just do it." Nephi stared at him for a few moments, then echoed his words. "Do it." With that, they summoned their memories. An austere tachi and a ghostly stiletto appeared in Sunny's hands. A graceful warhammer with a narrow beak appeared in Xianxia's. Effie summoned her beautiful bronze spear and a heavy round shield. Finally, a simple band of metal decorated with a single gem weaved itself from light and rested gently on Changing Star's head. They were the shard memories. Dawn, zenith, dusk, midnight, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. The last memory was a short, flowing white cloak that draped itself around Effie's shoulders. This was the shard she had received after slaying the Lord of the Dead. For a few moments, no one moved. Then, Effie said, "So, what now?" Nephice titled her head a little, then frowned. Finally, after some time passed, she said, "Come closer." When they did, something unexpected happened. Sunny felt the hilts of his weapons suddenly growing hotter, and soon, both Midnight and Moonlight Shard began emanating a ghostly, ethereal light. The same was happening to the other shards. 7 beams of light shot toward the center of the room and collided. Then, they fused with each other, and soon, 7 objects weaved themselves from that light and hovered in the air. They were keys forged out of lustrous metal, with 7 shining stars engraved on their surface. It was the manifestation of the terrible oath that the 7 heroes had given all those thousands of years ago. The keys that were used to seal the curse of the all-consuming darkness underground. Suddenly, the 7 keys turned into streams of light and shot toward each of the 7 people gathered in the room. One beam hit Sunny in the chest and disappeared, absorbed into his core. The voice of the spell resounded in his ears. "You have received an oath key." Sunny shivered. He didn't want anything to do with that morbid oath. But in the end, he had no other choice. Glancing at the rest of the people gathered in the room, changing star lingered for a moment, and then said, "We're ready." In the dim light of dawn, the gates of the castle opened for the last time. A long procession of humans walked through them, leaving the ancient citadel that had sheltered them for so long. They walked under the swinging skulls, not paying them any attention. In the aftermath of all the strife, no one had bothered to remove the ghastly things from their chains. It was not like anyone could have forgotten the hundreds of lives lost in the struggle, and thousands of deaths before that, even if the skulls were removed. 500 people descended the hill and entered the dark city. A few nightmare creatures tried to attack them, and were eviscerated before managing to do any harm. These 500 humans were not a defenseless crowd. They were a battle-hardened army, one comprised of exceptionally powerful sleepers, the most powerful sleepers to ever be born from the human race, perhaps. They moved the ruins, cutting down anything that dared to block their path. Soon, the sleepers approached the western boundary of the dark city and scaled the ancient wall. There, they stopped and turned, staring at the silhouette of the bright castle in solemn silence. By then, pillars of black smoke were billowing from each of its windows. Soon, the whole castle was enveloped by furious flames, which slowly devoured the white stone of its walls. The magnificent marble cracked and melted, destroyed by the terrible heat. The smaller towers swayed and moved, and then fell into the terrible crucible. The fire was slowly destroying the bright castle, turning it into a molten ruin. In a sense, this was fitting. After all, everything else in the dark city had been ruined a long, long time ago. Surprisingly, this act of destruction was not changing Star's idea. She wasn't the one who ordered to burn the bright castle behind them, like a final gesture to hammer it into everyone's souls that there was no way back anymore. Sieae would have expected something like that from Nephi's. But no, it was the decision of the people themselves. They wanted to destroy the ancient citadel, because they hated it. They hated these ancient, blood-soaked stones only a little bit less than they needed them to survive. And now that they were leaving, they wanted to erase the bright castle from existence. Perhaps if it was gone, the memories of all the darkness that they had witnessed there, and were the perpetrators of, would disappear with it. After a while, the misshapen, twisted silhouette of the dying fortress was completely hidden by the fire and smoke. Slowly, the silent sleepers turned away from that sight and looked far away into the distance. They were looking west. That was where they were going. To lay siege to the Crimson Spire. One after another, the sleepers descended from the wall and left the dark city behind. Chapter 315 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 1, plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 315 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 1. In the cold light of dawn, a gargantuan crimson tower was rising from the labyrinth. From this distance, it looked like a bloodied sword that some primordial titan had thrust into the heavens. The crimson coral streamed from its walls like the blood of gods, spreading out from the base of the spire to devour all of the forgotten shore. The tower itself seemed to stand on an island, which was surrounded from all sides by black water. Even though the sun was already climbing up, this part of the cursed sea did not disappear. Instead, it lingered and moved endlessly, forming a giant whirlpool. Unclear shapes could be seen moving under the surface of the black water, drowning the hearts of humans who dared to approach the spire with dread. Sieae looked up, at the endless expanse of the crimson tower, and paled. Up close, it looked even more ominous, oppressive, and terrifying. He struggled to believe that this cyclopean structure had been built by human hands, let alone that it had been their salvation once, a long time ago. Now, the Crimson Spire looked nothing but twisted, eerie, and utterly evil. It emanated a sense of harrowing power that no human could ever hope to challenge. And yet, this was exactly what they were going to do. Turning away, he glanced at the camp of the Dreamer army. For the past week, the 500 of them had traversed the labyrinth to reach this place. Some had perished along the way, but not as many as he had expected. For that short journey, luck had been on their side. In these days, they had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures and somehow managed to avoid attracting the wrath of the dwellers of the deep. They had seen the headless statue of the Lord that stood halfway between the dark city and the Crimson Spire, and many other wondrous and terrible things. And now, they had almost reached their goal. People were busy preparing for the battle. The dread they had felt at dawn, after looking at the Crimson Spire, which was now so close, turned into grim determination and resolve. Everyone was making final preparations. Some were checking their armor and weapons for the last time. Some were hurriedly building makeshift fortifications. Some were praying, begging the dead gods to save their lives. Truth be told, Sieae was the only person who appeared to be idle. Well, what did they expect? Nephi still had not told him what exactly his role in the battle was going to be. Not that he was obligated to listen, of course. With a sigh, he turned to the other members of the cohort, who were gathered around a fire, discussing the plan of the battle for the 100th time. Everyone seemed uncharacteristically somber today. One after another, they left to join in the preparations. Soon, Changing Star was the only one left. With a bit of reluctance, Sieae approached her and sat down, staring at the fire. After a while, he said, "This is very strange, don't you think?" She glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. Nephi's had changed a lot since the first time they met, but also remained exactly the same. She was still calm and confident, with ivory skin and beautiful silver hair. She was still strong and full of conviction. It's just that her eyes seemed a bit hollow these days. What is? Sieae shrugged. Just, all of it. If someone described this scene to me a year ago, I would have been really perplexed. And yet, here we are. He lingered for a bit, and then added. We've come very far. The three of us. Both of them glanced at Cassie, who was busy explaining something to the artisan representatives. Her delicate hand rested on the hilt of the quiet dancer. After a while, Nephi nodded. Yes. And now, we just need to make one last step. Both of them remained silent for a bit, thinking about how this final step was going to be the hardest yet. Incomparably so. Then, Sieae sighed. So, what do you want me to do? From how you kept avoiding the subject for these past days, I'm guessing that it's not something trivial. Changing Star smiled, then looked at him with white sparks dancing in her eyes. A really small thing, really. Then, she turned to face the Crimson Spire, hesitated for a while, and then suddenly said. Give me your hand. When Sieae did, something traveled through her cool skin into his shadow core. He summoned the runes and looked at them, already knowing what he was going to see. And there it was, listed among his memories. Oath Key, 7. Somehow, she had gathered the remaining 6 keys from the rest. And now, she was entrusting them to Sieae. Still looking at the Cyclopean Tower, Nephi said. I want you to destroy the Dark Sea. Or banish it, at least. Sieae grinned. A really small thing, indeed. Very soon, the sun rose higher, and the dark whirlpool surrounding the Crimson Spire became a little smaller. Several bridges of red coral rose from its depths, connecting the island to the rest of the forgotten shore. And out there on the island, countless silhouettes suddenly began to move, crawling out of the crimson mounds. They were the nightmare creatures guarding the cursed tower. All kinds of horrors were among them. There were members of the Carapace Legion, scavengers, centurions, and demons. There were colonies of carnivorous worms, giant centipedes that secreted corrosive oil, and eerie vines that crawled on the ground like snakes. There were creatures that looked like black masses of rotten bones, and creatures that looked like humanoids made of rock, with terrible maws full of jagged fangs. There were swarms of translucent insects that devoured everything in their path and massive spiders clad in iron armor. There were beasts that could shoot deadly bone spears from their bodies and beasts that could turn their prey to stone with their gaze. There were corpses with red flowers growing from the holes in their flesh and giant abominations that resembled praying mantises, if those were made of glass and blood-red clay. And many more that Sieae had never seen, fought, or could describe. All of them moved together in strange harmony, devoid of the usual territorial aggression that forced the nightmare creatures of different tribes to fight each other. They were subjugated by the Crimson Terror and now served to guard the spire. Like a terrible wave, the horde of monsters rolled over the bridges of crimson coral and flowed toward the human army. From his position at the back of it, Sieae could clearly see the bodies of those standing in the front line tremble and take an involuntary step back. Someone even dropped their weapon. A moment later, Effie's loud voice rolled over the rows of sleepers. "Stand your ground, wretches! If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself." Strangely, her irritated shout calmed down the fear in their hearts. A moment later, however, it was drowned in the cacophony of the approaching horde. The battle for the Crimson Spire had begun. Chapter 316 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 2, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 316 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 2. On the outskirts of the Crimson Spire, there were no more passages and tunnels in the coral. It was just a solid red mass, an unbroken surface of the strange living substance that had devoured the forgotten shore thousands of years ago. Currently, Effie was standing on that surface. Several hundred people were standing beside her, staring at the approaching wave of nightmare creatures with horror and shock. All of them knew what was going to happen once they reached the spire, but even then, the sight of it was terrifying. She was at the center of the front row of these frightened people, supposedly in command of them. With her tall stature and lean, powerful figure, Effie stood out among the rest of the sleepers. Her archaic armor glistened in the light of the rising sun, and on her shoulder there was a flowing white cloak weaved from starlight. She held zenith in one hand and dusk in the other. Effie seemed like a bastion of strength and resolve in the sea of fear. A mythical hero that had stepped into the mortal realm from an ancient legend. But really, she was scared shitless. Looking at the rolling horde of abominable horrors with a grim expression, the huntress lowered her head a little and summoned the helm of her armor, which was crowned with a tall crest of blue horsehair, and thought. "Fuck me sideways, fuck, fuck, fuck." All around her, people were trembling. Some fool dropped his weapon and took a few steps back, as if considering running away. Even though she was currently seriously thinking of doing the same, Effie snarled and bellowed. "Stand your ground, wretches! If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself." What was the point of running, anyway? There was nowhere to run. If they were going to die, they might as well die like humans. Just like Princess had said. She was somewhat full of shit, but also never wrong. "Get ready, bastards." Gripping her spear, Effie cast a sideways glance at the two men standing beside her. One of them was Castor, and the other one was Gemma. Who would have thought that one day she and the leader of Gunlock's hunters were going to fight side by side? Weirdly, the presence of her past enemy was now extremely reassuring. However, even on his face, there were hints of fear. The only person who could have stayed nonchalant in this situation was probably Doofus. That pale miscreant was either too crazy or too stupid, or both, to be scared of anything. But he was currently nowhere to be seen. Effie sort of missed the tiny menace. But Sieae was probably either hiding someplace dark or doing something too insane to be entrusted to anyone else. In any case, she wished him luck. She wished herself luck, too. Looking at the approaching horde of monsters, Effie waited for a few seconds, and then screamed. "First mark." Her shout was repeated by Xianxia, who commanded the second line, and reached Knight somewhere in the third. The plan of the battle was really simple. The first line had to hold off the monsters, changing places with the second once they grew tired. Meanwhile, the third was in charge of eviscerating as many creatures as they could. But first, they had to withstand the initial charge. Nothing was more important than breaking the momentum of the attacking horde. Somewhere behind her, the enchanting voice of their resident idol gave the command to fire the siege engines. These monstrous machines were constructed by the artisans and were supposed to be able to pierce the armor of the most heavily protected nightmare creatures. As long as they were not fallen, of course. A strange and melodic sound reached her ears, and a fraction of a second later, 6 heavy metal spears, each at least 2 meters long, flew above their heads with incredible speed. They streaked through the air and collided with the front of the horde, sending bits of chitin and streams of blood to the ground. She saw one of them behead a giant crab-like creature, the other pierce right through a blood-red mantis and skewer several monsters behind it. But the wave of horrors did not slow down one bit. There was just so many of them. Feeling a shiver run through her body, Effie gritted her teeth, then shouted. Second mark. Almost immediately, a rain of arrows fell on the monsters, wounding many and killing a few. There were many other projectiles mixed in with the arrows. Some sleepers used slings, crossbows, or more exotic projectile weapons. Some used their aspect abilities, which allowed them to create all sorts of sorcerous attacks, like flying blades made of wind, fire, and ice. Some could even create bombs filled with soul essence, which detonated in the midst of advancing horrors and ripped many apart. But still, no reaction. The monsters only seemed to become more frenzied, the fury, madness, and bloodlust in their eyes flashing even brighter. The second rain of arrows fell, and shortly after, 6 more spear shot from makeshift ballistae crashed into the horde. By then, the nightmare creatures were already too close to the front line of humans to change anything. Making a step forward, Effie strained her muscles and threw the zenith shard into the approaching mass of abominations. The beautiful bronze spear shattered the steel carapace of an especially tall creature and pierced its heart. How could it not kill, empowered by the miraculous enchantment of the Crown of Dawn? All of their weapons, and all of their armors, were currently being fed raw power by Changing Star. All around the steel demon, numerous abominations fell, killed in a similar fashion by the memories thrown by the other sleepers. Summoning the spear back, Effie watched as the first row of nightmare creatures fell into a deep ditch that the artisans created just an hour earlier. Those moving behind them simply stepped on the bodies of their fellow abominations and continued moving forward. But finally, the speed of the horde was diminished, if only by a little. Damn tea. Brace. That's all she had time to yell before the wave of monsters crashed into the line of humans. Then, the world was consumed by nothing but madness, havoc, and death. Chapter 317 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 3, plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 317 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 3. Putting her weight behind the dusk shard, Effie leaned into the shield and gritted her teeth. A moment later, a monstrous blow landed on it, strong enough to crush stone into dust. But unlike Sunny's marvelous echo, she was not made out of stone. Instead, Effie was made out of something far more resilient. Arg! Pushing with all his strength, she felt the shockwave of the impact run through her entire body and then dissipate into the ground. Her bones groaned, but held together. Despite the terrible pressure, she held, too. A moment later, Effie growled and pushed even harder, throwing the carapace centurion that had crashed into her a couple of centimeters back. Simultaneously, her spear shot from behind the shield and pierced the black chitin, sinking deep into the flesh of the monster. She twisted it and severed the creature's spine, then slammed her shoulder into the dusk shard, sending the massive corpse flying off the bronze blade. Just in time. A second later, and the tall bastard would have skewered her with one of its scythes from above. But as soon as the centurion fell to the ground, another abomination was already taking its place, with a terrible salivating maw and furious eyes that burned with madness. Curse it all! All around Effie, the bodies of humans and nightmare creatures were entangled into an undulating, bleeding, roaring mess. Claws and steel weapons rose and fell, sending streams of blood, splinters of bone, and chunks of flesh to the ground. Screams of fear, pain, and fury mixed with the indescribable howling of the nightmare horde into a cacophonous litany of death. In this split second, she noticed one of her fellow hunters throwing the body of an iron spider that had jumped onto him back with a thunderous strike of his shield, a stone golem biting into someone's head with its terrible jagged fangs, a giant centipede wrapping its long segmented body around a screaming human and sinking its 100 legs into his melting armor. Then, she had no more time to stare. Hold! Hold, you misbegotten waifs! Taking a step forward, she dodged a harrowing slash of a 3-meter-tall mantis-like creature's scythe and brought the edge of her shield on the leg of the abominable thing. The thin limb practically exploded, sending the monster crashing down, right on the blade of her spear, which flew upward and turned the head of the mantis into a red smudge. Before the creature even fell to the ground, Effie had already spun, receiving a rain of blows on her heavy shield. Her spear lashed out from behind it, piercing the body of the attacker through the heart. Blood flower. Effie held her breath and kicked the rotting primate in the chest, sending it flying back before too much of the damned pollen escaped the wound. The body of the blood flower host collided with another monster and exploded into bloody chunks from the force of the impact. You have slain. Noticing a shadow move to her right, Effie turned and thrust her spear forward. But at the last moment, she pulled it back. The point of the bronze blade stopped just a few centimeters away from another human's face. For a fraction of the second, they stared at each other, Effie with confusion, the vaguely familiar young man with belated fear. Then, a massive shadow moved behind him, and the youth's head suddenly separated from his shoulders in a stream of blood, cut off cleanly with one slash of a metal demon's blade. Damn. Effie looked up at the terrible creature. But before she had time to react, something crashed into her from the side, sending a wave of pain through her body. With a grunt, she slid on the bloodied coral and twisted her torso to put Dusk Shard between herself and the attacker. A quick glance let Effie know that her armor was still intact, even if just barely. The point of impact was covered with seething acid, which was biting into the metal, trying to burn through it. Thanks to the enhancement of the Dawn Shard, however, the breastplate remained unscathed. She shifted her weight, preparing to deflect the next attack of the giant centipede. Before Effie could, though, something heavy landed on her back, trying to sink its teeth into her neck. She felt drops of blood streaming to her chest. A furious growl escaped from her mouth. Throwing the Zenith Shard into the maw of the charging centipede and practically severing the body of the creature down its length, she stretched her freed hand back, caught the monster that was trying to bite her head off, and threw it to the ground. The body of the abomination hit with enough force to make the coral crack. Just to make sure that the bastard was dead, she stomped on it with her foot, shattering the head of the damn thing into tiny pieces. But as soon as she did, for more were already around her, their sharp claws and fangs lusting to taste her blood. Bringing the Dusk Shard down on one of them, Effie grinned, then twisted and summoned her spear back. With blood streaming from her wounded neck, she dodged a powerful claw and laughed. Bastards! Are you trying to eat me? Ha ha ha, let's see who's gonna eat who, fools. All around her, the first line of the Dreamer army was slowly buckling under the pressure of the Nightmare Horde. So many of them were already dead, and more were dying every second. Their bodies were torn to pieces and devoured, disappearing into the mass of monsters like morning dew. That sight was so harrowing and chilling that the mind simply refused to process it. And yet, the sleepers of the first line, those who possessed the most powerful combat aspects and the best memories, had achieved their goal. They stopped the devastating wave of abominations in its tracks and tied it down with their blades and their lives. The horde failed to roll over the human army, obliterating it completely without even slowing down. More than that, the massacre was not one-sided. For every human killed, several nightmare creatures were wounded, crushed, and cut to pieces. Arduously and at a great price, the first line was reforming itself, the survivors of the initial charge rallying around 3 champions. They were Effie, Gemma, and Castor. With each of them turning into a bastion in the sea of monsters and gathering fighters around them, the advance of the horde stalled. Whatever creatures managed to get past were met and eviscerated by the sleepers of the second line, led by Xianxia. And throughout all of that, the archers and the siege engines of the third line never stopped firing. Chapter 318 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 4, plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 318 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 4. Stand your ground, wretches. If anyone runs, I'll kill you myself. Hearing Effie's voice, Kai flinched and forced himself to look away from the terrible visage of the horde of nightmarish abominations. Glancing down, he saw that his hand was shaking and clenched it into a fist. He had to calm himself, somehow, or his aim was going to suffer. That wouldn't do. But honestly, how was a person supposed to not be terrified when a literal sea of nightmare creatures, each stronger and deadlier than anything anyone should ever be forced to face, was approaching them so fast? Kai prided himself on overcoming things like stage fright and social anxiety, as well as getting through many unpalatable situations with grace and elegance, not to mention managing to survive in the Dark City for 3 long years without losing his humanity. But this was just too much. What would Sunny say? Thinking of his prickly, but adorable friend, Kai couldn't help but smile a little. Probably something like, "Oh, a horde of nightmare creatures? Yeah, I've met one a few days ago. They all died when I sneezed, though." The strangest part was that he would be telling the truth. If Kai decided to dig deeper, he would discover something in the line of Sunny's sneeze causing a massive avalanche that wiped all the monsters out. Or, more likely, that his sneeze had awakened some ancient, much more terrifying creature, which then proceeded to devour all the monsters before turning its gaze on Sunny himself. That was just how Sunny was. Unpredictable. Strangely, these thoughts succeeded in calming Kai down. He only regretted that the cute scoundrel wasn't close by to reassure him in person. Gazing at the approaching horde, he sighed and gripped his bow tighter. The coral was sloping down in the place where Changing Star had chosen to face the guardians of the spire. Because of that, the position of the third line was higher than the other two, which would allow them to continue firing long after Effie and the rest had engaged the nightmare creatures in melee. In theory. All around him, those sleepers that had suitable memories or aspect abilities were preparing to shoot, waiting for his command. The surviving artisans and their assistants were busy loading the 6 powerful ballistae they had transported all the way from the Dark City and put together the last night. The sight of the mighty siege engines made Kai sigh wistfully. Maybe they were going to survive this battle, after all. First mark. As soon as Effie's shout reached his ears, he turned to the artisans and waved a hand, giving them the signal to fire. A second later, 6 heavy spears flashed through the air and crashed into the wall of monsters. Many of them were eviscerated, but these losses were like a drop of water in the sea of darkness. Kai gritted his teeth. Second mark. Now. As his melodic voice rolled over the third line of the Dreamer army, he drew his bow and took aim. Back in the real world, archery was Kai's favorite hobby. Not the practical skill of shooting a bow which was taught to many in school, but the ancient practice known as Kyudo, which was more of a meditative ritual than a real battle art. Its orderly nature, tranquil philosophy, and repetitive motions appealed to something deep inside him. The more stressed Kai was, the more he practiced. Who knew that one day he would be relying on his marksmanship to survive? Not that aiming at a literal horde of monsters was hard. He didn't have to worry about missing a shot with the blood arrow, at least. Letting go of the string, Kai watched as the black arrow streaked through the air and bit deep into the body of a tall carapace demon. Its bone tip pierced the metal armor of the terrible creature with ease. Not only was it of the ascended rank itself, it was also enhanced by Lady Nephi's. Very few creatures could resist his attacks. Keep firing. Kill as many as you can. The demon swayed, then fell to the ground. Kai felt the weakness that overtook him every time he summoned the morbid memory dissipate, and called upon the blood arrow again. However, he didn't get to take his second shot before the wave of abominations crashed into the line of sleepers. For a second, Kai was stunned by the harrowing sight. The scale of the massacre that was happening below him was just too vast to comprehend. His heart was instantly constricted, full of worry for Effie. And all the other people he knew. With a desperate grimace contorting his face, Kai aimed and shot again. And then he did so again, and again, and again. Everyone around him was doing everything in their power to kill as many nightmare creatures as they could. Arrows, magical projectiles, and heavy lances launched by the ballistae rained on the ghastly horde, reaping countless lives. But it was not enough, not nearly enough. Seeing so many people be torn to pieces and devoured while trying to protect him and the other archers, Kai couldn't help but wish that he could do more. If only I could fly up and get a better shot, if only I could get closer. But he couldn't. While others lost themselves in the battle completely, Kai had to keep a cool head. After all, he was responsible for the third line of the Dreamer army. The lives of all these young men and women depended on him. That was why he kept his eyes on the merciless gray sky. Just a few meters above them, almost invisible in the bright light of dawn, a vast net made out of sharp iron wire was drawn above the battlefield. The wire for this net was collected in the labyrinth, from those areas where iron spiders were known to nest, and fashioned into the aerial barrier by the artisans. It was meant to protect them from the terrifying creatures that could fall at any moment from the skies. After all, the Crimson Spire did not only have a terror and a horde of guardians. It also had its messengers. Chapter 319 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 5, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 319 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 5. Draw your bows. Take aim. Endure. Kai's words were meant to keep the morale of his troops more than they were meant to serve as actual instructions. To tell the truth, he did not have to do much, at least not yet. There were no such things as coordinated volleys when it came to archers, everyone just had to send one arrow after another into the seething mass of nightmare creatures, as fast as they could. He had to do the same, too. On the ground near him, several quivers full of arrows waited for their turn. Kai was shooting without a respite, alternating between using the blood arrow and these mundane ones. It took time for the ghastly memory to return to his hands, so he had to use something else in between. A good archer had to be able to fire 12 times in a minute. An excellent one, twice that. Gritting his teeth, Kai drew his bow, took aim, held his breath, and fired. Every movement had to be efficient, quick, and precise. As soon as one shot was done, another one immediately started. Draw, aim, release. Draw, aim, release. Repeat, and repeat, and repeat. In these moments, he had become less of a human and more of a methodical battle machine that ran on all cylinders without stopping even for a moment. He put an arrow in the eye of a terrible abomination that looked like a giant snake made of seaweed and rotting flesh. Another pierced the chest of a massive bestial primate and impaled him on the carapace of a mantis-like creature. The third bit into the neck of the mantis and greedily drank its tainted blood, causing the monster to stumble and fall. Kai felt like he was drowning. Back in the waking world, archers were always portrayed as nimble, graceful warriors, someone who excelled in agility and speed as opposed to brute strength and physical might. They were beautiful maidens, elegant youths, and cunning rogues. Maybe that was why he had been attracted to bowmanship, to begin with. The reality, however, couldn't be further from the truth. It took a lot of strength to pull the string of a combat bow. The draw weight of a good bow was as much as 50 kilograms, on average. 20 times the weight of a sword. And memory bows like his were much more monstrous. They were never meant for mundane humans, so pulling that string every few seconds burned through his stamina in mere minutes. Very soon, Kai's muscles screamed in pain, and his lungs seemed to be on fire. But he couldn't stop, he had to keep shooting, no matter what. Keep at it. Draw, aim. Endure. How could he allow this insignificant pain, this unearned exhaustion to slow him down when out there, below, so many humans were dying in agony to keep the enemy away from the line of archers? Letting loose another arrow, Kai drew in a hoarse breath and glanced up, almost out of habit. However, this time, his gaze lingered on the indifferent gray skies. Then, his eyes widened. At some point, 5 black dots appeared high above the battlefield, flying in an eerily perfect circle above it. A cold chill ran down Kai's back. Messengers. 5 fallen monsters were observing the massacre that was happening below them with vile indifference. Even though he could not see their harrowing shapes too well, Kai could somehow feel their gaze. Why aren't they attacking? As if to answer his question, a smaller dot appeared from the clouds and fell down through the circle created by the messengers. And then, another. And another. Just a second later, countless nightmare creatures poured from the gray skies and dove down, swiftly approaching the ground. There were so many of them that their mass resembles a swirling black column of a colossal tornado. Kai trembled. His face paled. However, he did not allow fear to prevent him from fulfilling his duty. Skyward squads. Aim high. At this point, about half of the sleepers in the third line were supposed to switch their attention and repel the aerial threat. However, engrossed in the battle that was happening below, most of them didn't hear or understand his words. Kai grimaced. And then, his clear, enchanting voice rolled over the entire battlefield once again, this time easily piercing through the clangor and havoc of the terrible strife. Skyward. Squads. Aim high. This was the voice he had used to sing the most difficult notes in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Only the dead could not hear it. Brought back to reality by his voice, the archers quickly aimed at the sky. Just in time. Kai let the blood arrow loose, then saw it fly upward and hit one of the winged abominations in the chest. The monster convulsed and dropped vertically down, hitting the sharp wires of the iron net with a sickening sound. A tremor ran through the entire net, and drops of black blood fell to the ground. Stretching his hand to grab a mundane arrow, Kai had a moment to take in the sight of the descending swarm. For a moment, his heart was squeezed by despair. There were so many of the flying nightmare creatures that it was impossible to count them all. Among the swarm of horrors, there were the giant locusts he had fought before, massive abominations with hungry maws and bat-like wings, repulsive birds with fleshy tentacles growing from beneath their pale feathers, and many more. Horrors he had never seen and could have never imagined. And above them, 5 black dots continued to circle in the sky. Putting the arrow on the string of his bow, Kai banished fear and doubt from his heart and drew it. Then, he aimed at the closest of the abominations and willed it to die. A moment later, his arrow hit the creature right in the eye. Most of the archers around him had already switched their targets. Only the siege engine crews and those with abilities and memories unsuitable for firing upward continued to pelt the nightmare horde with deadly projectiles. The quickest of the descending monsters were eviscerated, and soon, a rain of corpses fell on the iron net. But a few lucky ones had avoided the arrows and dove down to devour the humans who stood on the ground. Kai held his breath when the first of them hit the iron wires at full speed. What if the net broke? But it did not, at least for now. The artisans had done their job well. Instead, the creature was instantly sliced apart, its body disintegrating into a rain of blood and strangely symmetrical chunks of flesh. The sight of it was morbidly fascinating. Thank gods. Reaching for another arrow, Kai found nothing but emptiness. Looking down in confusion, he saw that his quivers were empty. Have I used so many? Before he had time to process that thought, however, someone had already thrown 2 fresh quivers on the ground in front of him. Picking up an arrow with aching fingers, Kai inhaled through his teeth and raised his bow. Draw aim. Endure. Chapter 320 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 6, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 320 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 6. Draw aim. Endure. Just as Knight shouted these words, Aiko tripped and fell. The bundle of arrows she was carrying in her arms scattered on the ground. Ouch. Picking herself up from the coral, she hurriedly gathered the arrows and dashed to the nearest archer, then placed them near his feet. In this battle, the role of people like her, those who were too weak to fight and did not possess a useful aspect, was simultaneously the most simple and the most chaotic. They were charged with supplying the sleepers participating in the battle with everything they needed, be it arrows, crossbow bolts, stones for their slings, or anything else. There were several teams of runners doing different things. Initially, she was supposed to help carry the wounded from the first and second lines to the makeshift hospital at the back of the formation. There, a few people with aspect abilities having to do with healing waited, ready to help. Her friend Stev was one of them. But as it turned out, there wasn't a lot of wounded in this battle. Most simply died on the spot. So she was left with nothing to do and ended up here, helping to supply the archers. She had just brought 2 quivers tonight, and was on her way. Wait, how crazy was that? Trying to catch her breath, Aiko glanced around and shivered. Crazy, this is crazy. The scene in front of her was just too bizarre to be true. Several hundred sleepers were besieged by a horde of nightmare creatures on the ground, with another falling on them from above. All that in front of an ugly, endless tower of crimson coral. Surely, she was dreaming. Of course you are. This is the dream realm, you dimwit. And yet, the weirdest thing of all, was that she was stuck in all this craziness with none other than Night from Nightingale, the breathtakingly beautiful idol whose posters hung on the walls of most girls her age back home. Despite the fact that the two of them had known each other for more than a year and were even, on friendly terms, this fact was the one that pushed the surrealism of the situation over the edge. This was exactly the kind of weird dream a teenage girl like her would have. Just as she thought about that, someone fell to the ground a few meters away from her. Turning her head to the sound of a muffled curse, Aiko saw Stev and another sleeper carrying a crude stretcher. On it was a young woman, covered in blood and pale as a ghost, her leather armor torn apart and on the verge of dissipating. A moment before, Stev's partner had tumbled down. It appeared as though he was wounded himself, albeit not too seriously. Running up to them, Aiko took over and helped the ample giant keep the stretcher even. Carrying that weight with her tiny body was not easy, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Together, they hurried to the back of the formation. On the way, they had to run past the desperate archers and the exhausted crews of the siege engines, who were slowly but surely running out of the massive lances to hurl at the rampaging horde. From the look of it, things weren't going well for the Dreamer army. Down below, the first line was in the process of being completely eviscerated. 3 islands of resistance still persisted in the sea of monsters, but Aiko didn't know how much longer those poor people would be able to hold. The second line was now entangled with the nightmare creatures, too. The initial plan had been for these two forces to switch positions to give the exhausted warriors time to rest, but now, it was never going to happen. Up above, more and more corpses were falling on the invisible iron net. Despite that, the number of the flying abominations did not seem to diminish at all. The metal wires were groaning, having to carry more and more weight. Are we all going to die? Feeling cold dread spread through her body, Aiko trembled and involuntarily turned her head to the tallest point in the Dreamer army camp. There, on a protruding mound of crimson coral, she saw 3 figures. One was Saint Nephis herself. The other was her blind oracle. And the third. Wait, what is that guy doing there? The third person was none other than Sunny, the strange young man who had gotten her into this mess to begin with. After joining the Changing Stars faction, Aiko had quickly learned who the important people were and what positions they held in the Bright Ladies cohort. Everyone's role was clear and easy to understand. Except for Sunny. What role that pale youth played was entirely unclear. People seemed to consider him a member of Lady Nephis' cohort, but Sunny himself always insisted that he was not. He was thought to be a competent fighter, but actually, no one had really seen him fight. Most people just knew him for his tendency to keep to himself, ridiculous bragging, and carefree attitude. They simultaneously respected him for being Changing Stars scout and considered him mostly harmless. However, Aiko did not think that Sunny was harmless. She had seen him appear from the shadows and kill the guard who had been strangling her with one relaxed move, as though getting rid of an insect. In her mind, Sunny was very mysterious. He was a wild card. Seeing him with Lady Nephis now, she suddenly felt a tiny bit of hope. Maybe Changing Star had a plan. Maybe they were going to survive, after all. Aiko. Move your short legs faster, will you? Frowning at Stev's remark, she looked at the ground and concentrated on not slowing her giant friend down. Soon, they reached the hospital and placed the stretcher on the makeshift table. Stev dashed to retrieve his tools. But it was too late. The young girl on the stretcher was already dead. Aiko remained motionless for a bit, staring at the ground. After a while, Stev cautiously touched her on the shoulder. Hey, are you okay, shorty? She wiped her face, then nodded. Yeah. I'm fine. Gotta run, though. Those arrows aren't going to carry themselves. Stev lingered for a bit, then tried to smile. All right. Stay safe. She smiled and nodded again. Yeah. You stay safe, too. With that, Aiko turned around and ran out of the tent. Outside, the battle was only growing more ferocious. Chapter 321 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 7, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 321 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 7. Sunny stood at the peak of a tall coral mound, observing the battle that raged below. There was a slight frown on his face, but his eyes were calm. The Dreamer army was besieged from two sides. One horde of abominations was slowly devouring its front line, while another had descended on them from above, stalled for now by the vast net of sharp iron wires. It was like a scene from a fever nightmare. Every second, humans were dying, torn apart by the claws and fangs of the harrowing horde of monsters. Their cries and screams fused with the roaring wails of the nightmare creatures into a deafening wave of dissonant noise. That wave washed over the crimson coral, sending a chill running down his spine. Turning away from the blood-soaked visage of the battlefield, Sunny glanced at Nephi's Changing Star was sitting on the ground. Her face was calm, and her eyes were closed. On her forehead, the gem of the dawn shard burned with furious white light, feeding hundreds upon hundreds of memories with raw power. She appeared to be in the depths of profound meditation, seemingly not affected by the horrible decimation that was happening below them at all. Cassie was standing beside her, looking at the ground. Her hand rested on the hilt of the quiet dancer. The other two echoes of the blind girl had been with the first line of the army during the initial charge. By now, they were already destroyed. Sunny wanted to say something, but then thought better of it. The time for conversations was over. Instead, he faced the Crimson Spire. His gaze lingered on it for a few moments, then slid back to the terrible sight of the slaughter. Straining his eyes, Sunny tried to distinguish the figures of Effie and Kai in the chaotic formation of the Dreamer army. Don't die just yet, fools. Down below, surrounded by those warriors of the first line that still stubbornly clung to life, Effie had long forgotten about anything else but bloodshed and strife. The scope of the world had narrowed to the suffocating confines of the furious battle, consuming both the past and the future. There was only the present, and the present consisted of nothing but violence and death. And killing, of course. With a mad grin on her bloodied face, she faced one abomination after another, crushing, breaking, and tearing them apart. Her tall, lean body had turned into a lethal battle machine, moving with ferocious speed and devastating power, deadly precision and murderous will. Both Zenith and Dusk behaved like natural extensions of her limbs, alternating between attack and defense to reap one profane life after another. Her armor had been pierced several times, but she paid it no attention. It didn't matter. All that mattered was to kill as many nightmare creatures as possible, to obliterate as many of the hateful monsters as she could. Their corpses piled up, carpeting the crimson coral with an uninterrupted bleeding mass of broken flesh. After a while, Effie had to start watching her step carefully. Despite that, the number of abominations showed no sign of growing smaller. It was as though the horde was endless and boundless. But she wasn't scared. In fact, Effie was enjoying herself. Oh, this was so exhilarating. Dodging a serrated claw, she lunged forward and crushed the ribcage of an attacking monster with the rim of her shield, then used the remaining momentum to skewer another one on her spear. With no time to retrieve her weapon in turn, she used the shaft of Zenith's shard to deflect a blow from a mighty pincer of a carapace scavenger and kicked the beast viciously, shattering the adamantine shell of its armor. Other sleepers were fighting around her, using the fearsome huntress as an anchor in the sea of death. They were still holding, still breathing. Two other islands of resistance had formed around Gemma and Castor, who were also in the throes of the battle trance. The proud legacy had turned into a whirlwind of ghostly steel, eviscerating any creature that dared to approach him. His movements were so fast that his enemy's blood could not even fall to the ground. As the result, Castor was constantly surrounded by a cloud of red mist. The experienced hunter fought with cunning and skill, sending one abomination after another into the embrace of death. Whatever wounds appeared on Gemma's body were soon gone, not even leaving a trace. Numerous fearsome creatures had been slain by his hand, unable to do the tall man any harm. And yet, humans were dying. One after another, they fell, leaving less and warriors to hold back the gluttonous horde. As Effie fought, a sudden thought entered her mind, sending a slight shiver running through her body. Heavy. That damn shield is so heavy. She was growing tired. Kai had lost count of the number of monsters he killed, Because of the constant cycle of losing blood and magically getting it back, he felt slightly lightheaded. Luckily, he had yet to miss a shot, maybe? And was able to continue firing. More and more corpses fell on the iron net, their blood flowing on the people below. It was as though they were now fighting in the rain. A red, fetid rain of blood. Blood, blood, blood. No matter where he looked, he saw nothing but blood. He was sick of it. Gritting his teeth, Kai drew his bow once again, aimed between two dead creatures above him, and sent an arrow flying. You have slain and awakened. They were running out of arrows. The siege engines were running out of lances, too. And the damn messengers were still circling high above, not even trying to descend. Why aren't they attacking? Looking down, Kai tried to catch his breath and muttered. Curses. Why was it so dark? He couldn't see where his quivers were. Something shifted in his mind, and then he blinked. Looking up again, Kai realized that the entire net was now covered with corpses. There were so many dead nightmare creatures that they formed a macabre carpet that veiled the battlefield from the sun. There wasn't a lot of daylight seeping through the net now, and it was growing darker and darker with each second. His eyes widened. Not because of the deep darkness, but because Kai suddenly heard the iron wires groaning under all that weight. Almost as if strained too much and on the verge of tearing apart. The protective net was going to break soon. His face paled. Oh no. On the tall mound of crimson coral, Changing Star suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Sunny. It's time. Chapter 322 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 8+, Turn off reset. Chapter 322 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 8. Things were turning from dire to desperate for the Dreamer army. The first line was almost gone, and the second was now completely engulfed by the horde of nightmare creatures. Xianxia was still standing her ground, but just barely. The archers under Kai's command were doing their best to eviscerate as many monsters as they could, but with their attention split between those on the ground and those diving at the iron net from above, the results weren't as devastating as they had been during the initial stage of the battle. They were running out of arrows and ammunition, too. The siege engines were slowly disintegrating under the pressure of so many consecutive shots. The people were tired. And the iron net itself looked as though it was going to break soon. It was covered with a carpet of dead nightmare creatures, submerging the battlefield into dim twilight. With every minute, that twilight was turning darker and darker. The human formation seemed to be balancing on the very edge of collapse. It was at that moment that Nephis, who had been calmly meditating through all of that, suddenly opened her eyes. In them, two blinding white flames were burning. Her pale face became illuminated by this radiance, like that of a merciless celestial creature. Turning to Sunny, she remained silent for a moment, and then said, "It's time." He sighed. Indeed, it was time for the two of them to enter the fray and play their roles. As Neff stood up and summoned her sword, he flexed his shoulders and stretched his neck. The midnight shard, however, remained hidden in the depths of the shadow core. Sunny glanced at Cassie, hesitated for a few seconds, and then smiled. "Hey, Cass. I'll see you on the other side, I guess." She lingered for a bit, then nodded slowly and turned away. "Don't die." He sighed. "That's my cue, I guess." Together, he and Nephis walked over to the edge of the coral mound and jumped down, leaving the blind girl standing alone on its top. Softly landing on the ground, Sunny waved to Neff and said in an even tone, "I'll go first. Good luck." With that, he turned in the direction of the battlefield and inhaled deeply. In front of him, the desperately fighting Dreamer army was intertwined with the nightmare horde in the darkness cast by the groaning net of iron wires. The whole battlefield had turned into a realm of blood, death, and shadow. The more corpses piled on the net, the deeper and darker the shadows became. This was Sunny's territory now. Stepping into the darkness, he suddenly became almost invisible. The shadows embraced him as one of their own, hiding his figure and movements. Veiled in their embrace, he steeled his will and dashed toward the battlefield. Moving forward, Sunny ran past the tent of the makeshift hospital where a group of people was supposed to be desperately trying to save those lucky few who had managed to receive a non-lethal wound. Right now, however, the tent was partially toppled and engulfed in chaos. One of the flying nightmare creatures had somehow managed to squeeze under the net and was now wreaking havoc inside of it, its black body pierced by several arrows, but still full of deadly power. Freedomville.cm. Sunny moved past it without looking back. Stepping through the deepest, darkest shadows, he ran past the line of siege engines and noticed the small figure of Aiko helping an exhausted artisan load one last spear into position. The steel lance was clearly too heavy for the delicate girl, but she was pushing it up with stubborn determination. Then, he was between the rows of archers. These people were continuing to fire, desperately trying to find clear spots between the numerous corpses piled on top of the trembling iron net. He saw Kai looking around with a lost look on his face. Sunny wanted to stop and reassure his friend, but couldn't. Sliding between these people without being noticed, he left the third line and dashed toward the second. Here, his task of remaining unseen became much harder. The second line had lost almost all pretense of order, but remained unbroken. With the warriors under Effie's command still taking the brunt of the horde and withstanding its pressure, Xianxia had managed to prevent any abominations from reaching the archers. At least for now. Dodging the defending humans and the attacking monsters, Sunny entered the crucible of battle. He wasn't here to fight, however. His goal was still ahead. Moving unseen, he evaded several vicious skirmishes. Somewhere along the way, he noticed Xianxia herself. The beautiful woman was fighting with darkly fascinating grace. The sunlight shard rose and fell, guided by her slender hand. The amount of power delivered by these strikes, however, was nothing short of terrifying. Every time the warhammer stroke, a nightmare creature was broken apart, with bits of chitting, bone, and streams of blood flying into the air. It was still not enough, though. After another blow, a menacing figure of a carapace scavenger suddenly grasped the memory in its powerful pincer and tore it away from Xianxia's hand. In the next moment, a subtle change happened to the body of the graceful handmaiden. It seemed as though she grew taller, her limbs elongating, her spine twisting. Her smooth gray skin became like that of a shark, and her eyes rolled back, revealing a second pair of pupils, these ones vertical and surrounded by a sea of red. Xianxia's jaw unhinged, revealing several rows of terrible fangs. Dashing forward, she easily broke the carapace of the nightmare creature with her bare fist. A fraction of a second later, her jaws closed on the joint of the pincer, piercing the chitin, and tore the entire limb apart. Leaving that disturbing scene behind, Sunny moved into another layer of shadows and ran toward the first line. There, the mass of abominations and surviving humans was almost impenetrable. And yet, he had to pierce it. Drawing in a deep breath, Sunny dove into the sea of nightmare creatures. Moving between the endless horde of monsters like a dancer, he dodged and avoided their chaotically moving bodies, keeping to the shadows. If he was noticed, he was going to be torn apart in mere seconds. If he slowed down, he was going to be crushed and obliterated. Like a shadow, Sunny slid between them. A few times, he had to quickly dash beneath an especially tall abomination or jump over another. For a few seconds, he even ran on top of these horrible monsters, jumping from the shoulder of one to the carapace of another, and then back to the bloodied, slippery ground. On his way, he saw Effie. The huntress had either lost or dismissed her shield, and was now spinning her spear and using it to deliver both piercing and slashing attacks, drawing wide arcs in the air with its bronze blade. Her body was covered in blood and her armor was broken and shattered. But on her face, there was a wide, joyful grin. Leaving it all behind, Sunny moved deeper into the horde of monsters. A few times, he thought that he would be noticed. But in the end, the shadows had kept him safe. And after a while, an eternity, maybe, he finally broke free of the endless mass of nightmare creatures. Now, there was nothing in front of him but the wide expanse of the cursed black water. And the mass of the Crimson Spire stretching endlessly into the skies. Chapter 323 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 9, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 323 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 9. Sunny froze for a moment, captivated by the all-encompassing expanse of the Cyclopean spire that towered above the entire world. Almost at the same moment, the darkness behind him was suddenly annihilated by a blinding explosion of light. The noise of the battle changed, somehow growing even more intense. The howling of the nightmare horde grew louder, but also became slightly muffled, almost anxious. Changing Star had finally joined the fight. A moment later, hundreds of human voices rose in a deafening battle cry, their spirit lifted, their crumbling resolve restored. With Nephi's arriving on the battlefield, the balance of the whole battle shifted. The nightmare creatures surged to destroy the radiant figure, only to be obliterated by it. They almost seemed to melt under the furious assault of the incandescent blade, turning into cinder and ash. Neph's arrival brought a moment of relief to the exhausted warriors of the Dreamer army. Instead of using it to catch their breaths and regroup, however, they chose to use this opportunity to launch into a ferocious attack, making the horde shudder and recoil. Sunny was not paying any attention to what was happening behind his back, though. His eyes were locked on the bridge of crimson coral that stretched across the vast whirlpool of black water, creating a path to the island on which the cursed spire stood. On it were countless abominations, each of them pushing, howling, fighting for their turn to taste soft human flesh. However, the harrowing mass of them wasn't endless anymore. He could actually see the tail of the nightmare horde, with the distant half of the bridge being almost empty. Not that it was going to make things easy for him. As soon as Sunny escaped from beneath the iron net, he became illuminated by the bright sunlight, with nowhere else to hide. Completely exposed. The eyes of numerous monsters were already on him, bloodlust and hunger igniting in their depths. If he wanted to use the bridge, he was going to have to cut his way through the undulating mass of nightmare creatures. Saint. Answering his call, the marble demon appeared from the shadows, her ruby eyes burning with cold menace behind the visor of the onyx helmet. The taciturn knight stood silently on the shore of the rushing black water, gazing at the horde of monsters across its dark expanse. Sunny took a few steps back and glanced at the mass of abominations who were already lunging in his direction. Here goes nothing. Dashing forward, he crossed the distance to the saint, and jumped. The shadow raised her shield, allowing him to step on it, and then pushed away with all her incredible strength. Simultaneously, Sunny launched himself off this unlikely springboard and shot into the air. The wind whistled in his ears. Soaring above the mass of black water, and all the horrors that hid in its depths, he flew toward the Crimson Spire with terrible speed. The dark wing turned into a blur behind his back, making Sunny weightless, and thus prolonging this state of flight. It was still not nearly enough to reach the island, however. In a few short seconds, he crossed almost half of the wide surface of the dark whirlpool. But then, his momentum slowed, and soon, Sunny started to fall. Thanks to the transparent cloak, he didn't plunge straight down, instead gliding through the air, slowly approaching the seething black water. He was never going to make it. But then, he was never planning to. Twisting his body, Sunny hurled the prowling thorn at the crimson coral of the bridge. As soon as the heavy kunai bit into it, he forcefully pulled on the invisible string, changing the direction of his flight. A few seconds later, Sunny landed on the bridge in a roll and jumped to his feet. Behind him, the tail end of the nightmare horde was still oblivious to his presence. In front of him was a clear path to the Crimson Spire. Dismissing the dark wing and summoning Shadow Saint back into his core, Sunny ran forward without wasting even a moment to look back. Soon, the Crimson Spire eclipsed the whole sky. It seemed as though the world suddenly made a 90-degree turn, the ground itself becoming vertical instead of horizontal. Even craning his neck, Sunny couldn't see the top of the ominous tower anymore. It was as if the dream realm was like a box, and he had reached one of its walls. The edge of reality itself. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny rushed toward the spire. His goal was almost in sight. 7 severed heads, guarding 7 locks. This was what Cassie had told them a year ago, at the start of this cursed journey. Somewhere at the base of the Crimson Spire, There was a place where one could insert 7 keys into 7 locks to seal the curse of the all-consuming darkness underground once more, thus restoring the oath of the ancient heroes. Shard memories had given Changing Star's cohort these keys, and now, Sunny held all of them in his soul. He just had to find the locks. And very soon, he did. Hidden behind a tall mound of crimson coral, a vast expanse of flat surface led all the way to the walls of the corrupted spire. On it, arranged in a wide semicircle, 7 giant heads stared away from Sunny. Despite the fact that they were facing the other way, he recognized them immediately. These were the stolen heads of the 7 colossal statues that stood across the desolate hell of the forgotten shore, ones that had been torn off their shoulders by the Crimson Terror thousands of years ago and then brought here, to lay at the base of its citadel for all eternity. The Lord, the Priestess, the Knight, the Hunter, the Builder, the Slayer, and the Stranger. Their gazes were aimed at the gargantuan gates of the spire. And there, on those gates, the image of 7 shining stars was engraved into the ancient stone. Each star had a dark keyhole in its radiant center. Chapter 324 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 10, plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 324 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 10. Summoning Saint to stand side by side with him once again, Sunny glanced at the gates of the spire, grimaced, and jumped down from the mound of coral. I don't like this at all. Out there on the island, it was quiet. Too quiet. Even though all the nightmare creatures were now behind him, slowly devouring the Dreamer army, the open space pierced by the gazes of the severed heads of stone colossus was too ominous and foreboding to not spell trouble. But Sunny was done being afraid a long time ago. You fear me, instead. Walking forward, he passed between the giant heads and entered the empty space in front of the Cyclopean gates. Feeling as though someone was staring at his back, Sunny shivered and approached the 7 locks. Halfway to the gates, he stopped, hesitated for a moment and then looked back, at stone heads. This was the first time he saw the faces of the 7 heroes. The face of the Lord was noble and dignified, the face of the Priestess, beautiful and gentle. The Slayer was arrogant and cold, her lips twisted in a crooked grin. The Stranger wore a helmet, darkness nesting in the crack of its visor. People. They were just people. Turning away, Sunny sighed, then shook his head in dejection. I won't judge you for what you have done. But I hope. I really that we will be able to do better. With that, he took another step forward, and froze. Something had changed on the stretch of land between him and the gates of the Crimson Spire. A cold wind suddenly howled, throwing bits of coral into the air. Those pieces did not fall down. Instead, more and more of the crimson shards flew up, slowly forming into 7 twisted silhouettes. Sunny cursed and outstretched his hand, summoning the midnight shard into it. A few seconds later, 7 golems of crimson coral stood in front of him and Saint, blocking the path to the star sigil. He recognized their shapes. The armored figure of the knight. The slender figure of the slayer. The graceful figure of the priestess. Vile, corrupted facsimiles of the 7 heroes slowly moved, raising their weapons to point at him. Their movements were crude and inhuman, but radiated a sense of terrible, profane power. Despite their outward appearance, he felt that these creatures were desecrating the memory of the ancient heroes instead of manifesting it. Sunny grinned and walked toward the coral golems, the blade of his sword pointed downward. 7 of you? Do you really think this will be enough to stop me? His dark eyes gleamed, turning cold and ruthless. Well then, fools, come and get me. With that, he dashed forward and raised the midnight shard. Before Sunny could strike, however, the stranger appeared in front of him as though out of nowhere and put his round shield in the path of the austere Tachi. Hitting it felt like hitting a mountain. Sunny's eyes widened. Fast. A fraction of a second later, he noticed a beak of a warhammer flying toward his temple with terrible speed. Gritting his teeth, Sunny shifted and blocked it with the blade of the midnight shard. As a painful shockwave rolled through his body, he was thrown backward and slid on the red coral, then groaned and spat a mouthful of blood. Damn it! How are they so strong? Looking up, he saw 7 tall figures approaching him with steady, inevitable malice. Each of the golems was powerful enough to rip an entire cohort of sleepers to pieces. To his side, Saint raised her shield and hit its rim twice with the blade of her sword. Whatever. Let's do this. Back across the whirlpool of black water, the Dreamer army was still furiously resisting the horde of nightmare creatures. By now, all of the monsters had left the coral bridge and descended upon the sleepers, consumed by the mad desire for human flesh. There was no distinction between the first and the second line now. All those still alive were engulfed by the bloody chaos of the slaughter, desperately trying to survive in the midst of absolute chaos. Changing Star was at the center of the terrible bloodshed, shining like a radiant sun. She fought alone, because no one else could survive the devastating pressure that the horde exerted in the zealous attempts to extinguish that light. Any human that tried to approach and help her was immediately torn to pieces. Indifferent to everything, Nephi moved like a furious deity, eviscerating one abomination after another. All around her, burning corpses littered the ground, their cursed blood boiling and evaporating into the air. Not only was her presence relieving the pressure from the rest of the sleepers, but they also found strength in it. As long as Changing Star fought for their salvation, how could they give up? As long as her light was there to banish the darkness, how could they lose hope? That was why no monster had managed to break through the remnants of the first 2 lines and reach the archers. Standing on the slippery surface of the crimson coral, Kai gazed at the terrible scene of the massacre below him, and then raised his face to the sky. Instead of the sky, however, he saw the dark mass of bleeding corpses carpeting the iron net. His face paled, light disappearing from his eyes. As the last officer of the Dreamer army to not engaged in the melee, he was the only one who could see the bigger picture. He was the only one who knew that the iron net was mere minutes away from breaking. When it did, the mass of sharp iron wires and all the crushing weight of countless dead monsters was going to fall on the remains of the human formation, spelling their doom. Someone had to do something. And that someone was him. Kai blinked, then closed his eyes for a moment. Of course. I am the only one who can. Nothing could stop the collapse of the iron net. But the manner in which it collapsed could be controlled. All they had to do was to cut it at a suitable spot, allowing for the mass of dead nightmare creatures to fall down without burying the fighting humans beneath it. And who could cut the iron wires beside a person capable of flying? The only problem was that once the net was cut, nothing was going to stop the 5 Spire messengers from entering through the breach. He was going to have to lead them away from the battlefield, too. Yes. Yes, this is what I have to do. Dismissing his heavy bow, Kai stared at the ground for a few moments. An elegant falcata slowly appeared in his hand. And then, with an expression of dark resolve appearing on his face, he pushed himself off the crimson coral and flew to the strained iron net. Chapter 325 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 11, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 325 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 11. Arg. Damn it. Effie stumbled back and swiped the zenith shard in a wide arc, cutting through the bodies of several nightmare creatures. With her other hand, she took hold of the oversized translucent tick that bit deep into her thigh and tore it away, losing a chunk of flesh in the process. Before the repulsive creature had time to sever her fingers with its sharp mandibles, she crushed it in her fist. Feeling hot blood streaming down her leg, she grimaced and unceremoniously wiped the pulverized remains of the tick on the fabric of the sunlight shard, then spun to follow the trajectory of her spear. Effie was tired. So tired. She was utterly exhausted. But there was no end to the nightmarish horde. Can't you all just die, bastards? Catching the shaft of the zenith shard with both hands once again, she thrust it back and skewered another abomination with its soroder, then tore the sharp spike away and dashed to the side. A moment later, a terrifying scythe of a carapace centurion sunk into the spot where she had just been. Effie spun the spear and lashed out with it, piercing the chest of the massive creature and killing it on the spot. As the heavy body fell to the ground and sent tremors through it, she had a second to draw in a pained, raspy breath. Her wounded leg almost buckled. Why is no one covering my back? Effie looked around to check on the fellow sleepers who had been fighting by her side, but failed to see anyone. All around her, there was nothing but the endless mass of nightmare creatures. Everyone was already dead. Except for her. Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Effie was left alone in the sea of monsters, separated from the remnants of the Dreamer army by an impenetrable wall of claws and chitin. She only knew that someone was still alive and fighting back there because of the radiant white light that continued to illuminate the vast expanse of the battlefield, of this tomb that they had built for themselves from iron wires and dead nightmare creatures. Not that the light could reach where she stood. Here, there was nothing but darkness. She didn't have much hope of reaching it, too. Effie looked at the ground and smiled bitterly. Then, she raised her head high and stared at the approaching tide of monsters, her eyes sparkling with dark amusement. Come then, beasts. Oh, what a feast this will be. Sunny barely avoided the blade of the coral sword and deflected it to the side with the midnight shard. Then, he tried to counterattack, but was forced to jump back with a muffled curse. A sharp stiletto flew past his face, leaving a shallow cut on his cheek. Damned abominations. Currently, he was facing against 3 golems at the same time. The knight, the slayer, and the priestess were trying to surround him. They moved with terrifying speed and possessed enough power to obliterate a sleeper with laughable ease. Luckily, Sunny was not just any sleeper. The shadow was wrapped around his body, making him faster and stronger. With its help, he was barely able to hold on and remain alive. For now. Some distance away from him, Saint was facing off against the stranger, the builder, and the hunter. Those 3 seemed to be even more ferocious than his own opponents, so the shadow was having a lot of trouble, too. That doesn't make any sense. Sunny was not surprised that these constructs were far more powerful than him. But Saint was an awakened demon, and one of the most dangerous nightmare creatures of her rank he had ever seen, no less. And yet, she was barely able to remain in one piece. Good thing that the Lord had yet to join the fight. The 7th golem stood motionlessly some distance away, as though uninterested in the fight. Because of how fast his enemies were and their numerical advantage, Sunny had to summon the moonlight shard as well. Now, he was holding the tachi in one hand and the stiletto in the other. This wasn't what he was used to and made his offense weaker, but allowed him to bolster his defense. This was one of the reasons why Sunny was still alive. Suddenly, a blast of light hammered into his eyes, making him stagger and blinding him for a few short moments. In the next second, the priestess lunged at him. She wielded no weapons, but her coral hands were deadly enough to serve as a pair of them. Trusting the shadow sense, Sunny dodged and brought the midnight shard down, hoping to catch the golem. His second hand moved, blocking a strike of the slayer. Just as before, the impact almost shattered the bones in his wrist and sent Sunny reeling. He had successfully resisted the attack and bought himself enough time to regain his vision, only to be faced with the furious threat of another assault, this one coming from the night. Saint wasn't having any more luck. Her shield had been caught by the beak of the builder's warhammer and pulled down, which gave the hunter an opportunity to thrust his spear into the breach in her defense. At the same time, the stranger was preparing to attack her from behind. This can't go on much longer, think. Sunny felt as though he was missing some crucial fact about this arduous, lethal fight. He had to solve it before the last golem joined in. Twisting his body to deflect the incoming strike, he frowned. Why had the Lord not attacked? There was something about it. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes narrowed. Can it be? The golems were created in the image of the ancient heroes, and even wielded the same weapons. He had managed to resist his attackers for so long partially because he was intimately acquainted with their armaments. After all, he held the midnight and moonlight shard in his hands. If their weapons were the same as his shard memories, just made out of crimson coral, was it the same for the Lord? Did the Crimson Terror create its own equivalent of the Crown of Dawn, and was it currently feeding the 7 golems with power? The Lord was standing alone, seemingly indifferent to the battle that was happening in front of him. Just like Nephi sat away from the battlefield at the start of the siege, the gem of the Dawn shard burning brightly on her forehead. If the seventh golem was doing to the other six what Changing Star had been doing for the Dreamer army, then, Sunny still had a chance. Chapter 326 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 12, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 326 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 12. Glancing at the graceful figure of Saint, Sunny gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. He had no choice but to do it. Too much depended on his success. A moment later, he feinted an attack and jumped back at the last moment, disengaging from the three menacing coral golems instead. At the same time, he sent the shadow a mental command. The taciturn demon froze for a fraction of a second, as though hesitating. But in the end, she did not. Abandoning the measured cadence of her flawless technique, Saint allowed the spear of the hunter to strike her in the chest. The force of that vicious attack was so immense that her onyx armor shattered, allowing the tip of the spear to bite deep into her stone-like flesh. Soon, a stream of ruby dust flowed out of the wound, painting the broken cuirass red. But the shadow did not pay it any attention. Catching the shaft of the spear with her shield hand, she twisted her torso and flung the towering coral golem away. And then, she suddenly dashed to the side. Before the terrible creatures could understand what was happening, she closed the distance and descended upon the three abominations attacking Sunny. Even though her attack was swift and unexpected, they managed to react to it at the last moment. The obsidian steel of her dark sword was met by weapons made of crimson coral. It gave Sunny the second he needed to get past them, nevertheless. Dodging the hand of the priestess, he appeared behind the three golems and ran toward the distant figure of the Lord. Behind him, Saint challenged all six of the golems, tying them down with a ferocious onslaught of attacks. She paid dearly to buy him time, however. Just a second later, another attack got past her defense, leaving a deep crack on the black armor. And then another, and another. Ruby dust flowed down like blood. With a terrible grimace contorting his pale face, Sunny rushed to reach the seventh of the Star Sigil Guardians. Kai approached the dark mass of broken flesh and groaning iron wires, feeling cold drops of blood fall on his face. Changing the angle of his flight to move parallel to the ground, he clenched his teeth and lashed out with his sword. The heavy blade of the falcata collided with the iron wires and easily sliced them apart. This net was created from the same thin metal as the webs of iron spiders. As such, it couldn't resist the sharpness of his weapon memory, which was elevated almost to the ascended rank by the miraculous crown of dawn. His hand, however, wasn't as strong. Even with his core brimming with soul essence, Kai was still just a sleeper. As soon as he struck the net, a sharp pain pierced his wrist. He screamed, but did not let the sword fall from his hand. Almost. As a long cut appeared on the net, many corpses fell down through the breach. Kai had chosen the target for his attack carefully, making sure that the rain of dead nightmare creatures would fall on the empty stretch of crimson coral between the largely intact line of archers and the remnants of the vanguard, which was embroiled in horrifying melee. But this was not enough. The number of dropping corpses was too small to relieve the pressure from the crumbling net. Dashing through the air, Kai made a turn and flew back. A few moments later, he delivered another strike. A second cut appeared on the net, crisscrossing the first one. With a strange and melodic noise, four triangular sections of the net collapsed, creating a wide funnel through which a flood of bleeding carcasses fell. Even more slowly rolled in the newly formed depression, finally allowing sunlight back onto the battlefield. And through that breach, he saw the sky once again. Most of the flying nightmare creatures had been slain by the archers, with just a few still trying fruitlessly to break through the net. But high above them, 5 dark dots still circled in the clouds. As soon as Kai saw them, a cold shiver ran through his body. Because it felt as though they saw him, too. A moment later, the messengers broke the perfect symmetry of their circle and plunged down. No. Kai's eyes widened. Dashing through the breach, he dismissed his aspect ability and allowed inertia to pull him down. A moment later, he landed on the carpet of dead monsters and desperately looked for arrows sticking from the bodies. Tearing 1, 2, 3, 5 of them from the flesh of the nightmare creatures, he simultaneously summoned his bow. He would have gathered more, but there was no more time. As soon as his bow weaved itself from sparks of light, Kai pushed himself off the carpet of carcasses and shot upward. Then, he looked up. The 5 terrifying spire messengers were descending upon him, wind whistling through their gruesome black feathers. Hunger and madness were burning in their eyes. For some reason, it felt as though the heavens themselves were falling on him. Flying toward the fallen monsters, Kai desperately drew his bow and sent an arrow in their direction, then 2, 3, 4, and finally 5. At that point, the messengers were close enough to see every detail of their repulsive pale bodies. The arrows Kai shot were mundane ones, and thus unable to do much damage to these harrowing abominations. Unless aimed perfectly by a master of the bow. All 5 struck the base of one of the messenger's wings, damaging it enough to send the vile creature crashing down, out of control. Kai dodged to the side, missing the second one by just a few meters. The third one was now right above him, its beak opening in a gluttonous glee. That was when Kai made his 6th shot. Only this time, the arrow he sent flying was not mundane at all. It was the blood arrow. The hideous black memory streaked through the air and hit the messenger right in the eye, sinking in so deep that only its fletching remained seen. The terrible monster suddenly convulsed, and then fell down. The melodious voice of the spell sang into Kai's ear. "You have slain a fallen monster, cursed." But he had no time to listen to it. Using the body of the creature he had just killed as a shield, Kai evaded the attack of the 4th messenger. But the last one suddenly appeared right in front of him, leaving Kai no path to retreat, no hope of saving himself. It was too late. The terrifying black beak shot forward. Effie did her best. She really, really did. But in the end, there was only so much that a person could endure. After an eternity of refusing to give up, covered in terrible wounds, she made a mistake. It wasn't a mistake, even. Just the inevitable failure of a body put through too much pain. After delivering another lethal blow, she tried to dodge an attacking monster, but at the most crucial moment, her mauled leg suddenly buckled. With a short yell, Effie stumbled and fell to the ground. The creature didn't give her a chance to stand up again. It jumped atop the huntress, pressing her into the ground. All she had time to do was grab the jaws of the monster to prevent them from closing on her head. Effie wanted to throw the heavy abomination off her, but a moment later, another jumped on it, its mandibles biting into her shoulder. And then another, and another, and another. Soon, she was buried under a crushing pile of frenzied nightmare creatures, sharp teeth sinking into her flesh. Hurts, it hurts so much. Effie gritted her teeth, remembering what it was like to see that distant, pure light. Chapter 327 Sieae of the Crimson Spire, 13, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 327 Sieae of the Crimson Spire, 13. At the last moment, the coral golem moved, disappearing from Sunny's view. A fraction of a second later, it materialized a few steps away, just outside of the Midnight Shard's reach. Bastard! It was too late to change the direction of his attack. Pulled forward and down by the inertia, Sunny was forced to finish his downward slash and stumbled, falling to one knee. He found himself in a dangerous position, wide open for an attack and with little ability to maneuver. The perverse simulacrum of the Lord towered above him, his powerful frame radiating a sense of harrowing strength. On the forehead of the artificial creature, a polished piece of coral shined with intense crimson light. That light seemed to sap the life from everything it fell upon. Feeling a sudden weakness permeate his body, Sunny gritted his teeth and dashed to the side. A split second later, the fist of the Lord pierced the air with a cracking sound and shattered the ground, sending a rain of debris flying in every direction. Twisting his body, Sunny spun and delivered a backhanded blow before his feet even touched the ground. The blade of the Tachi scraped against the vambrace of the golem's armor, leaving a deep gash in it. However, it didn't do a lot of damage. Landing and sliding back on the coral, Sunny thrust his hand forward and sent the moonlight shard flying at the golem's face. The creature easily swatted it away with its hand. By the time it did, however, Sunny was already near, delivering a high thrust with the midnight shard. As soon as the Lord moved to deflect the austere blade, he changed the direction of his attack and turned it into a vicious horizontal cut. Using every last bit of his finesse and prowess, Sunny brought down a rain of strikes on the golem. He was moving with astonishing speed and agility, his attacks and steps seamlessly flowing from one into another. It was as though the whole onslaught was just one fluid, continuous motion. But no matter how swift and skilled he was, it all turned out to be useless. The Lord was much faster, stronger, and more powerful. Even though he was temporarily forced to concentrate on nothing but defense, every second that passed spelled doom for Sunny. Because somewhere behind him, Saint was being slowly destroyed by the 6 other golems. And as soon as she fell, he was going to die. Curse you! Pausing for a mere moment, Sunny gave the coral abomination a chance to attack. Its fist shot toward his chest with terrifying speed. Turning his torso, Sunny avoided the blow and caught the hand of the golem between his body and his arm. This position didn't give him any advantage, because the creature was much stronger than him. On the contrary, it immobilized one of his hands and forced him to let go of the hilt of the midnight sword with the other. But it gave Sunny purchase. The Lord raised a second fist, ready to crush the human skull with one deadly strike. High in the skies above the battlefield, Kai was just moments away from death. He had wounded one of the messengers, killed another, and avoided 2 more. But the last one was now upon him, and there was no escape. Time seemed to slow down. With his eyes opened wide in terror, he stared at the swiftly approaching beak of the harrowing creature. No matter how fast Kai was, he knew that this time, he wouldn't be able to evade his end. If only he had one more second. A fraction of a second, even. Fully aware that it was hopeless, Kai changed the direction of his flight. Despite it all, he had to at least try. But it was hopeless. Until, at the last moment, something flashed through the air and collided with the black beak of the messenger, throwing it slightly off course. That gave Kai the fraction of a second he was praying for. Twisting his body, he allowed the beak to pass mere centimeters away from it, crashed into the side of the messenger and bounced off of it, then stumbled away through the clouds. A slender, graceful rapier suddenly appeared by his side and then circled around him, cutting a stray black locust in half. With its pommel facing Kai and its tip aimed at anyone who would dare to attack him, the quiet dancer glided through the air, forming a defensive sphere of sharp steel around the young man. Despite its inanimate nature, the flying rapier somehow managed to convey the feeling of mean, arrogant, and bad-tempered protectiveness. Staring at the elegant echo, Kai couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Cassie." On the blood-soaked battlefield, a small hill of monsters was moving and shifting, every horrifying creature in it lusting to taste the flesh of the person buried beneath. It seemed as though there was no hope. But what was hope? Hope was something that Effie had abandoned long ago. She didn't need it. All she needed was a roof over her head, delicious food on her plate, and the thrill of the hunt. The indescribable pleasure of being healthy, strong, and living. With a tiny bit of misguided pride mixed in to spice things up. He wasn't willing to die yet, not like this, not without giving it one last fight. Suddenly, a muffled sound resounded from under the hill of monsters. It was a furious growl, full of rage, defiance, and a desperate will to survive. A moment later, the hill shuddered. And then exploded, bodies of nightmare creatures flying away and rolling on the ground. Straining her muscles to the point where it felt like they were about to explode, and then past that, Effie pushed the incredible weight away with her mighty shoulders and emerged from the seething mass of abominations. She was still holding the jaws of the first creature to jump on her with her bleeding hands. With a ruthless motion, she tore them apart and threw the broken body aside. Her fist flashed through the air, crushing someone's skull. Effie had lost the zenith shard somewhere, but it didn't matter anymore. With a bestial growl, she spun and fought, killing one monster after another with her bare hands. She was not going to surrender. She was not going to back down. She was not going to. After a while, no one was there to attack her anymore. Effie didn't know why. To be honest, by then, she couldn't see much. Her vision was blurry, and slowly growing dark. Met with the lack of resistance, she staggered and fell to her knees. She tried to draw in a breath, but something was blocking her throat, and something was wrong with her lungs. She couldn't. This is the end, I guess. Through the blurry dark fog, Effie suddenly saw a radiant figure approach. She smiled. Is that you, princess? Ah, I hate to admit it, but I don't think I can. It was getting hard to form thoughts. Effie sighed, then closed her eyes, ready to give in to the comfort of oblivion. But then, two cool hands softly touched her face, and purifying white flames rolled through her body, bringing the pain and the agony away. Sunny was entangled with the Lord, the abomination's hand trapped between his arm and his body. The golem didn't seem to care about it that much, however. Instead, it raised his other fist and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he had the chance to do so, however, Sunny's empty hand shot forward. Grabbing the shining piece of crimson coral with his fingers, he strained for a fraction of a second. And then tore it from the creature's forehead. The polished gem came out of the coral flesh of the terrible creature, dragging countless red threads with it. Sunny pulled as hard as he could and then twisted his hand, forcing the red strings to snap. Something cracked inside the menacing lord's body, and he suddenly staggered. Without wasting this opportunity, Sunny released the golem's hand, raised the midnight shard high above his head, and then delivered a devastating downward slash. The blade of the tachi collided with the crimson coral and shattered it, turning the towering figure of the lord into a rain of crumbling shards. Chapter 328 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 14, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 328 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 14. Left on the top of the tall mound of crimson coral, Cassie stood alone in the darkness. Now that the quiet dancer had left her side, she was back to her previous self. Lost. Weak. Frightened. Utterly helpless. The oppressive nothingness surrounded her from all sides. But that nothingness was full of sound. It swelled with the deafening cacophony of the nightmare horde's onslaught. Cassie heard howls, growling, inhuman screams, shrieks, and the scraping of chitin. She heard the clangor of steel and the sound of flesh being ripped apart. She also heard countless human voices calling out to any kind of deity that could save them. Full of fury, agony, bravery, fear, resolve, sorrow, strength, helplessness, hope, faith, despair, disbelief. She heard them dying. Standing above it all, Cassie shivered. She wanted to press her hands against her ears, but didn't. Her terrible vision was coming true. And she was back to being lost in the darkness. Just like before. Worse than before. Almost like on that first day in this cursed, forsaken, lightless land. In this forgotten hell. Back then, she had found herself stranded on a similar mound of coral. Only what surrounded her was the dark sea and not a horde of nightmare creatures. But Cassie didn't know that. She didn't know where she was, and what was hiding in the boundless darkness. She only knew that she was alone, and helpless. That she was going to die in that lonesome, cold nothingness. She had given up. Sitting down on the hard coral, she hugged her knees and tried not to cry. Abandoned and forgotten, she waited for death. But instead of death, a cold and indifferent voice came out of the darkness. What are you doing? That was how she met Nephis, who saved and protected her ever since. Without even asking anything in return, not before, and not after learning of what Cassie's aspect was able to do. Just because she wanted to. Nephis brought her out of the darkness and destroyed the bitter, all-encompassing prison of her loneliness. How was Cassie supposed to ever repay that debt? And then, she met Sunny. Sweet Sunny, who pretended to be callous and cruel, but was actually caring and kind. And then, she had to make a choice. And now, she had to live with that choice. Or die with it. As Cassie stood, listening to the sounds of slaughter, a sudden gust of wind rustled her beautiful blonde hair. She flinched, and slowly turned to face the wind. A moment later, her face paled, and her lips moved slightly. No. Left alone, away from the battle and anyone who could have hurt her, Cassie closed her eyes and whispered into the nothingness. A storm, there is a storm. The dreamer army became much smaller, but still held on. In fact, it was slowly pushing the horde of the nightmare creatures back. As the line of archers ran out of arrows and ammunition, those who had no suitable memories to replace them summoned their melee weapons and joined the vanguard, reinforcing its dwindling numbers. The artisans had done the same, abandoning their siege engines and throwing themselves into the crucible of combat. The nightmare horde, meanwhile, had depleted its seemingly endless reserve of fresh bodies. With no more abominations crossing the bridges of crimson coral and lunging forward to join the massacre, its mass was slowly growing thinner. With changing star serving as the unassailable core of the human formation and rallying fighters around her, with Effie stalling the entire horde to give the rest of the humans time to mend the breaches in their defense lines, for a few minutes, the flow of the battle froze in fragile balance. The two opposing forces seemed to finally be evenly matched. All it would have taken for the humans to turn that balance in their favor was one last furious push. Come on. Hold strong. Lit yourself on fire. Follow the immortal flame. As several people yelled, feeling that the fate of this battle was about to be decided, a gust of wind suddenly blew over the battlefield, bringing with it the smell of salt. The light dimmed slightly. Looking west, they suddenly stumbled and froze for a few moments. Their faces became as white as snow. Behind the Crimson Spire, an impenetrable wall of darkness was slowly devouring the world. It was approaching the battlefield with terrifying speed, numerous bolts of lightning illuminating its furious depths. A storm was coming. As it drew closer and closer, the surface of the black water that swirled around the island of the Cyclopean Tower suddenly trembled. And then, it began to crawl upward. First slowly, and then faster and faster, the black whirlpool swelled and moved forward, swallowing the crimson coral meter after a meter, its dark vastness rising and seething. The cursed sea was coming to devour the forgotten shore. The monsters that guarded the Crimson Spire, however, did not react in the same way as the usual nightmare creatures would have. Instead of scurrying away to find shelter, they howled and shrieked in eerie triumph, and then crashed into the dreamer army with renewed fury. Expressions of terror and despair appeared on people's faces. But there was nowhere to retreat, nowhere to run. All they could do was stand and fight. Even when the ground beneath their feet became slippery and slick, covered by a thin film of black water. Even when the water continued rising. You have slain and awakened. Your shadow. You have received a. Spinning as soon as the remains of the Lord crumbled to the ground, Sunny dashed toward the remaining 6 golems to reinforce the heavily damaged saint. He didn't listen to the spell, picking up only one piece of information from her words: the coral golems were of the awakened rank. Made sense. Just as a fallen tyrant was not supposed to be able to create minions of the same rank, a fallen terror was most likely not capable of such feat either. Previously, the coral constructs were fast and powerful enough to make Sunny think that they were fallen creatures. But it was just the effect of the profane gem burning in the Lord's forehead. Just like the Dawn Shard was able to elevate awakened memories to the boundary of the ascended rank, so had the Lord enhanced his fellow abominations, bringing their power close to that of the fallen. But now that he was destroyed, the augmentation disappeared with him. Sunny was confident in his ability to finish off 6 awakened nightmare creatures, for the most part. As he ran, a strong gust of wind suddenly hit him in the back, almost making Sunny stumble. What the hell? Throwing a glance over his shoulders, he stared at the skies, his eyes widening. An endless wall of darkness crashed into the Crimson Spire and swallowed it, painting the whole world black. Stunned, Sunny gritted his teeth and turned away from it, a cold feeling of dread permeating his entire body. Curse it all. Chapter 329 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 15, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 329 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 15. In front of him, Saint was barely holding on to life. Her armor was broken and painted red by the crimson dust that flowed from a dozen terrible wounds. The visor of the helmet was shattered, together with the side of her face. One of her ruby eyes was missing, replaced by a jagged black hole. As he ran, a vicious blow of the knight's sword got past the shadow's defense and bit into her shield arm, severing it at the elbow. Saint staggered and awkwardly lashed out with her sword. Then, she took a step back and fell heavily to one knee. The menacing figures of the golems towered above her, approaching to deliver the final blow. The warhammer of the builder rose, ready to fall down like a herald of destruction. The spear of the hunter flew forward like a hungry predator. The shadow slightly tilted her head and faced her death. Her eerily beautiful alabaster face was calm and indifferent. The weapons of the profane constructs reflected in her one remaining eye, growing larger and larger as they drew closer. But in the end, all they managed to pierce was emptiness. The wounded saint dissipated into shadows, summoned back into the nurturing black flames of Sunny's core at the last second. In the next moment, a wall of darkness swallowed the empty space in front of the Crimson Spire, bringing with it pelting rain and hurricane winds. The storm was now upon them. The 6 golems lingered for a few seconds, staring into the raging expanse of the terrifying tempest. They were submerged into its darkness, with only a rare flash of lightning illuminating the world. The wall of rain was so thick that it was almost impossible to see anything through it. Suddenly, they discerned a hint of a movement to their left and swiftly turned, ready to attack the enemy. However, there was no one there. A moment later, though, one of them suddenly shuddered, and then crumbled to the ground, its head flying off into the darkness. The flash of the blade that had decapitated it was so swift and unexpected that none of them had time to react. It also came from the wrong direction. The golems spun and raised their weapons, but instead of an enemy, all they saw was a heavy kunai appearing from the wall of darkness and hitting one of them in the neck. The blow was powerful enough to make the golem stagger, but not that dangerous. The wounded abomination simply raised its hand and tore the dagger out of its coral flesh. As it did, however, the figure of the slayer that stood behind the rest of the golems suddenly fell to her knees. A moment later, her head slowly slid from her neck and tumbled down, revealing a perfect, smooth cut. Sunny, who hid in the darkness, bared his teeth in a vicious grin. "This is my domain, wretches. You are my guests now. 2 dead, 4 to go." Realizing that their enemy was capable of hiding in the shadows and seeing in the dark, the golems changed their tactic. The knight, the stranger, and the hunter shifted to stand in a circle, protecting the priestess with their bodies. The priestess, meanwhile, raised her hands to the skies. In the next moment, a blinding light shot into every direction from her open palms, revealing Sunny, who had been just a few meters away from them and preparing to launch another attack. Damnation! On the bloody battlefield, the remains of the Dreamer army were besieged from all sides. They continued to fight with doomed determination, abandoning all fear and doubt. Even though the black water was already high enough to reach their knees, the humans continued to resist the horde of the frenzied nightmare creatures, slaying 3 for every one of them killed by the terrifying abominations. Illuminating by the radiant light of changing star, not one of them tried to run. Instead, they stalwartly stood their ground and fought. Some were smiling, and some were even singing. As more and more of them fell, forever disappearing under the cold surface of the cursed sea, the black water kept rising. High in the skies above the battlefield, Kai and the quiet dancer were flying through the nets of lightning, dodging the attacks of 3 relentless spire messengers. The terrible monsters were infinitely faster and more powerful than the 2 of them, but had to rely on their wings to propel their massive bodies through the air. Both Kai and his graceful defender flew thanks to magical abilities, and as such, could maneuver better than the winged abominations. This was the only reason why they were still alive. As Kai dodged and evaded the onslaught of deadly attacks, he pelted the messengers with precise shots of his bow. However, none were as lucky as his first one. The black arrow bit into the flesh of the powerful monsters again and again, drinking their blood, but all that achieved was slowing them down a bit. But he didn't care. He never hoped to defeat the harrowing heralds of the Spire, to begin with. He just wanted to keep them away from the people fighting on the ground. For as long as he could. Flying through the storm, struggling against the crushing pressure of the wind and dodging bolts of lightning, Kai gritted his teeth and kept doing just that. Not pausing even for a second after his position was revealed, Sieae lunged forward and delivered a swift thrust, aiming at the closest golem, the knight. The creature moved, deflecting the blade of the midnight shard with a choral parody of the noble weapon. Now that the lord was destroyed, the artificial creatures became considerably less fast and strong. They were no better than carapace scavengers, or maybe centurions. Barely more powerful than Sieae himself, thanks to the shadow. However, they were just monsters, while he was something much more deadly. A kid from the outskirts who spent a whole year fighting for his life in the depths of hell. He had the skill, the clarity, and the murderous will of a human. Allowing the midnight shard to slide along the blade of his enemy's sword, Sieae made a step forward and raised his hands. The tachi changed its angle and then easily moved past the knight's defenses, piercing his neck. One twist, and it flew out of the golem's flesh, disintegrating half of his neck in the process. Continuing the motion, Sieae slammed his fist and the hilt of the midnight shard into the golem's face with enough force to break the remaining half. You have slain. Using the grounded footwork that he had learned in the countless spars with the Shadow Saint, he quickly repositioned himself and blocked the attack of the hunter's spear. The stranger was still trying to move past the priestess to join the fight. Sieae had planned to use this to his advantage from the start. Before his current opponent could react, Sieae delivered a deadly counterattack, cutting off one of his arms. A moment later, he pulled the tachi back, thrust it forward, piercing the hunter through the chest, and then pulled it up, cutting the cursed creature apart. You have slain and awakened. The priestess lunged forward, wishing to rip him apart with her bare hands, but was suddenly pulled back by the invisible string that had wrapped itself around her neck at some point in the fight. That was all the time Sieae required. As pieces of coral fell to the ground, the spell spoke once again. You have. With the priestess dead, the stranger was left in the darkness once again. He hesitated and raised his shield, looking at the spot where the enemy had been just a second ago and listening to the sound of water through the roaring storm. However, in the next second, something rustled behind him. The stranger spun and delivered a wide horizontal slash with his sword, but then paused, staring down. His sword hand was gone, cut cleanly at the wrist. Then, something flushed through the rain and streaked across his body. The golem staggered, and then fell down, crumbling into halves as it fell. Breathing heavily, Sieae lowered the midnight shard and looked at the 6 piles of crimson coral that were disappearing beneath the black water in front of him. Then, he spat. Who told you that you can hurt my shadow, bastards? Turning around, he saw a bolt of lightning hit the gargantuan gates of the Crimson Spire. Arcs of electricity danced on its stone surface and then dissipated, leaving a ghostly afterglow in their wake. Only the shapes of the 7 stars continued to shine, as though full of energy. Clutching his burning chest, Sieae looked at the black water that was already up to his knees and headed toward the spire. Chapter 330 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 16, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 330 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 16. As the Dreamer army was drowning in the rising waters of the cursed sea and the insatiable tide of monsters, Sieae approached the Crimson Tower. Far away from the rest of them, completely alone, submerged in roaring darkness, he struggled against the seething mass of black waves and the hurricane winds to cross the last few meters that separated him from the shining star sigil engraved into its gates. Finally, his hand touched the cold surface of the ancient stone. Wiping the rainwater off his pale face, Sieae stared at the radiant shapes of the 7 stars. This better work. Summoning the first of the Oath keys, he lingered for a moment, and then carefully inserted it into the black chasm of the keyhole. Separated from him by the vast expanse of the swelling sea of darkness, the surviving sleepers desperately fought the advancing horde of monsters. The black water had already reached their waists, making it hard to move. The army was trying to retreat up the slope of the crimson coral, but the pursuing sea was much faster than them. Changing Star was still slaying one monster after another, her radiance only growing brighter in the tenebrous hell of the furious storm. Raindrops were evaporating as they touched her brilliant skin, its incandescence making even arching bolts of lightning seem pale and bleak. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible ripple ran across the surface of the black water. A gust of cold wind blew over the forgotten shore, sending a shiver running through the hearts of countless creatures. Moving on to the next star, Sunny summoned the second key and put it into the lock. Nothing terrible happened, so he struggled through the water to reach the third one. Terrible, what would that even look like? What can be more terrible than my current situation? As if to answer his question, somewhere behind him a black tentacle suddenly rose out of the seething waves and blindly whipped through the air. Crashing into a mount of coral, it easily shattered it. A rain of debris fell into the water. Just a moment later, countless others followed the first one. Noticing this new development through the eyes of his shadow, Sunny cursed. Me and my big damn mouth. Luckily, the tentacles were some distance away, somewhere near the remains of the 7 golems he had slain. But as the sea rose, they started slowly moving in his direction. Hurriedly inserting the third key, Sunny dashed to the 4th star. Another oath key slid into its lock. The water was now even higher, forcing him to struggle against its weight. A strong gust of wind hit Sunny in the back, almost causing him to crash headfirst into the stone gates. As he put the 5th key into the keyhole, the tentacles were already alarmingly close. Curse it all! Sunny inserted the 6th oath key into the lock and dove into the black water, swimming toward the last one. Just a few moments before the mass of twisting tentacles descended on him, he found the last shining star and drove the 7th key into its center. Suddenly, the world shuddered. The whole forgotten shore trembled. Out on the battlefield, the surviving humans froze for a second, startled by the sudden change that rippled through the world. The furious onslaught of the wind died down. The torrential flood of rain stopped. The continuous, deafening roar of the thunderstrikes grew quiet. The terrible storm seemed to have ended as suddenly as it had appeared, dissipating into nothingness like a fragile mirage. Even the nightmare creatures attacking them stumbled and paused for a moment, staring at the sky. And then, the dark veil of clouds was broken by a blindingly bright ray of sunlight. As soon as it happened, the restless black water stopped rising, and then flowed in reverse. The cursed sea was retreating. Crap! As soon as Sunny put the last oath key into the 7th lock, the whole Crimson Spire shuddered. An indescribable sound came from its depths, echoing through the darkness of the storm like a heavy, mournful sigh. And then, the gargantuan gates opened. The giant slabs of ancient stone moved for the first time in thousands of years. The problem was, the gates opened outward, slamming into Sunny and dragging him through the mass of black water with terrible speed. The unexpected blow threw him off his feet and almost caused him to drown. Not to mention the fact that it hurt like hell. The opening gate brought him away from the damned tentacles, at least. After a while, Sunny was thrown onto the slope of a tall coral mound. Coughing a few times, he tiredly crawled a few meters up, then fell on the rough surface of the coral and turned around. What Sunny saw made him blink, then open his eyes wide and stare in disbelief. The dark sea was being sucked into the spire. The black water was flowing in reverse, rushing into the enormous doorway. The twisting tentacles and the harrowing creature they belonged to were carried away by that current, disappearing into that blackness, too. The strange thing was, the amount of water entering the Crimson Spire was much larger than what should have been possible. Sunny expected to see it fill the Cyclopean Tower, but instead, it simply flowed inside and seemed to, disappeared. As if swallowed by the spire and banished into the depths of the earth. Just a few moments later, the lever of the dark sea began to fall. The storm died down, and the impenetrable veil of clouds was torn apart, allowing sunlight to illuminate the world once again. And in a few minutes, the cursed sea was no more. Sunny stared at the clear surface of the crimson coral, which had been covered by the black waves not too long ago. The bottomless dark ocean was gone without a trace. Even the black whirlpool that had surrounded the island was not there anymore, revealing a deep, uneven, empty semblance of a moat. Then, Sunny stared at the sky, where a furious white sun was hovering right above the tip of the Crimson Spire. A stunned thought entered his mind. Did we do it? Did he actually destroy the Dark Sea? Chapter 331 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 17, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 331 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 17. The Dark-Sea was gone. And all the horrors that dwelt in its cursed depths were gone with it, too. The world was bathed in pure sunlight. The surface of the labyrinth suddenly became vibrant and bright, with stark shadows hiding under the jagged pillars of the crimson coral. The furious white sun burned above the Crimson Spire, as if frozen in the middle of the sky. Sunny even had to cover his eyes for a few seconds. Laying on the ground, he allowed himself a few moments of rest. A short laugh escaped from his lips. I actually did it? Speak about the unlikely events. Unfortunately, he couldn't really rest yet. The battle wasn't over. The horde of nightmare creatures was not defeated yet. And somewhere in the spire, the Crimson Terror itself was not defeated, either. With a deep sigh, Sunny collected himself and rose to his feet. They were almost there. They almost escaped. Now, all that was left was to make one final push. Even if it was going to be the hardest one yet. Looking at the tall mound of coral towering above him, he squinted against the light and began climbing it. Was it always so bright? As Sunny climbed, he summoned the runes and glanced at them. Shadows, Marble Saint. Thank gods. He knew that Saint was alright, but still wanted to check. The taciturn demon had been heavily damaged and was bound to spend a long time restoring herself, however, her existence was not in danger. Then, his eyes slid lower. Shadow fragments, 999/1000. Crap. Sunny gritted his teeth. He was simultaneously excited and scared to find out what was going to happen once he saturated the shadow core. It was bound to be beneficial, but at what cost? Would he go into a slumber for several weeks, as Saint had? Or suddenly become incapacitated amidst furious combat, as Nephi's had been after defeating Gunlog? That could cost him his life. Not like I can do anything about it now. Full of unease, he continued his climb and soon reached the very top of the coral pillar. Standing on it, Sunny looked in the direction of the Dreamer army. Something wet suddenly fell on his hand. Looking down, he saw a drop of blood rolling off his skin. A moment later, another fell on the vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud. Surprised, Sunny raised his hand and swiped it across his upper lip. It came away wet with blood. A nosebleed? What the hell? Come to think of it, why did he feel so weak? As Sunny stared at his hand in confusion, a violent ripple suddenly ran through his shadow. Across the deep moat that surrounded the island, the remnants of the Dreamer army were at the precipice of turning the tide of battle in their favor. Just a few minutes ago, they had been drowning in the rising flood of black water and the relentless onslaught of the horde, lost in the fury of a cataclysmic storm. But now, things were different. The storm was no more, and the Dark-Sea had retreated. The sun shined brightly in the sky, drowning the battlefield in its light. Bathed in it, the nightmare creatures seemed to become hesitant, almost sluggish. They were not giving up, however. The monsters continued to attack the humans in a frenzied rage, their claws and fangs reaping one life after another. But the survivors of the Dreamer army were repaying every loss tenfold. Reinvigorated by the exhilarating gift of sudden salvation, they steeled their hearts and fought with zeal, fervor, and murderous will. More and more nightmare creatures fell to their blades, and the horde did not seem to be endless anymore. The sleepers did not know why the storm had dissipated and why the cursed sea had retreated, but their faith in Changing Star now burned even brighter. She had promised to guide them out of this hell, and somehow, even the black water had capitulated to her radiant light. The victory was not impossible anymore. They could practically taste it. But Nephis herself suddenly stumbled and slowed her sword dance. A confused, alarmed frown appeared on her face. Dodging the claws of an attacking abomination, she thrust her sword into its maw, then jumped back. Free of the swarming monsters for a few short moments, she lowered her sword. And looked at the sky. High above her, Kai was still alive, somehow. What is happening? He had spent so long flying at a terrible speed, struggling against the crushing wind, dodging bolts of lightning and the cursed spire messengers, pushing the limits of both his body and mind, the exhaustion was catching up with him now, making it hard to think. Let alone react. He really didn't feel well. His whole body ached, and his vision was slowly turning blurry. A sickening feeling of weakness permeated his body. The storm had come out of nowhere, and then disappeared without a trace. The skies were blindingly bright. That was a relief. But the damn abominations were still there. At least they didn't look tireless anymore. In fact, the messengers seemed to be in as much of a sorry state as Kai himself. He wanted to flatter himself and assume that it was because of his arrows. He had wounded the damned monsters many times, after all. But no, it didn't make any sense. They seemed able to resist the effect of the blood arrow before, at least to a large extent, so why would it change now? Something is wrong. Using the sun to blind his enemies, Kai dove into the light and dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the claws of one of the messengers. Or so he thought. In reality, it wasn't narrow at all. He dodged it with a lot of room to spare. The quiet dancer didn't even need to get involved. Are they growing slower? With a sudden feeling of unease, Kai hesitated for a split second, and then reduced his speed to take a good look at the terrifying creature. What he saw made him scowl. The messenger looked wrong. Its glassy black eyes were erratic and senseless. They were seeping with blood, which flowed down the black feathers like a crimson stream. There were two other similar streams, coming from the monster's ears. The muscles of his pale body were spasming, rolling under the white skin like panicking worms. As Kai watched, the messenger suddenly opened its beak in a silent scream. A moment later, a flood of blood erupted out of it and dispersed in the wind like red mist. Then, the creature convulsed one last time and lost control of its wings. Not even trying to correct itself, the terrible abomination plunged down. Kai flinched and opened his eyes wide in terror. The Spire messenger was dead. Chapter 332 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 18, plus, turn off reset. Chapter 332 Siege of the Crimson Spire, 18. Sunny swayed a little, and then looked down at his shadow. The shadow seemed to be in pain. It was slumped, clutching at its chest with one hand and waving at him with the other. When it noticed that Sunny was staring at it, it desperately pointed to itself. What is this guy trying to say? Was he having a heart attack? No, of course not. That would be ridiculous. Shadows didn't have hearts. What was it pointing at, then? Sunny scowled. The shadow was his reflection. So maybe it was not pointing at its own heart, but at his. But his heart felt fine. What else was there to point at? Suddenly, his eyes widened. The soul core. The soul core usually overlapped over a human's heart. With a shudder, Sunny dove into the soul sea. Instead of the usual peace and quiet, he was met by ominous chaos. The dark waters that were always tranquil and still were now restless and turbulent. They rippled and surged, as though under the assault of the invisible winds. Up above, the spheres of light that represented his memories shimmered and blinked, as if about to be extinguished. The black sun of the shadow core was trembling. He could almost see tiny cracks appear on its transparent surface. Only the silent shadows were still the same, not disturbed by the approaching disaster at all. They stood motionlessly, staring at him with no expression on their black, lifeless faces. Sunny did not pay them any attention and stared at the shadow core with wide eyes, dumbfounded. Soul damage. I am receiving soul damage. He was under the effect of a continuous soul attack. Escaping the unquiet sea in panic, Sunny wiped the blood off his face and looked around with a grim expression. He was even paler than usual. What the hell is attacking me? After a few moments, he suddenly shivered, stunned by a chilling revelation. And then looked up, at the blinding dices of the sun. He had not been wrong. Its light was indeed much brighter than it had been before. The skies of the forgotten shore, which had always been gray, were now almost white, full of merciless heat and radiance. It looked as though someone had erased reality itself, leaving behind nothing but an endless white void. With each second, it was growing more and more incandescent. The sun. The source of the soul attack was not a nightmare creature. It was sunlight itself. Anywhere it reached, the souls of living creatures were being slowly eroded and destroyed. And since the sun was now directly above them, at high noon, there was almost nowhere where it couldn't reach. There was no escape from it. Except for... Turning around, Sunny stared at the opened gates of the Crimson Spire. Behind them, welcoming darkness promised shade and safety. This was the only place where he could hide from the annihilating sun. The army. Spinning around, he peered across the moat. Out there on the battlefield, the nightmare creatures had stopped their endless onslaught. Now, they were stumbling and swaying, as though drunk. Many had already fallen to the ground, blood streaming from their orifices. Their souls had been destroyed, and they were dead. The surviving warriors of the Dreamer army were staring at them in bewilderment, their distant figures full of both relief and confusion. Sunny wanted to scream, warning them of the terrible danger they were in, but knew that he was too far away for anyone to hear him. From the tall mound of coral he was standing on, he could see the graceful shining figure in their midst. He knew that Nephi's must have figured out what was going on by now. But she didn't know that the gates of the spire were open. Think. Sunny lingered for a few seconds, and then raised his hand. A moment later, a clear ringing of a silver bell spread across the labyrinth, rolling over the remains of the Dreamer army. Far away on the battlefield, Nephi spun and looked in his direction. Come on, Neph. Sunny rang the silver bell again and waved his hand in the air. However, there was no need. Changing Star had already moved, thrusting her sword toward the spire. In the next moment, the Dreamer army lunged forward. Sleepers were running with all the speed they could muster, following the command of their lady. Yes. Wait, what is she doing? Nephis herself did not follow her soldiers. Instead, she turned around and ran in the opposite direction. To the distant pillar of coral that they had left at the start of this mess. Sunny's heart skipped a bit when he realized that she was going back for Cassie. But there was nothing he could do to help, not anymore. Good luck. Jumping down from the mound, he rolled on the ground and ran toward the darkness of the spire's doorway without looking back. However, before Sunny could reach it, he saw something falling down from the skies. What the? A ragged human figure slammed into the crimson coral and rolled several times before coming to a stop, then remained still. Sunny dashed toward it, quickly recognizing the bright colors of Kai's armor. To his relief, the charming young man was still alive, if barely conscious. A graceful rapier was worriedly zipping in the air around him, the steel of its blade bleak and devoid of the usual luster. The two of them must have been high up in the sky when the soul erasure had begun, much closer to its source, and so suffered more than those of them on the ground. Not wasting any time, Sunny grabbed Kai by the collar and dragged him toward the opened gates of the spire. The quiet dancer followed. Soon, the three of them reached the border between light and darkness. Without hesitating even for a second, Sunny dove into the cool shade, made a few steps to get deeper into its shelter, and fell to the ground. Only now, protected from the annihilating sunlight by the solid mass of the ancient tower, he realized how terrible his condition had been. But no more. His soul was finally at peace once again, whatever wounds dealt to it already healing. Kai was still alive, too. Lucky bastard. Thank gods, that fool owes me big time now. Breathing heavily, he checked on the unconscious archer, then sat down and stared at the blindingly bright landscape outside. Were the others going to make it? A few seconds later, something suddenly flashed through the air. It was Castor. Falling on his knees near them, he glanced at Sunny with tired eyes and then gently placed an unconscious sleeper he had carried with him on the ground. Without saying anything, both of them then turned to the gates of the spire and looked into the light. Seconds passed in torturous silence. And then, a human silhouette appeared out of the brightness. And then another, and another. The survivors of the Dreamer army had reached the island and dashed toward the life-saving darkness of the gargantuan tower. Soon, they crossed the distance separating them from the gates and dove into their shade. Sunny watched, something sharp moving in his chest. A torturous eternity later, he finally saw the familiar figure in white armor appear at the doorstep of the colossal structure. Carrying Cassie, Nephice entered the shadows. She was the last one to come. Looking at them and at the small crowd of sleepers gathered at the border between darkness and light, Sunny was finally able to exhale. They made it. The battle for the Crimson Spire was over. Now all they had to do was find the gateway hidden somewhere inside the ancient tower. And survive the wrath of its master. Chapter 333 LN The Belly of the Beast Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 333 LN The Belly of the Beast. Sitting on the cold stone floor, Sunny inhaled deeply and looked at the people that surrounded him. All of them were exhausted, wounded, covered in blood, dirt, barely staying conscious. Their armor was broken and torn, and their faces were deathly pale. They sat on the ground, too tired to move or talk, breathing heavily, and stared down with empty eyes. There were so few of them left. But also much more than he had expected. Around 100 sleepers had survived the Battle of the Crimson Spire. They were the strongest, the bravest, but mostly, the luckiest warriors of the Dreamer army. 4/5 of it had been eviscerated in the slaughter. Not to mention another 500 or so that had died during the bloody struggle for the throne of the Bright Castle. This 100 was all that remained of more than 1,000 humans that had been surviving on the Forgotten Shore before Changing Star had arrived in the Dark City like a brilliant omen of disaster. Like a herald of ruinous change. But Sunny was appalled and horrified as much as he was surprised and elated. He had honestly thought that the number of people who would make it this far was going to be in the single digits. Looking around, he searched for familiar faces. Nephice and Cassie were there, of course. So was Kai. Effie was slumped against a wall, dressed only in her white chiton, which was now torn and painted completely red with blood. Her armor seemed to have been completely destroyed. Castor was also there, bandaging a shallow wound on his shoulder. Compared to other survivors, he seemed strangely clean. However, his armor was seriously damaged, too. It seemed that even incredible speed had not been enough to avoid the fury of the nightmare horde. Xianxia stood slightly apart from the rest of them, surrounded by a dozen surviving handmaidens. The beautiful woman was heavily injured, the luster of her skin and sparkling eyes growing bleak and dim. From what Sunny could see, she was barely alive. He also noticed Aiko, who was sitting on the floor, wiping tears off her delicate face. But there were also many people whom he did not see. The scarred hunter who had welcomed them into the outer settlement after their long expedition was dead. So was Park, his nonchalant friend who had been responsible for turning Effie into a folk hero with his tales. The talkative watchman who had asked Sunny about his opinion on who could have killed Haru's were now dead, too. So was the young man who had thought that talking to Sunny was a headache. Stav, the ample giant that had been in charge of the memory market during Dunlog's reign, did not make. Perhaps this was why Aiko, his friend, was now silently shedding tears. Even Gemma, the dauntless leader of the Dark City Hunters, had perished. Sunny did not know what could have killed the seemingly immortal man, but suspected that his last hunt had been a truly terrifying sight to behold. Most of the people Gemma had brought to Changing Star's faction with him were now dead, too. And so many more. Their absence pressed down on survivors like an unseen weight. But those who survived had no time for sorrow, at least not now. They weren't free of this nightmare yet. In fact, there had just entered the very belly of the beast. Turning away from the 100 sleepers, Sunny looked into the depths of the Crimson Spire. Once, the entire tower must have been hollow, but now there were growths of coral everywhere inside. They resembled frozen waterfalls of blood, as if rivers of it had once streamed from the top of the spire and then suddenly turned solid. Because of that, it was hard to see what hid in the depths of the cyclopic construct. Further away, the interior of the tower was shrouded in the cold darkness. Lingering for a few moments, Sunny decided not to send his shadow to explore. The Crimson Terror had already proven its ability to hurt the it, so he was unwilling to risk the well-being of his invaluable helper. Instead, he glanced at Neff. Changing Star was peering into the growing brightness that drowned the forgotten shore. By now, the light of day outside was almost blinding. On her face, there was a strangely thoughtful expression. As Sunny watched, she turned around and raised her head, looking in the direction of the spire's tip. After a while, she frowned, and then faced the surviving humans. Her calm voice echoed in the darkness of the ancient tower. "It's time to go. Gather your strength. We are almost there." The sleepers looked at her with tired eyes, the light of hope igniting in them with renewed strength. Slowly, they rose to their feet. Those who were relatively fine supported those who were seriously wounded. Those who had lost consciousness were being carried by their friends or fellow warriors. Soon, the procession of humans headed deeper into the spire. Nephice was walking at the front, holding Cassie by the hand. Somehow, Sunny ended up side by side with them. Looking at the two young women, he wanted to say something, but no words came to his mind. Instead, Neff was the one who spoke. Glancing at Sunny, she hesitated for a while and then said, "Thank you. For ringing that bell. And, for everything." He looked at her for a long time and then shrugged. "There's no need to thank me. We are allies. Are we not?" She smiled slightly and remained silent after that. Soon, they passed through the barrier of coral and approached the center of the spire. There, the dark sea was imprisoned under an indomitable seal. In front of them was a vast pool of black water. Its surface was perfectly still and flat, like that of a harrowing mirror made from pure darkness. Although the water was opaque and no one could see how far down that gargantuan well went, Sunny felt as though it was unimaginably deep. He felt that it reached such depths that mere thought of light would be impossible there. As they watched in solemn silence, a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the imprisoned sea. It was as though it was straining to spill over the edges of the pool and break free. However, the invisible powers that held it down were too mighty to overcome, even for this vast, boundless, inconceivable creature. Turning away from the eerie black mirror, Sunny peered into the darkness and frowned. Hidden in the shadows, far away from the light of human lanterns, countless figures were standing motionlessly, staring at them. Chapter 334 Silver Sword. At first, Sunny wanted to shout to warn everyone, but after observing the silent figures for a few moments, he changed his mind. Hidden in darkness, countless coral golems were staring mindlessly into the distance. They were very similar to the creatures he had fought to get to the star sigil, but also different. Because they weren't copies of ancient heroes, just that of mundane people. As such, they wouldn't be too dangerous. A single sleeper could fight dozens with ease, let alone the experienced, powerful warriors of the Dreamer army. More than that, the golems did not seem to be hostile. Some of them stood motionlessly, while some aimlessly wandered about. These sad, empty things were even more lifeless than echoes. He felt that they weren't really creatures, even. Just physical manifestations of the Crimson Terror's madness, perhaps. A representation of its broken psyche and scattered thoughts. He was sure that each of these golems represented one of the souls that had been sacrificed to the artificial sun and had once flowed through its vessel, becoming a part of it. Forever. There were thousands of them, and even more had to be hidden somewhere out of sight. Lingering for a bit, Sunny informed Nephice of his discovery. She frowned and glanced into the darkness, then nodded. "We will be careful." Now that they had a better understanding of the ground level of the Crimson Spire, it became clear that the gateway was not on it. To find it, the remains of the Dreamer army were going to have to ascend higher. There were no stairs or lifting mechanisms in sight, but luckily, many of the twisting coral pillars were wide enough for several people to walk on them, and not as steep as to make things too difficult. The sleepers could use them to easily reach the next level. However, as soon as Sunny stepped forward, Neff suddenly pulled him back and shouted. "Everyone, back." Just a moment later, a wide ray of blinding light fell from somewhere above and swiped across the interior of the Crimson Spire, annihilating the tranquil darkness. It didn't take a genius to realize that the ray was imbued with the same soul-destroying property as the deadly beams of sunlight outside, only this one seemed much more powerful. It was also different. Although its movements were erratic and strange, they were unmistakably aimed at the exhausted mass of human invaders and full of intent. Hide in the shadows. Swiftly, the sleepers dug behind growths of coral and pressed themselves against them. A few unfortunate ones lingered for too long and were exposed to the light. They didn't scream or struggle, just fell down to the ground, their lives extinguished in a split moment. The rest froze, consumed by tense fear. Sunny found himself leaning against a slightly inclined pillar of coral, Neph and Cassie by his side. Carefully looking out, he saw the deadly beam of light grow dim and dissipate. A moment later, however, several more fell from above, tearing the darkness apart. But that was not all. Guided by the light, the mass of coral golems suddenly surged forward, moving toward the place where the Dreamer army was hiding. Their movements, which were aimless and mindless before, were now full of malevolent will. Crap. Turning to Nephi's, he summoned the Midnight Shard and asked, "What now?" She lingered for a bit, and then said evenly, "Someone will have to attack the Crimson Terror directly to draw its attention away." Sunny smiled, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu. "And who might that be?" Changing Star sighed and took a step back, summoning her silver sword. "Me. It has to be me." He frowned, feeling very reluctant to say his next words. But in the end, he still couldn't help but say them. "Are you crazy? That's a fallen terror we're talking about." Nephi didn't answer, instead looking up, as though trying to discern the source of the blinding rays of annihilating light. Sunny gritted his teeth and added, "All right, whatever. Say someone really needs to distract that thing. But why does it have to be you alone? Because you are the great daughter of the immortal Flame Clan? Don't tell me that you started to believe in your own bullcrap." Nev gave him a strange look and then shook her head. "No. It can only be me because of my sword." Sunny stared at the silver longsword, confused. A lifetime ago, after their first meeting on the Forgotten Shore, Nephi and Cassie had told him about their memories. The sword in particular had an extremely rare enhancement. "I am the only human on the Forgotten Shore who has a memory that grants them a measure of protection against soul attacks. So I am the only one who can approach the terror and survive." It was hard to debate against logic. Still, Sunny was not done voicing his objections, only that Changing Star didn't give him a chance to. Turning to Cassie, she took the blind girl by the hand and said, "Cass, give me your wing cloak." A few seconds later, the transparent fabric of the dark wing appeared on her shoulder. Without wasting any time, she then looked at Sunny. "Once I'm gone, lead the people to the gateway. Make sure that everyone escapes." With that, Nephi bent her knees, and then jumped with all her might. Supported by the enchanted cloak, she shot up with considerable speed, then pushed herself off the pillar of coral and flew into the darkness. The ray of light swiped in her direction, but Changing Star somehow managed to dodge it, crashed into another coral growth, and launched herself off of it a moment before another annihilating beam of light had reached it. With most rays now pursuing Nephi as she leaped from one coral pillar to another, ascending higher and higher, the Dreamer army could once again move. Gritting his teeth, Sunny glanced at the 100 frightened people and yelled, "Follow me." Chapter 335 Ascent. Sunny had never expected to become a leader of anyone, let alone of 100 desperate people. But now, that was exactly the situation he found himself in. To add insult to injury, he was really the best person for the job. Not because of any kind of leadership qualities, but simply for the fact that he could see in the dark. Now that the rays of soul-destroying light were led away by Nephi, he could also let his shadow free and send it forward to explore and search for the gateway. So if anyone could guide the remains of the Dreamer army to it, it was him. How the hell? Hiding his unease deep inside, Sunny projected nothing but absolute confidence and shouted for everyone to follow him. Surprisingly, the sleepers did just that without voicing any objections. Confidence is easily confused for competence, I guess. Of course, the fact that he was affiliated with Changing Star in some capacity helped a lot, even if most people were not completely sure how and to what extent. Taking Cassie's hand, Sunny dove out of his cover and dashed toward a wide, spiraling coral route that reached high into the darkness above. He could hear the sound of footsteps following him from behind. The Dreamer army was on the move once again. Jumping on the route, Sunny sent the shadow forward and glanced at the approaching sea of coral golems. There was still time. He ran forward, using the coral growth as stairs. A second later, he yelled. "Those at the back. Ready your weapons." They did so while the first rows of sleepers followed Sunny up. Almost everyone had time to climb onto the route by the time the first of the golems showed up. The coral figure stumbled from the darkness, only to be met by a flash of a sword. It crumbled instantly, offering almost no resistance. But a moment later, several more appeared, and then more, and more. The sleepers destroyed the first wave to buy themselves a few moments and then jumped onto the route, then dashed away, soon catching up with the rest of the survivors. At the head of them, Sunny hesitated for a moment. Thanks to the shadow, he knew that the wide coral growth they were ascending was soon going to twist upward at an almost vertical angle and grow much more narrow. Luckily, there was another one crossing it just a few meters ahead, separated by a very small gap. Picking Cassie up, he took a step forward and jumped, landing on the other route, then turned around and moved in the opposite direction to the one they had been going, but still upward. Behind him, the sleepers repeated his jump. And down below, the wave of golems was already climbing on the twisting roots to pursue them. Damn it. I guess they can climb. He ran forward, struggling against the steep incline, then suddenly froze and looked up. There, a few dozen meters away, a wide gallery circled around the empty expanse of the Crimson Spire. And on it, another mass of golems was surging in the direction of the Dreamer army. Countless twisted figures were appearing from the chaotic mess of crimson coral and rushing forward, searching for a path to reach them. Many fell off the edge of the gallery and plunged down, to explode into shards once they hit the floor. But some fell right on the route he was standing on. Gritting his teeth, Sunny looked back and noticed a familiar tall figure close by. Effie stared at him tiredly and forced out a smile. What is it now? He put Cassie on the ground and gently pushed her toward the huntress. Take care of her for me, all right? Effie waved a hand, letting him know that she got it. Sunny watched the two of them for a moment, then turned around and summoned the Midnight Shard. A few seconds later, he reached the first golem and slashed it with his sword. The golem's body offered some resistance, but no more than a mundane creature would. It almost disintegrated under his assault, crumbling easily into a pile of broken coral. Not too bad. Curiously, the spell did not congratulate him on the kill. Just as Sunny had suspected, these things were not really living creatures. That was going to make things a tiny bit easier. Running past the destroyed construct, Sunny soon approached another one and pushed it off the route with one strike of the Midnight Shard's pommel. The golems were not that dangerous. At least not in small numbers. He led the Dreamer army forward, climbing higher and higher. Every couple of minutes, they would have to leave one route and make use of another, sometimes moving across stone galleries that were situated here and there on the walls of the Crimson Spire. At some point, both the vanguard of the human procession and its rear became embroiled in a rolling melee with the sea of coral golems. Those in the middle only had to keep their eyes on the layers of coral and stone structures overhead to make sure that nothing fell on them. This battle was not too terrible, however. The constructs were slower and weaker than even the mundane humans whose visage they were meant to recreate, not to mention almost completely mindless. Not a single human had fell to their attacks yet. That was not to say that surviving the onslaught of countless golems was easy. Some were high above. Meanwhile, the flashes of white light slowly turned into one continuous, radiant halo. Nephi's was probably already approaching the very pinnacle of the ancient tower. The fact that none of the annihilating rays had returned to attack the sleepers served as proof that she was still alive, drawing the attention of the terror away from them. Where are you? Where are you? At the head of the Dreamer army, Sunny cut through another golem and suppressed a curse. Where was the damn gateway? And just he thought that, the shadow finally found what it had been looking for all that time. Their way back to the real world. Chapter 336 The Gateway. Out there in the darkness, a vast balcony was built into the wall of the tower, reaching almost to the center of the gargantuan structure. On its surface, broken pillars of marble were overgrown by the ever-present streaks of crimson coral. They led to a circular dais, with a wide iron ring submerged into its stone surface. Around the ring, a beautiful pattern of runes was shimmering with familiar light. They were just like those runes that every awakened had seen countless times when communicating with the spell. But that wasn't the first reason why Sieae had noticed it. The most unusual thing about the dais was that unlike everything else inside of the spire, it was utterly devoid of growths of crimson coral. The stone surface surrounding the ring was strangely clean and untouched by it. Looking at the shimmering runes and the iron rings through his shadow, Sieae felt something move in his heart. He was sure that this was the gateway. They were so close. As he watched it, the whole spire suddenly shuddered. Massive pieces of coral broke off and fell down, crashing into other branches down below. Suddenly, the darkness that surrounded the Dreamer army became less impenetrable. High above them, the radiant halo of light became several times more bright. Nephi's had reached the Crimson Terror. With a somber grimace, Sieae escaped from his reverie and dashed forward, slicing several golems as he went. The frightened sleepers followed, entrusting their fates into his hands. As more and more tremors ran through the ancient tower and several enormous pillars of coral completely collapsed, they ascended even higher and approached the vast balcony. And then, finally, Sieae jumped down and landed on solid stone. Shattering a few golems, he cleared enough space for others to follow and watched several more people reach the balcony. One after another, the sleepers jumped off the treacherous coral and joined him. Those who were the first to catch up repelled the attacking golems to let the others come down. Soon, all 100 of them were on the balcony, and just in time. A few seconds later, a tremendous piece of debris fell from above, pulverizing the branch of coral they had used to get there. Sieae lingered for a few moments, watching as crimson pieces rained down, and then turned away with a determined expression. "Come on. We're almost there." The remains of the Dreamer army cut through the mass of golems and escaped it. Running with all the speed they could manage, the crowd of young men and women approached the gateway and froze, stunned by the sight of it. Hypnotized by it. In front of them was the hope that they had forgotten for so long. The torturous promise of freedom that had taunted them every day, hidden away in the terrifying, looming silhouette of the Crimson Spire. Their way home. Salvation. Most of them had spent so long on the forgotten shore that the thought of ever being able to escape it became nothing more than a distant dream. Even when they had followed Changing Star and chose to believe her promises, salvation was just a concept. An idea. Now that they saw it as a real thing, many did not know how to react. Well, Sieae was there to make the process easier. "What are you staring at, idiots? Pick up your jaws and move. Battle formation. Protect the rear. Wounded and non-combatants go first, everyone else holds off the damn golems and then follows. One at a time, bastards." Coming back to their senses thanks to his angry shout, the sleepers quickly reorganized themselves. Those who could still fight faced away from the gateway and formed a defensive line, protecting the wounded with their bodies. Those who couldn't help the people in the worst condition enter the iron ring. Sieae watched as the first human was placed in the center of the gateway. A moment later, the runes surrounding the ring flashed with shimmering light. The body of the sleeper suddenly shone, too. The ghostly shine was dim at first, but then grew brighter and brighter. Soon, it was hard to distinguish the shape of the human body at the center of that light. And then, the light dissipated, much like a memory or an echo would, leaving nothing behind. After all these years, all that suffering, all that loss, the first sleeper had finally escaped the forgotten shore. Looking through the emptiness left by the disappearance, Sieae realized that he had forgotten to breathe. A second later, an exhilarated cheer rose above the crowd of humans. The intensity of emotion in their voices, No words existed to describe the complicated, overwhelming conflagration of feelings burning in the chests of the survivors of the Dreamer army at that moment. Well, at least Sunny had none. In the next moment, the pursuing wave of golems crashed into the defensive line, and the next human stepped into the gateway. The defenders held their ground, throwing the coral creatures back. Sunny lingered at the edge of the dais, watching the crowd of humans. One after another, they were disappearing into the beautiful radiance of the gateway, while the others continued to confidently repel the assault of the golems. They were going to survive. That meant that his job here was done. And, just as he had expected, Castor was nowhere to be seen. Lingering for a few short moments, Sunny glanced at the gateway one last time and then stepped away. As he moved through the crowd of humans and approached its edge, someone suddenly called out his name. Turning his head, Sunny saw Effie. The huntress was carrying the unconscious body of Kai on one shoulder, and keeping Cassie close to her own under another. The blind girl's face was ashen, confused, and empty. "Doofus. Where are you going?" Sunny stared at her for a few moments, and then suddenly smiled. "There's just some unfinished business I need to deal with. Take care, you three. I will, see you later. I hope." With that, he took a step back and disappeared into the shadows. Chapter 337 Nobody. Summoning the Dark Wing and the Prowling Thorn, Sunny jumped off the edge of the stone balcony. In the next second, his dagger pierced the darkness and bit into a fractured coral branch high above. With a sharp pull, Sunny sent himself flying upward, the transparent cloak turning into a blur behind his back. All around him, the interior of the Crimson Spire that remained unchanged for thousands of years was shifting. The ancient tower continued to shudder and quake as it endured the calamitous consequences of the battle between Changing Star and the vessel of the artificial sun. Vast coral roots were shattering and plunging down, drowning the echoing expanse of the spire with deafening clangor. As massive slabs of coral collided against lower branches, they were pulverized in turn. Moving through all this destruction, Sunny struggled to stay alive. Before he could even reach the root he had been aiming for, it was obliterated by falling debris. The mass of coral then rained down, threatening to bury Sunny under its deadly weight. Not fazed, he twisted and hurled the prowling thorn sideways, then flew out of the way of the collapsing coral. Just a second later, Sunny hit the side of an intact root and pushed himself off its surface, continuing to ascend. He spun and twisted, using the prowling thorn and every surface he could reach to dodge the falling slabs of coral, avoid being cut to pieces by deadly clouds of flying splinters, and soar higher and higher. As he did, the shadow jumped from one root to another, searching for Castor. The legacy was much faster than Sunny, but was chained to the ground and didn't have the advantage of being able to see in the dark. Sunny was certain that he would be able to catch up to him before too long. And after a few torturous minutes, he inevitably did. Emerging from a cloud of coral dust, Sunny left a crimson trail in the air as he landed on a wide root in a nimble roll. A moment later, he jumped to his feet and stood silently in the darkness, waiting for Castor to appear. Up here, at the highest levels of the spire, the chaos was not as pronounced. Those branches of coral that were going to break had already fallen, and the few remaining ones were relatively stable. That allowed Sunny to predict which route the legacy was going to take. The cool polished wood of the weaver's mask rested comfortably on his face, hiding his features. Sunny wasn't sure what resources and connections the Hanli clan possessed, so he chose to be extra careful. He was wary of someone tracing Castor's death back to him with the help of a prophetic aspect ability or some strange and powerful memory. A vengeful legacy clan was the last thing he would want to deal with after returning to the real world. And by now, he was sure that one of the two of them was going to die here, in this cursed and dreadful tower. This confrontation was long overdue. He was also wary of Castor himself. The proud scion was many things, but a fool was not one of them. There was a chance that he had long guessed Sunny's flaw. The mask was his insurance against that eventuality. Let's see which one of us is better, let's see which one of us deserves it more. For Sunny, this fight was not only about defeating Castor. It wasn't even about defending Neff. It was about defeating the world itself. A lifetime ago, when he and Castor had first met in the academy, they were on the opposite sides of humanity. One was on the top, and the other was on the bottom. One was strong and surrounded by a circle of admirers, and the other one was weak and alone. One had the best education, the best mentors, the vast resources of his powerful family, the inherited arsenal of memories, and plenty of soul shards to propel him forward to future success. The other had nothing. Sunny had always had nothing. No family and no home, no place to call his own, no one to care about whether he lived or died, no opportunity, no chance, no future. Thrust into the same hell as Castor, he clawed and fought, suffered and endured, survived and bettered himself through will, intellect, and countless brushes with death. And now, a year later, he was ready to claim his rightful place. By defeating Castor, he was going to prove once and for all that he wasn't lesser than anyone. That he wasn't some inconsequential nobody to be discarded and forgotten, to be lost on the pages of history. That he mattered as much as those real humans did. That he was as exceptional as the best of them, despite the fact that he wasn't born into wealth and prosperity. Much more so, even. As Sunny waited in the darkness, a light of a memory lantern swiftly approached from below. Castor was rushing to the pinnacle of the spire, using his incredible speed and training to avoid being killed by the falling debris. He was already getting close when, suddenly, the light of his lantern fell on a motionless figure that stood in the center of a wide coral route, barring his way. Dark armor weaved out of soft fabric, with lusterless black leather protecting vital spots. An austere blade held lightly, its tip turned to the ground. The wooden mask that resembled the face of a fearsome demon was new, but still, he had no problem recognizing who was in front of him. Slowing down and stopping a few meters away from the hateful little vagrant, Castor gritted his teeth and spat. "It's you." Hidden behind the mask, Sunny smiled. "No, no. You are mistaken. Actually, it's not me." Then, tilting his head, he stared at the proud legacy and said, his voice full of surprise. "Oh. Hey, Castor. What a coincidence, to run into you here of all places. So unexpected. Ah, it must be fate." Chapter 338 Rest of the Mongrels plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 338 Rest of the Mongrels. Castor remained silent for a while, then calmly looked up, at the furiously pulsating radiance of the Crimson Terror's light. Finally, he lowered his head and exhaled through gritted teeth. "Out of my way, Sunny." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then said in a humorless tone. "Or what?" The legacy grimaced and stared at him darkly, his face full of resentment. "I am so tired of you and your insolence. Why must you always ruin everything? Why can't you just know your place?" Summoning his beautiful Jian, Castor shook his head and said, "Stay out of this if you value your life. This is the last chance I am going to give you." Sunny did not move, watching the young man silently. There was nothing but darkness in the eyes of the disturbing black mask. A few moments later, his voice resounded from behind it, strangely hollow. "Know my place? What is my place, in your eyes?" "Huh, Castor?" The legacy smiled slightly and then said naturally, as though stating a fact. "Out of the sight of those better than you, with the rest of the mongrels." "What else?" Sunny shifted slightly. When he spoke, his tone was unexpectedly carefree and friendly. "Ah, not exactly what I expected to hear." "Well, never mind. Before we do this, though, can I ask you one question?" Castor snarled. "Sure. Go ahead." This was something that had been pressing on Sunny's mind for a long time. "Why do you even want to kill Nephi's? What is so important that you are even willing to risk your life?" The legacy looked at him with no humor in his eyes. After a few moments, he said in a strange tone. "This is not something that you, scum, will ever understand. Survival is all you creatures care about. Duty. Loyalty. Honor. Those are the words the likes of you know nothing about. So I will put it in a way that will be easy even for you to comprehend. He pierced him with an intense gaze and said, each word falling like an avalanche. The immortal flame must be destroyed. And then, his voice ringing with profound inevitability, Castor added. This is the will of the sovereigns. Sunny stared at him for a bit, engrossed in the solemn atmosphere of this proclamation. A few seconds later, in a sincerely confused tone, he asked. Who? Castor's eyes widened. He looked at Sunny with a dumbfounded expression, then shook his head in disbelief. Wait, you really don't know? She didn't tell you anything? Sunny scratched the back of his head. Of course she did. Actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've been told everything. No one knows more than me on this topic, really. The legacy stared at him for a few moments, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed out loud. Pathetic mongrel, you don't even know who you serve. You don't even know who rules the world you live in. Why am I even wasting my breath talking to a worm like you? Sunny tilted his head, then said in a reproachful tone. Ouch. That stings. Castor smiled darkly, then raised his sword. Enough of this. I'm done trying to reason with you, fool. I have allowed you to skulk in the shadows, playing your vulgar games, for long enough. I only permitted you to live because there was no reason to get rid of you. What, do you think that you can defeat me? That your little schemes and secrets will give you a chance against a true legacy? Sorry to disappoint, but I figured them out a long time ago. Sunny remained silent for a bit and then asked in an indifferent tone. Oh yeah? Do tell. What are my secrets, exactly? The legacy grinned. You hide your strength and pretend to be weak. You go around telling ridiculous tales, making everyone think that you are a lunatic. At first, I thought that you have lost your mind, too. But once I started paying attention, it was so obvious. The constant misdirections, the obnoxious bragging that no sane person would ever believe, the crazy act, this is you flaw, isn't it? As Sunny tensed, Castor smiled triumphantly and said. You are compelled to lie against your will. Did you really think that no one would see the pattern? You even bribed that idle friend of yours to try and mislead everyone. A pathetic attempt. Were you expecting that anyone would buy it? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, and then exploded with laughter. Ah, crap. You got me. Yes, you are right. This is my flaw. What sane person would go around telling such outrageous lies? Then, he pierced Castor with a murderous gaze and said. Sadly, it seems that I am at a disadvantage in that regard. It is such a shame that I have no idea what your flaw is, huh? That I haven't figured it out a long time ago, too. Castor looked at him, a corner of his mouth turning downward. In the light of the memory lantern, he looked handsome and confident. Mature. There was a short beard on his face, and a few gray hairs in his luscious mane. Hidden behind the mask, Sunny smiled. It is so sad that I don't know that your powerful, incredible, amazing aspect ability shortens your lifespan every time you use it, and that you reverse its effect on your body with a charm memory in the shape of a sandglass. Ah, if only I was more observant. Too bad I am not. The legacy stared at him with a dark expression, his face slowly turning pale. After a while, he uttered. It doesn't matter. After I fulfill my duty and return to the real world, the awakening will allow me to take back the years that had been stolen from me. While you, rat, will stay in this cursed place FO. Before he was done talking, a heavy triangular blade suddenly flew into his face. As a hint of outrage gleamed in Castor's eyes, he easily swatted the kunai away, and turned into a blur, lunging at Sunny with astonishing speed. Invisible to a human eye, the string of the prowling thorn was wrapped around two coral outcroppings, drawn across the wide route right ahead of him. And the proud legacy was about to. A green light flashed through the air, and Sunny felt his wrist jerk back, the tension of the string suddenly gone. Sieae. A fraction of a second later, Castor was upon him. Chapter 339. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Fast, too fast. Castor was moving with astonishing speed, his figure turning into a blur. His flaw was a cruel one, but the power of the aspect ability he possessed was also incredible. In fact, Sieae had never met anyone with an ability as powerful as this, with the exception of himself and Nephice. Even the greatest warriors on the Forgotten Shore would have had no chance against it. Gemma, Effie, Xianxia, all of them would have been easily killed by the deadly scion of the Hanli clan. Perhaps only Heirs could have fought him to a draw. But even then, Sieae wasn't sure. Not only did Castor possess a terrifying ability, but he was also one of the most skilled swordsmen of their generation. He also had a whole arsenal of memories hidden away inside his soul. Surely, he had a way to fight while blinded. That's why Sieae did not waste any time trying to destroy the memory lantern illuminating their surroundings. Instead, he just trusted his sword, and met Castor's attack with his own. Two swords collided in the air, and in the next moment, Castor flew past Sieae and slowed down, eventually coming to a stop. A drop of blood fell off the tip of his jian. Sieae staggered. "Curse you!" The sleeve of the puppeteer's shroud was torn, and there was a shallow cut on his shoulder. He had managed to deflect the strike aimed at his heart, but wasn't fast enough to avoid being wounded after all. On Castor's face, there was a dark expression. Looking at Sieae, who was still alive, he grimaced and spat. "Not bad. This is going to be entertaining, at least." Hidden behind the mask, Sieae grinned. "Oh, yeah. I'm having a lot of fun myself, thanks." Of course, that was a lie. Back in the academy, Castor had been the only person to defeat Nephice. Granted, all of them had been much weaker back then. Neph also had not used her aspect ability, while Sieae was using his to augment himself right now. Because of it, the gap in speed between the two of them was not completely lethal. And yet, he was incomparably slower. In terms of pure physical ability, Sieae had no hope of surviving this duel. But he already knew the secret of how one had to fight against Castor. He had learned it from Changing Star herself, during that short and fateful spar. A year ago, Nephice had been in a similar situation, and yet almost defeated her swift enemy. She had anticipated Castor's moves instead of reacting to them, and due to that, his speed advantage had been made less severe. This was what Sieae had to do now. Of course, to achieve such a feat, one had to possess an intricate understanding of the underlying laws of combat and a true mastery of both their mind and their body. Luckily, Sieae was one such man. He had obtained clarity a long time ago, and spent every waking hour sharpening his skill and instincts. His mind had entered into the state of flow, making his perception stark and all-encompassing, his thoughts quicker. His intuition was enhanced by the knowledge of the essence of battle. That gave him a chance to win. A moment later, Castor attacked again, and Sieae jerked the midnight shard sideways, blocking the ghostly green jian at the last possible moment. Up. He had begun to chain the next move even before the two blades collided. A split second later, the legacy brought down his sword in a downward slash, aiming at Sieae's head. However, it was deflected. Thrust at the neck. Once again, sliding down the length of the tachi and biting Sieae in the shoulder. This time, the leather pauldron of his armor held, but just barely. Almost instantly, Castor pulled the jian back and then immediately thrust it forward, aiming to cut the enemy's throat. The midnight shard awkwardly pushed the gleaming blade away, but not fast enough. Another shallow cut appeared on Sieae's neck, seeping with blood. Damn it! Infuriated, Sieae tried to counterattack, but was forced to concentrate on nothing but defense. Dozens of strikes rained on him in a span of a couple of seconds, filling the echoing expanse of the Crimson Spire with the clangor of steel. More and more cuts appeared on his body, none of them were too deep or dangerous, but that didn't make them less painful. No matter how cunning and perfect Sieae's movements were, he couldn't make up for his lack of speed completely. Months of training, hundreds of battles, countless hours spent gaining insight into the inner workings of swordsmanship. Castor had done all of that, too, and then some. And he was so much faster. But, somehow, Sieae was still alive. Not only was he alive, he wasn't even seriously injured, yet. At some point, he feinted a block and dodged the blade of Castor's sword instead, then whipped his empty head forward, as though trying to punch the legacy in the head. At the last moment, however, a ghostly stiletto appeared in his hand, only to be thrown aside by a powerful hit of the Jian. Sieae barely managed to save his arm from being severed at the wrist. Sparing him a contemptuous glance, Castor snarled, "Cretin! Have you forgotten that I was there when Changing Star gave you that memory?" Sieae gritted his teeth and lashed out with the austere tachi, buying himself a moment to regroup. "I guess it slipped my mind." With that, he suddenly hurled the moonlight shard at the legacy, then followed it with a fearsome thrust of his sword. Castor easily dodged the stiletto, deflected the tachi, and kicked him in the stomach, sending Sieae staggering back with a pained moan. For a fraction of a second, he was wide open. His enemy did not miss that opportunity, turning into a blur as he lunged forward. The gleaming Jian flashed through the air, and at the same time, Sieae suddenly spun and twisted his body. The two of them almost brushed against earth as Castor flew by. A moment later, Sieae shuddered and bent over, blood streaming from a deep wound on his side. The legacy turned around and smiled cruelly, a hint of satisfaction reflecting in his eyes. "Not so boisterous now, are you, worm?" Sieae groaned and slowly straightened his back, pressing one hand against his bleeding side. His voice sounded strained and solemn. "Ah, yes. That didn't go exactly as planned." Then, he titled his head and raised his other hand, staring at the object dangling from a torn chain that was gripped in it. Suddenly, Castor's hand shot toward his neck. "You." Sieae grinned and dangled the sandblast charm in the air. "Wait, wow. How did this thing get here?" Castor's gritted his teeth, and the stolen memory immediately began to radiate a subtle white glow. He was trying to dismiss the charm and return it to his soul core. Before that happened, however, Sieae caught it and clenched his fist, ruthlessly shattering the crystal hourglass into tiny pieces. Castor's eyes widened. "Bastard!" As his shout resounded in the darkness, the shards of the precious memory flew to the ground, turning into sparks of light and disappearing as they fell. Chapter 340 Honor. For a few seconds, both of them stood without motion. On Castor's face, shock and disbelief were mixed with fury, indignation, and fear. Slowly, he raised his head and pierced Sieae with a hateful gaze. "You scum." His voice was trembling with suppressed rage. "Good. Rage is good. Anything that makes him lose control is G." In the next moment, Sieae got hit in the chest and flew back with a pained scream. Although he somehow managed to deflect the tip of the enchanted Jian, the legacy still ended up slamming into him like a speeding train. The blade of his sword pierced the puppeteer's shroud once again, slicing Sieae's forearm. Goddammit. This was just unfair. The shroud was a Tier 5 memory of the awakened rank. Where did the bastard find a weapon that could cut through it so easily? Well, Sieae more or less knew where. Who was to say that the ghostly green Jian wasn't of the same tier, if not higher? Legacy clans had a lot of powerful memories in their treasuries. Unlike him. Hitting the ground in a roll, Sieae dashed to the side and used the pommel of the midnight shard to slam Castor's hand away. He barely saved himself from being decapitated. Shaken, Sieae threw a handful of coral dust into the air and retreated. A moment later, his enemy emerged from the dust like a vengeful demon. The damned Jian was once again aimed at his heart. But Castor looked different. It seemed that Sieae was right on the money with his guess about the proud scion's flaw and the purpose of the mysterious charm memory. Before, Castor had already looked slightly older than the other members of the cohort, which was strange, considering that both Effie and Kai were supposed to be the oldest among them. This was what had initially caught Sieae's attention, because back at the academy, there had been no such difference. However, now that the crystal sandglass was broken, time seemed to be catching up with the legacy. If anyone were to see him now, they would have assumed that he was in his late 20s, perhaps even early 30s. He still resembled the youth that Sieae had met just a year ago, but just barely. Instead, a handsome, mature, powerful man was attacking him, his dark skin still smooth, but already showing the signs of future wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth. There were several silver hairs in his beard. Straining every muscle in his body, Sunny stood his ground and parried the deadly thrust, then dodged to the left. Once again, he was a fraction of a second late, and another cut appeared on his body. Curses! With a pained grimace, Sunny dodged, evaded, parried, and blocked, continuing to retreat and create distance between himself and Castor. At some point, a furious roar made his ears ring. "Get back here, you rat! Why are you running like a coward?" Hidden behind the mask and struggling to breathe, Sunny gritted his teeth and hissed. No reason, in particular. The next time he and Castor clashed, the legacy appeared to be in his late 30s. Now, he resembled a man in his prime. His powerful physique became even more formidable, his broad shoulders straining the metal of the sturdy scale armor. His temples were gray, and his beard had silver streaks running through it. He looked like the kind of older man young girls would be utterly smitten by. Sunny groaned as he felt another laceration appear on his body, pushed Castor away, then dashed back. The midnight shard flew from one side to another, from low to high, not stopping even for a split second. The ringing of steel fused into a continuous, deafening clamor. He felt as though his lungs were on fire, but couldn't allow himself to slow down ever for a moment. A momentary lapse was going to cost him his life. Come on, this is not much worse than facing against Saint. But it was worse. So much worse. Even while augmented by the shadow, Sunny couldn't resist Castor's furious onslaught. He was stronger and much more resilient, but that was the thing about sharp weapons, they were created to make the amount of force required to kill someone much less demanding. A skilled swordsman that relied on speed could dispatch of an enemy with one well-aimed touch of the blade. To someone like Sunny, Castor was a nightmare. If not for the blood weave, he would have grown weak and slow from blood loss a long time ago, just from the numerous cuts on his body. And yet, he resisted and continued to retreat, desperately deflecting one lightning-fast strike after another. The next time Sunny got a good look at the proud legacy, he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Attacking him was an old man. His gaunt face was laced with a spiderweb of wrinkles, and his hair and beard were completely gray. There was almost no sign left of the handsome youth he had known, and despised, for so long. Castor was still full of power and vigor, though. His fury was still as murderous and scathing as it had been before. His speed, however, was just a tiny bit slower. Die, mongrel! With a furious roar, Castor brought down the ghostly Jian down on Sunny, who was still reeling from the previous blow. Desperate, Sunny raised his tachi into an awkward semblance of a block. When their swords collided, the midnight shard flew aside and almost slid from his hands. What's worse, Sunny lost his balance and fell backward, landing on the ground in a heap. As a cruel smile appeared on the old man's weathered face, he lunged forward to finish the defenseless enemy. But at the last second, a calm voice resounded from behind his back. The voice he hated, but knew so well. Standing somewhere behind him, Nephi's ordered in a tone that denied refusal. Back. Castor's eyes widened. With an expression of utter terror, he spun around and raised his sword, ready to finally face the person he had dreaded and wanted to kill for so long. However, when he did, he saw nothing but emptiness. There was no one behind him. Just a simple rock laying on the ground. As Castor watched in confusion, his thoughts slowed due to the debilitating effect of age, the rock shouted in Changing Star's voice. Hide in the shadows. Almost immediately, the proud scion's pupils narrowed. With a dark grimace, he spun back, moving his sword into a defensive position. He was just a fraction of a second late. Without making any sound, the tip of the midnight shard pierced his scale armor, his flesh. And then his heart. Staring at the stunned face of the feeble old man in front of him, Sunny scowled and sighed. Castor looked down, at the blade protruding from his chest and the blood streaming from beneath, then weakly grabbed the tachi with his hand. A pained, resentful grimace contorted his pale, wrinkled face. Straining to raise his head, he looked Sunny in the eyes and whispered. You have no honor. Sunny stared at the dying old man with pity, then looked away. There is honor, indeed. Honor is not just a word powerful scumbags invented to make young fools like you die for them. And kill for them. It's not a chain that they wrapped around your neck, to make you a slave. Castor looked at him for a few moments, trying to say something, but then slowly fell to his knees. In the sudden silence, the voice of the spell whispered. You have slain a dormant human, Hanli Castor. Your shadow grows stronger. Chapter 341-1000. Standing above Castor's corpse, Sunny tilted his head slightly. Despite his expectations, there was not a lot of joy in his heart. Instead, defeating the powerful scion of a true legacy clan left him feeling somber, and a little bitter. There was, however, a sense of, if not validation, then at least vindication. It was as though some profound need in his soul was finally satisfied, making it more solid. Steady. With a pained groan, Sunny took a step back, turned around, and dismissed the weaver's mask. He was in better shape than he had expected to be. Countless cuts on his body were painful, but not dangerous. Bloodweave was diligently doing its job, preventing him from losing too much of the precious red liquid. The cuts were already starting to scab over and close. The only serious wound was the gash on his side, but it, too, had already stopped bleeding. Very soon, it was going to start healing, too. Until then, it was not going to hinder his movements a lot, as long as Sunny was ready to endure a bit of suffering. After a year on the Forgotten Shore, dealing with pain was one of his best trained skills. I've been through worse. Much worse. This is nothing. Then, another thought entered his mind. That shadow fragment, it should have brought me to 1,000, right? A moment later, he realized that his whole being was somehow weird. It felt as though there was intense heat in his chest, slowly growing more and more scalding. This sensation was not exactly physical, but more of a spiritual one. Like the core of his soul was undergoing a violent change. With a mix of anticipation and dread, Sunny concentrated on this feeling. Here we go. What was going to happen to him? Suddenly, he heard the voice of the spell again. In the eerie expanse of the Crimson Spire, where ancient darkness fused with otherworldly light, it sounded solemn and almost triumphant. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Sunny listened tensely, trying to guess what was it going to say next. Your shadow is taking shape. In the next moment, he staggered and fell to his knees. His eyes widened and lost focus. The heat that was building up in Sunny's soul had reached a critical point, and then exploded. It felt as though his core was being torn apart, drowning him with intense, indescribable pain. Disoriented and frightened, he tried to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. Something was emerging from within his soul, ripping it into shreds. Sunny knew that he couldn't stop that process, and so, all he could do was endure. As Sunny convulsed on the ground, the spell whispered. Your shadow is complete. And then, something strange happened. The spell was about to say something else, but then the entire Crimson Spire suddenly shuddered. This quake was much stronger than all the previous ones, making it feel as though the gargantuan structure was about to topple. Sunny heard the deafening sound of breaking stone. Almost at the same time, he was suddenly enveloped in absolute darkness, all light disappearing from the echoing interior of the ancient tower. And the spell abruptly fell quiet, its last proclamation left unsaid. The pain tearing his soul apart was also gone. It didn't feel as though the process was finished, though. It felt as though it was interrupted. What is happening? Confused and disoriented, Sunny looked around. Why was it so dark? Following a premonition, he then raised his head and glanced up. What? The furious light of the Crimson Terror was gone. As Sunny tried to wrap his head around this fact, two things registered in his mind. The first one was that he felt very strange. His chest was still full of ethereal heat, but there was also something else. Some kind of interference? He was having trouble finding words to describe that sensation, but knew that it wasn't harmful. At least not immediately. The second one was that. Crap. The second thing he noticed was that, currently, there were giant slabs of stone plunging down on his head. Picking himself up from the ground, Sunny dashed to the edge of the wide route and jumped off of it. Just a second later, one of the slabs crushed into the coral, turning it into dust. A violent shockwave hit him in the back. The prowling thorn was currently restoring itself in the Soul Sea, its invisible string cut by Castor's enchanted Jian, so, for a moment, Sunny found himself in free fall. Then, the transparent blur of the dark wing finally weaved itself from sparks of light on his back and allowed him to glide forward, following the momentum of the jump. As he reached the wall of the spire, another deafening crash resounded from behind. Looking up and at the descending mass of broken stone, Sunny thrust the moonlight shard forward. The tip of the fallen memory easily sunk into the ancient granite, giving him purchase. Hanging on it, he pressed himself against the cold stones and gritted his teeth, waiting for the avalanche of debris to pass and praying that nothing hits him. A few moments later, the spire shuddered again, and then grew still. Somewhere down below, destruction was still raining on the interior of the spire, but this high, it was relatively quiet. Sunny opened his eyes. He was still alive. The dome of the Crimson Spire seemed to be broken, letting in beautiful sunshine. The darkness was not as impenetrable now, suffused with that light. Dust particles floated in the air, sparkling like tiny diamonds. Sunlight, sunlight? Panicking, Sunny looked around, searching for shelter, but then noticed that his shadow was utterly calm. Unlike before, when his soul was being destroyed by the artificial sun, it wasn't doing anything. It did seem a bit confused, though. What the hell is going on? Perplexed, Sunny decided to make absolutely sure that the annihilating power of the terror was gone from the rays of sunshine and dove into the Soul Sea. What he saw there shocked him so much that he almost let go of the hilt of the moonlight shard and fell down. The entire landscape of the tranquil sea was changed. If before there was nothing but darkness, now, it was filled with blinding white light. The light flowed through Sunny's soul, making the silent waters ripple and swirl. Up above, the black sphere of the shadow core was burning with furious flames. It trembled and seethed, as though overflowing with power. However, that power was being suppressed by the current of light, which prevented it from spreading outward. Beneath it, there was a massive whirlpool. Stunned, Sunny stared at the unrecognizable expanse of his soul and didn't know how to react. What the hell is this? Full of unease and dark thoughts, he hesitated for a bit and then summoned the runes. Everything was the same as the last time he had glanced at them, except for one line. Shadow fragments, 1000/1000. Not everything. In the cluster of runes describing his attributes, a few new ones appeared. Concentrating on them, Sunny held his breath and read. Attribute, Soul Conduit. Chapter 342 Crimson Terror. Soul Conduit. The attribute had no description, nor was its acquisition announced by the spell. Staring at the runes for a few more seconds, Sunny cast one last glance at the white void of his Soul Sea and left it. He had no answers for this mysterious sequence of events, but his intuition was ringing the alarm bell. He was almost sure that the strange and painful process that began after he had absorbed the last shadow fragment was somehow interrupted. The white light permeating the Soul Sea felt unnatural and wrong, like something external to it rather than natural. The mysterious new attribute was most likely connected to this external influence instead of to the saturation of the shadow core. In fact, Soul Conduit was most likely the manifestation of the radiant force that was currently suppressing the core. In that sense, this attribute was more akin to the mind hex of the Soul Devourer than to the blood weave. It wasn't something that Sunny had achieved or acquired. It was forced upon him, for reasons yet unknown. Gritting his teeth, Sunny shifted and changed his grip on the handle of the moonlight shard. Then, he summoned the ordinary rock and immediately dismissed it. Finally, he ordered the shadow to wrap itself around his body, then shift to the ghostly stiletto and back. At least the new attribute did not seem to be directly harmful. Sunny was still in control of his body and mind, as well as having full access to his memories and shadow control. All it seemed to be affecting was the shadow core itself, preventing it from achieving whatever it was that had failed to happen. At least for now. But how long would that safety last? Raising his head, Sieae stared at the pinnacle of the Crimson Spire. Something unexplainable had transpired there, causing this strange turn of events. Why was he trying to guess if all the answers were most likely waiting for him up above? To his side, a massive slab of stone had lodged itself between stumps of broken coral roots. More debris piled on top of it at steep angles, forming a twisting path to the distant sunlight. Pushing himself off the wall of the tower, Sieae glided forward and landed on the inclined stone surface. Then, he lingered for a few moments and began climbing up. The higher he ascended, the more sunshine surrounded him. Eventually, the whole tower was filled with nothing but stark beams of light and deep, dark shadows. The world was black and white, as though no other color was allowed into this solemn space. After a while, Sieae approached the broken dome of the Crimson Spire. There, a vast hall was hidden in the darkness, both its floor and roof now shattered, letting in the brightness of the sun. With a deep sigh, Sieae reached with his hands and pulled himself into the hall. He was now at the very pinnacle of the Crimson Spire. In the lair of the terror of the forgotten shore. At the very tip of the ancient tower, there was once a vast and beautiful chamber. It seemed as though it had a large circular opening in its center, allowing sunlight to easily flow into the gargantuan structure at high noon. Then, however, that opening had become overgrown by crimson coral. And now it was gone. Due to something that had happened during Changing Star's battle against the Terror, the floor of the chamber partially collapsed, bringing the coral down with it. The ceiling was damaged too, although to a lesser extent. Through the chasm in the spire's roof, Sieae could see the boundless white skies and the burning orb of the artificial sun. Lingering at it for a moment, he then lowered his gaze and looked at the chamber itself. The first thing he saw was Nephice, who was sitting on the floor, staring into the distance. Although her state was not as terrifying as on that terrible night when a dweller of the depths had pulled her beneath the waves of the cursed sea, she did not look too good. The Starlight Legion armor was practically destroyed, revealing gruesome burns and cuts on her ivory skin. Just like then, white flames were seeping out of them instead of blood. These fires seemed strangely weak, though, as though on the verge of being extinguished. They were also failing to mend her mangled flesh. Neff's wounds appeared to be healing, but at a very slow pace, a far cry from the miraculous restoration that Sieae had witnessed so many times in the past. The furious power that had always burned deep within her soul seemed to be finally exhausted. Almost. Following her gaze, Sieae shuddered when he saw the terror. The creature that had created the forgotten shore might have looked as a human once, but now, it was like a feverish nightmare. For some reason, Sieae had expected to see the familiar shape of the nameless goddess, whose statue was created in the likeness of the girl that had been made into the vessel of the artificial sun. What met him instead was a giant creature whose body was made out of a perverse fusion of crimson coral and mutilated human flesh. In a sense, it was similar to the crimson golems he had fought at the base of the spire. It was a twisted approximation of a living being, one that radiated a horrifying sense of madness, wrongness, and loss. Instead of a human face, the terror had hundreds of them, all contorted in expressions of blind agony and suffering. Their mouths were open, as though straining to scream. Their eyes were empty wells of pure darkness. At least now, they were. When the terror was alive, they must have shone with blinding, annihilating light. And it was, unmistakably, dead. The harrowing creature was sprawled on the floor, its limbs unmoving, its body fractured almost in half. The edges of the terrible wound were burned and melted, leaving no doubt that it was dealt by Changing Star's incandescent silver blade. How is this possible? Stunned, Sieae stared at the vanquished terror, failing to comprehend what he saw. How could Neff kill a fallen terror? No matter how powerful she was still a sleeper. Even with the tremendous augmentation of the Dawn Shard, she should not have been capable of slaying something this powerful. Something was very wrong here. This doesn't make sense. But then again, this wouldn't be the first terror Nephi's had slain. Changing Star had killed one in her first nightmare, too, earning her that name. Still, there was a vast difference between a dormant human killing an awakened terror and a fallen one. One feat was impossible. The other was simply unthinkable. Turning to her, Sunny hesitated and then said in disbelief. You actually killed it. Neff flinched, as though noticing his presence for the first time. Then, she slowly turned her head and looked at him with empty, lost eyes. Only after a few seconds, a hint of recognition appeared in them. She remained silent for a while, and then said in a hollow voice. Sunny. You are finally here. Chapter 343 Soul Conduit. He hesitated for a few moments, not sure how to answer. As seconds passed by, the silence between them grew tense, full of untold meaning. Finally, Nephi blinked and looked away, staring at the corpse of the Crimson Terror. Her sword hand trembling slightly. Killed it? Yes. I did. Got lucky, I guess. After a while, she added in a quiet voice. It was just a fake star, in the end. Sunny smiled slightly, but his eyes remained cold. Lucky. I know a thing or two about being lucky, Neff. A creature like this would not have died just because of bad luck. She remained silent for a bit, then sighed and looked down. It was evolving, trying to become a titan. The burden of transformation made it vulnerable. I just happened to attack while the terror was at its weakest. That's why it died. Evolving into a titan? Noticing a surprised expression on his face, Changing Star grimaced and pointed to the artificial sun. Have you not thought about what we have done? Sunny looked up, at the radiant sphere of light, and frowned. In all the chaos, he had indeed forgotten to consider the full scale of what had transpired after the battle, as well as the reasons for and consequences of it. Come to think of it, why would the light of the artificial sun destroy the souls of every living creature it touched? It had not been like this before the fall of the ancient civilization, for many generations, at least. But then, the vessel had become corrupted and turned into a nightmare creature. The terror. And at the same time, the seals imprisoning the curse of the all-consuming darkness had been destroyed, letting it free. So, in fact, the corrupted sun had never existed without the dark sea keeping it company. Until today. Sunny had always thought that the sun was restraining the dark sea. Could it be that it had always been restrained by the darkness, as well? And when he banished the ancient curse and locked it underground, the sun was finally liberated from its shackles. That's why its light suddenly changed, turning into the annihilating white radiance. It had become free to do whatever it wanted. But there was something else. As his eyes widened, Nephi nodded. Yes. The artificial sun does not just illuminate the vicinity of the Crimson Spire. It illuminates the whole of the Forgotten Shore. Its light reaches everywhere. So, as we were fighting our way through the tower, most of the living creatures on the Forgotten Shore had been wiped out. All that death, all those countless souls, guided into the spire by the labyrinth, like a colossal hecatomb, to fuel the evolution of the Crimson Terror. And Nephi's just happened to attack while the terror was in the throes of that terrifying transformation. Well, that wasn't a coincidence, most likely. Sunny had not forgotten the thoughtful look on her face as Neff had peered out of the gates of the spire before giving the Dreamer army the command to advance. He shivered, only now realizing that this whole region of the Dream Realm was now almost completely empty of life. Only a few nightmare creatures must have survived, those who were lucky enough to hide from the deadly sunlight in time, or were powerful enough to resist it. Such a boundless influx of souls would indeed be enough to push the Crimson Terror to the next step of its evolution. Devolution? Whatever it was that happened to nightmare creatures as they grew more powerful. Not that Sunny knew anything about this matters, but if anything could cause something like that, then the evisceration of an entire region of the Dream Realm would certainly do the trick. Now, however, the terror was dead, and its corrupting influence was gone, turning the artificial sun back to its normal self. It couldn't be that easy, though. As if answering his thoughts, the spire shuddered again. Another slab of stone broke off from the floor of the chamber and plunged down. Suddenly, the light of the sun grew a little bit dimmer. Looking up, Sunny noticed that the artificial sun looked not as bright as it had just a few minutes ago. It was as though it was slowly dying. Was it dying? There was no vessel to channel soul essence into its furnace anymore, after all. Interrupting his thoughts, Nephi suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse and tired. What happened to the others? Sunny shifted and looked down through the chasm in the chamber's floor. Far below, he could see the vast balcony and the shimmering ring of the gateway on it. Somehow, its shine seemed weaker. The balcony, however, was empty. There were no humans there, and even the coral golems lay unmoving, their semblance of life snuffed out when the terror died. Everyone has escaped. Neff sighed slowly, as if with relief. After a long pause, she moved slightly and asked. What about Castor? Sunny glanced at her and shrugged. When he spoke, his voice was cold and indifferent. I killed him. Changing Star remained silent for a long time. Then, she whispered, seemingly addressing no one. So that's why. Suddenly, a bitter laugh escaped from her lips. Nephi raised her hands and pressed them against her face, as if overwhelmed by some deep, dark emotion. After a few seconds, her muffled voice reached his ears. You shouldn't have killed him, Sunny. Sunny snarled. Yeah? Why, exactly? She remained motionless for a few seconds, and then slowly lowered her hands and put them on her knees. Her face was pale and bleak. Have you checked your attributes? He nodded and looked at her with a curious expression. I did. There's a new one there. Soul Conduit. Changing Star stared into the distance and nodded. Yeah. Same for me. Sunny raised his eyebrow and asked, his voice calm and steady. Any idea what it means? She did not say anything for a while, and then turned her head to look at him. Have you not figured it out? He shrugged. I was a bit preoccupied. Why? What is it? Nephi sighed and looked at the walls of the chamber. Finally, she said, the obliterating sun inside the ancient tower. One would be tempted to say that it was fate. What does it mean for us, exactly? Are we going to turn into something, like that thing? Neff slowly shook her head. Not yet. Not for a long time. The terror had absorbed most of the souls it had reaped after the battle, and there's no one to make sacrifices to the sun now. The labyrinth, too, is now dead. Echoing her words, the spire trembled once again, and somewhere down below, a deafening sound of crushing stone could be heard. Sunny tilted his head. So what's the problem? Can't we just get the hell out of here and never come back? Changing Star looked at him, her eyes full of cold, bitter emotion. You don't get it, do you? After that, she gritted her teeth and said. The Crimson Spire is a machine, and the gateway is a part of that machine. The spire can't function without a human serving as the sole conduit, and neither can the gateway. There has to be a vessel inside the tower for the gateway to work. She slowly rose to her feet, swayed slightly, and finally pierced him with a dark gaze. Which means that only one of us can escape. Sunny stared at her for a few seconds, then looked down at the distant ring of the gateway. Finally, he turned back to Nephi and said. I don't suppose you'll stay behind and let me go? Changing Star looked at him, her striking gray eyes full of intensity and nascent white flames. I was about to ask you the same. Sunny lingered for a moment, then grinned. Not a chance. Chapter 344 Sorrow, Pain, and Rage. Slowly walking away from the edge of the chasm, Sunny stopped opposite Nephi and looked at her. In his dark eyes, there was nothing but coldness. Well, it's not like we didn't know for a long time that this would be how things end. Did we? She stared at him for a while, then smiled bitterly. We did. Indeed, they knew. From that terrible day when Sunny had first understood the meaning behind Cassie's vision, he suspected that one day, in order to survive, he would have to kill Nephi. This was the truth he had chosen to hide from, even if it meant losing his mind. The final and most unbearable reason for why he had spent months alone in the dark city, hunting monsters and slowly turning into one of them. How does one come to terms with the knowledge that, one day, they will have to kill the person they care for the most? Knowledge, indeed, was the heaviest thing in the world. Back at the beginning of it all, far away from the dark city, before they had even known that the Crimson Spire existed, Cassie had shared with them a terrible vision. She said, "At first, I saw a boundless darkness locked behind 7 seals. Something vast was churning in the darkness. I felt like if I directly saw it, I would lose my mind. As I watched, terrified, the seals broke one after another, until only one remained. And then that seal broke, too." The first part of her vision described the day when the vessel of the artificial sun had gone mad, and the curse of the all-consuming darkness had escaped the prison created for it by the 7 ancient heroes. I saw the human castle again. Only this time, it was at night. There was a lonely star burning in the black skies, and under its light, the castle was suddenly consumed by fire, with rivers of blood flowing down its halls. I saw a corpse in a golden armor sitting on a throne, a woman with a bronze spear drowning in a tide of monsters, an archer trying to pierce the falling sky with his arrows. The lonely star shining in the black skies was Nephi's, the herald of ruinous change, who had drowned the halls of the bright castle in blood to become its ruler, and then watched as it burned to the ground. The corpse in the golden armor was Gunlog, who had died on his white throne, killed by her hand. The woman with a bronze spear and the desperate archer were Effie and Kai, who had almost perished fighting against the nightmare horde during the siege of the Crimson Spire. In the end, I saw a colossal, terrifying Crimson Spire. At its base, 7 severed heads were guarding 7 locks. And at the top, a dying angel was being consumed by hungry shadows. When I saw the angel bleed, I suddenly felt as though something so precious that it can't be described with words was taken from me. 7 severed heads guarding 7 locks were the heads of the giant statues, who stared at the star sigil that Sunny had used to banish the dark sea. And the last part of the prophecy, it wasn't that hard to understand, too. Nephis was the dying angel, the precious thing that was going to be taken from Cassie, and Sunny was the hungry shadow that consumed her. It was their fate. Then, I felt so much sorrow, pain and rage that what little remained of my sanity seemed to disappear. That was when I woke up. I think. This was the last thing Cassie had said. Looking at Nephis, Sunny sighed and turned away. "I warned you, didn't I? I told you that this story won't have a happy ending. That there will be only sorrow, pain, and rage. Do you remember what you answered me?" These were the words he said on the day Neph had asked him to join her expedition. Back then, his suspicion that they would inevitably end up as enemies had already grown, becoming almost a certainty. Almost, that cursed word. This was the word that had given him hope, no matter how small. Hope that he was wrong. But despite that hope, Sunny had been preparing for this moment for a long, long time. It was because he had known that he would have to face Nephis in combat that he had decided to incorporate Saint's methodical style into his technique, why he trained without rest, day and night, not sparing himself from the pain and hardship. If his only skill was one that she herself had taught him, what chance did he have of defeating her? It was for that reason that he had climbed to the highest point of the hunter's statue and spent a night alone there, steeling himself for the inevitable future. Forcing himself to accept the terrible truth that, soon, he would have to kill Nephis. It was because of this that he had refused Changing Star's offer to heal him. How could he allow her to endure the terrible pain of the white flames, knowing that she would be suffering for the sake of her future killer? And it was because of this that he had not tried to learn all of her secret plans, remaining comfortable in his role as a hired mercenary. An outsider. He had known that, no matter what, they would end up here, in this moment, forced to fight each other. Fate was a terrifying enemy to fight against. He knew it better than most. Fate always won, in the end. Defeating it was almost impossible. Shifting slightly, Nephis looked at him and answered, her voice strangely wistful. "Life is not a story. It only ends when you die. Sunny smiled. So, are you ready to die? As white sparks ignited in the depths of Changing Star's eyes, she answered with another question. What about you? Instead of answering, Sunny summoned the Midnight Shard and raised it, assuming a battle stance. Opposite of him, Nephi's did the same, her silver sword weaving itself from blinding light. Of course, neither of them planned to kill the other. They needed the other to remain alive, at least until the victor passed through the gateway. How long would the loser survive after that, though? Especially if they were beaten terribly enough to lose the ability to resist further. Staying behind meant death. As the ancient, gargantuan tower quaked around them, balancing on the edge of collapse, Lost from Light and Changing Star prepared to cross their blades. Chapter 345 Shadows and Light. Sunny and Nephi looked at each other, the air practically crackling with tension at the point where their gazes met. The white flame seeping from Changing Star's wounds suddenly flashed in a furious outburst, closing some of her wounds and making others seem less severe. After that, however, it grew weak and disappeared, retreating back into the furnace of her soul. As a pained grimace contorted the young woman's face, a dim radiance then slowly shined from beneath her ivory skin. At the same time, the shadow flowed up and wrapped itself around Sunny's body, making it brim with power and vitality. He inhaled deeply and slightly moved, shifting his weight from one leg to another. How can it end? Before the thought could fully form, Sunny ruthlessly destroyed it and banished it from his mind. This was the last obstacle on his way back to the real world, and the most deadly. Sunny had fought many terrible creatures in the cursed hell of the Forgotten Shore, but none of them were as fearsome and dangerous as Changing Star. This was going to be his hardest battle yet. To win it, he had to be absolutely clear, absolutely focused. He couldn't allow himself to feel anything, be distracted by anything. No doubt, no fear. No regret, no compassion. Only determination. Only resolve. Only murderous will to prevail. As dust particles shined in the beams of white light that fell through the broken roof of the ancient chamber, a stark shadow swelled with dark anticipation. Nephi brought the pommel of her sword to her shoulder. White flames ignited in her eyes. And then, suddenly, she lunged forward. Fast. But not fast enough to not give Sunny enough time to react. Raising the Midnight Shard, he dashed forward to block her furious assault, and shuddered, the force of the impact sending a shock through his entire body. It felt as though his sword had collided with a mountain. Their blades got entangled for a moment, and then separated. Almost immediately, the silver longsword lashed out again, appearing from an unexpected direction. And then again, and again, and again. Sunny feverishly defended, chaining blocks and deflections into one uninterrupted sequence of swift moves. Despite his best efforts, he reeled slightly after each strike. It was as though he was being hit by a hurricane of adamantine sledgehammers, each hit making his bones tremble and groan. How is she that strong? How was Nephi so strong? How was she so fast? How was she so resilient? It didn't make sense. By now, Sunny had fully saturated his core, bringing him to the pinnacle of what a human of his rank could achieve in terms of physical ability. His power was further doubled by the augmentation of the shadow, making him more akin to one of the awakened than to a mere sleeper. No dormant human should have been able to match his power in every regard. And yet, Changing Star did. More than that, she was more powerful than him, tremendously so. She was more like a nightmare creature than a human, her movements were fast as lightning, her strength was terrifying, and her technique was flawless, leaving him no chance to exploit even the smallest of mistakes. No sleeper should have been that powerful. It was simply impossible. And yet, somehow, it wasn't. Impossible, impossible. Deflecting another blow, Sunny gritted his teeth and dashed to the side, hoping to exploit the momentary opening in his enemy's defense. However, he was met by the ruthless flash of the silver blade instead. The opening was just a ruse, one which almost cost him his hand. Something is very wrong here. Either the augmentation of the white flame was much more powerful than that of his shadow, or something else was at play. However, Sunny didn't think that the radiance emanating from Neff's skin was stronger than his own physical enhancement. From what he had observed during her battle against Gunlog, it was roughly the same or only slightly more forceful. It shouldn't have given her this big of an advantage, especially in its seemingly exhausted state. Somehow, Nephi's had grown much stronger between then and now. But how? At least the silver sword was not burning with the annihilating, incandescent light. If it was, the midnight shard might have already been, if not destroyed, then at least severely damaged. In that regard, luck was still on Sunny's side. They exchanged several more blows and disengaged for a fraction of a second, then closed in again. Changing Star's sword shot forward, missing Sunny's face by a few millimeters, or so he thought before sensing warm drops rolling down his cheek. A thin cut appeared on it, swelling with blood. Just a little bit to the right, and he would have lost an eye. Shaken, Sunny deflected the sword away, preventing Nephi's from slicing his neck with a reverse cut, and leaned forward in an attempt to ram her with his shoulder. Changing Star easily sidestepped around Sunny and brought her weapon down, forcing him to block from a disadvantageous position and stagger back. Curse it! Their violent clash must have looked furious and morbidly beautiful. Both moved with incredible speed and possessed ferocious strength, both were skilled and experienced, forged into formidable killers by hundreds of deadly battles. One was darkness and shadows, while the other was radiance and light. But the true combat was happening somewhere else, invisible to the naked eye. This fight was as much about strategy and insight as it was about physical prowess and technique. After all, to excel as a fighter, one had to master both their body and mind. Nephi's might have been unnaturally fast and strong, but what really made her devastatingly deadly was her own battle genius, her incredible level of understanding of the laws and principles of combat. Armed with it, she was able to predict what her enemy was going to do even before they themselves knew it. But that was not all. The scariest thing about Nephi's was that, through that understanding, she was even able to manipulate and dictate her opponent's actions, turning them into her puppet. She was in absolute control of the flow of combat. Combat was her domain, just like shadows were his. But Sunny was not a novice either. He was a master of manipulation, too. But more importantly, he had enough insight and knew Nephi's well enough to, if not deceive her, then at least not allow her to lure him into an inescapable trap. That was why, for a dozen torturously long seconds, neither of them had been able to seriously wound the other. Even if Sunny was locked into desperate defense and outmatched in every regard, he still managed to hold Changing Star's monstrous onslaught off. At least for now. Finally, the two of them disengaged and stepped back, pausing for a few moments. Sunny was breathing heavily, his bloodied face turning even more pale than usual. Nephi stared at him with a grim expression, her own breathing laborious and pained. If this was a cliché drama, at that point, they would have exchanged words, expressing their resolve and determination. Admiring their enemy or humiliating them with disparaging insults, showcasing their fearlessness by making a carefree joke. But it was not. Everything that could have been said had been said already. There was no way back. All that remained was violence. Looking at Nephi's, Sunny suppressed a devious smile. Something had changed about the proud daughter of the immortal Flame clan. Something that he had been waiting for from the start of their vicious battle. The wounds that had been partially closed by the white flame were beginning to seep blood again. And as they did, the blood blossom charm hanging on a thread tied around his neck finally rose from its slumber, filling the midnight shard with boundless hunger. Chapter 346 Promise of Blood. Enhanced by the blood blossom, the austere Tachi suddenly felt lighter in his hands, full of cold, frightening determination. It was almost as though it had a mind of its own now, a mind focused on one goal, to find the enemy and get a taste of their blood. Finally. A moment later, Nephi's attacked again, her beautiful face cold and indifferent like an alabaster mask. Only the flames in her eyes moved, burning furiously, white as the empty void of the godless heavens above their heads. Sunny gritted his teeth and moved to meet her. Their blades clashed once again. Just like before, he was shaken by the force of the impact, only now, he had managed to intercept her strike a fraction of a second faster. It was as though the midnight shard was ever so slightly pulling his hand, making it move with a bit more speed, aim a little better, withstand the pressure of the strikes with a subtly less strain. In the next few seconds, that change had become more apparent. Before, he had no chance to launch an offense. Changing Star was reveling in her flowing and unpredictable battle style, her every movement oppressive and unpredictable. This unpredictability alone made him wary of committing to an attack. Of course, Sieae was using the same style. But even though he had mastered it to an admirable degree, his technique was by no means equal to that of Changing Star. What was worse, she knew it far better than him, so his moves could potentially be predicted with terrifying ease. The only reason why Sieae was still on his feet was because of the elements of the saint's grounded style that he had incorporated into his own. Measured and precise, but also capable of explosive counterattacks, it allowed him to both defend against Neff's ruthless assault and restrain her to a certain degree, using the threat of a sudden reversal to keep her from going all out. More importantly, she was less familiar with that style, which allowed him to diminish the predictability of his movements. And now, with the help of the Blood Blossom, Sieae was able to resist Nephi's more efficiently, even if it was just by a tiny amount. But the measure of that difference didn't really matter. Because the longer their fight went on and the more she bled, the stronger he would become. It wasn't long before he finally managed to land a hit, the tip of his sword scratching against one of her gauntlets. This is just a begin. However, his thought was instantly interrupted. What? Nephi suddenly changed her behavior. Perhaps she had sensed the shift in the dynamic between the two of them, or perhaps she was just desperate to end this fight before her powers ran dry and her terrible wounds finally caught up with her. Or maybe there was some other reason, one that Sieae failed to account for. But regardless of it, Neff suddenly abandoned her previous calculated attack pattern and instead descended on him in a rain of deadly steel, her defense crumbling and leaving her open to retaliation. Caught by surprise, Sieae barely had time to shift his stance and block. The midnight shard was thrown down by a violent blow, pressing against his shoulder. The silver longsword slid across its length and scratched against the guard of the Tachi, mere centimeters away from Sieae's throat. For a few heartbeats, the two of them struggled desperately, trying to overpower the enemy. Their bodies were so close that Sieae could feel Neff's breath on his cheek, as well as the heat radiating from her skin. Damn it! She was just stronger, so much stronger. Little by little, her sword angled forward, and then bit into his skin, blood flowing on its silver blade. With an angry growl, Sieae let go of the hilt of the midnight shard with one hand. His fist shot toward Changing Star's body, the ghostly stiletto appearing in it at the last moment. But, of course, Nephi's had anticipated that. She twisted her torso, allowing the moonlight shard to leave a deep but harmless scratch on her breastplate. In doing so, she had to relieve pressure on the Tachi, allowing Sieae to push her sword away from his neck. But before he could jump back, Neff finished her attack by delivering a devastating blow to his head with the pommel of her sword. Disoriented, Sieae staggered back. He felt blood streaming into his eyes and lost his vision for a moment. Even shadow sense was useless, because he simply couldn't differentiate up from down right now. Suddenly, his heart was full of dread. Think. He had maybe a fraction of a second left before suffering a complete defeat. What is she going to do? The silver longsword was currently raised slightly above him after the upward strike. The fastest way to finish the fight would be to bring it down, possibly with its flat on his head, or with its edge on his shoulder, thus severing one of his arms. Yes, the second option was the easiest to execute and the most advantageous. But it was Nephi's he was thinking about. What would she do? Faced with the choice of protecting his head or his shoulder, Sieae instinctively threw the midnight shard up to block a vertical blow aimed at his skull. His body moved on its own, following the memory of countless hours of training. Thanks to that, he was able to perform the block even in this stunned state. His judgment was correct. The Tachi collided against Changing Star's sword and was thrown aside. But thanks to that, the strike missed his head completely. Instead, it fell on his clavicle and bit deep into his flesh, scraping against bone. Sunny's world exploded with pain. But instead of letting it overpower him, he leaned forward and caught Nef's hand in a trap, entangling it with his own. Then, he drove the midnight shard forward and felt it pierce soft flesh. Nephi shrieked, her voice full of agony and shock. Then, she pushed him away. Sunny fell to the ground. Damn, this hurts. Regaining some semblance of control over his mind, he raised a hand and wiped the blood away from his eyes. Then, he rose to his knees and looked in the direction where Nephi's had been. She was standing a few meters away, leaning on her sword for support. There was a deep gash in her abdomen, just below the lower edge of the fractured breastplate of the Starlight Legion armor, and a grimace of pain on her face. Blood was flowing from the wound he had caused her like a crimson stream. Their eyes met for a moment, and then Sunny lowered his gaze, at the austere Tachi that lay on the floor between them. In all the mayhem, he had lost his sword. Both of them froze for a second. Then, ignoring the terrible pain pulsating in his wounded shoulder, Sunny lunged forward and grabbed the hilt of the midnight shard. At the same time, Changing Star rushed forward, raising her sword. However, neither of them got a chance to deliver a strike. Because right at that moment, the Crimson Spire shuddered once again, this time much more terribly than before. And in a deafening thunder of breaking stone, the floor beneath their feet suddenly shattered and collapsed into the darkness, pulling them down with it. Chapter 347 Free Fall. Sunny fell down in a rain of broken stone, the floor beneath his feet suddenly crumbling like shattered glass. The Crimson Spire shuddered and moaned, like a giant creature convulsing in the throes of death. The light of the artificial sun grew dim and weak, causing another tremor to run through the ancient tower, wide cracks appearing on its granite walls. Sunny had banished the darkness that devoured the forgotten shore every night, and Nephi's had killed the vessel of the sun that rose above it every day. Together, they had brought destruction to this cursed land. Today was the end of days for the forgotten shore, one that the two of them had ushered in. And one of them was going to have to endure the fallout of this cataclysmic change. Surrounded by a rain of falling shards of stone, Changing Star twisted and somehow managed to aim her sword in Sunny's direction. Even more miraculously, he managed to intercept it with his own. Both were thrown away from each other, the transparent wings weaving themselves behind their backs. For a couple of seconds, Sunny felt his body plunging down into the darkness. Then, finally, the dark wing fully manifested and turned into a blur, supporting his weight. Dodging a massive slab of granite that threatened to crush him, Sunny used it as a step and propelled himself through the air. The midnight shard flashed, aiming at Changing Star's wings, but was blocked by the blade of the silver longsword. As the debris fell down, two human figures collided against each other and spun in the air. With nothing to serve as a support, the only chance they had to exert any force was to use the body of the enemy as one. Their bodies entangled, almost as if they were lovers. But in reality, of course, the purpose of this intimate closeness was not love, it was violence. Grabbing Nephi's with one hand and using his legs to trap hers, Sunny twisted his torso and delivered a devastating blow with his forehead, feeling the brittle bones of her nose shatter under his strike. But at the same time, her armored fist crashed into his side, aimed cruelly at the half-closed wound left behind by Castor. Sunny screamed. In the next second, her other fist slammed into his face. Augmented by the weight of the silver sword, that blow caused Sunny to lose himself for a short moment. When he came to his senses, the first thing he saw was a massive slab of granite falling on them from above. Feeling blood stream down his face and from the newly opened wound on his side, Sunny bent his knee, and then used Nef's body to push himself away. The two of them flew into opposite directions, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the enormous piece of stone. Gliding with the help of their enchanted cloaks, Sunny and Nephi circled around each other, moving down in a wide spiral. Both were too preoccupied with dodging the falling pieces of stone to launch another attack, even if they wished to. Around them, the Crimson Spire was quaking and convulsing, more and more cracks appearing on its walls, whole layers of stone separating from them and plunging down. It felt as though the ancient structure would not be able to hold on for much longer. Above them, the dying sun was growing weaker with each minute. And down below, the runes surrounding the perfect circle of the gateway were shimmering in the darkness, their light slowly becoming unstable. Concentrating at the distant balcony, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then threw a glance at Nephi's. Then, he dismissed the dark wing and plunged down, abandoning the safety of flight. Instead, he chose to fall. With air whistling in his ears, Sunny plummeted through the darkness, approaching the vast balcony with terrible speed. Deadly speed. He had to calculate everything perfectly. When the gateway was close enough to discern separate runes shining in a circle around it, he summoned the enchanted cloak again. As the memory began to weave itself into existence, Sunny continued to fall, the stone balcony growing closer and closer. A second later, it was already close enough to see the shapes of the dead coral golems in the darkness. A second more, and a bestial fear took hold of his heart. He was about to die, to splatter on the ground like a crushed bug. Almost at the last moment, the dark wing finally came into existence. Immediately, Sunny activated the enchantment and tried to turn his vertical fall into a horizontal glide. As inertia pulled him down with dreadful speed, he cut a smooth arc in the air and hit the stone surface of the balcony, turning the violent impact into a roll. Then, without losing even a moment, he jumped to his feet and ran toward the gateway. Consumed by pain, Sunny limped over the shimmering runes and entered the ring. Almost immediately, a strange feeling overtook him. It was like that strange and indescribable feeling you get a few seconds before realizing that the reality surrounding you is just a dream, and that you are about to wake up. The light of the runes grew stronger. Simultaneously, Sunny's own body began to glow, emanating the same ethereal light. Before that glow had a chance to become bright, though, a shadow fell from above in a deadly rustle of sharp steel. No. Sunny threw his hands up, deflecting the blow of Changing Star's silver sword. Nephi descended upon him like an avenging angel, the fierce white flames burning in her eyes with frightening intensity. As soon as her feet touched the stone inside the iron ring, the shimmering runes blinked and disappeared. Both conduits were cut off from the Crimson Spire, thus breaking the flow of soul energy. Without it, the gateway could not function. Only if one of them was thrown outside would the runes ignite once again. Sunny gritted his teeth and thrust his sword forward, hoping to get Nephi before she had time to regain her balance. But she was too fast, too cunning. Before he could even get close to piercing her flesh, Changing Star was already moving, trapping his blade under her own and throwing it aside. Sunny rammed into her, throwing all of his weight into one devastating blow. At the same time, he felt cold steel brushing against his ribs, causing more blood to stream down. The two of them collided with frightening force and fell out of the iron ring of the gateway, rolling down the steps of the dais. As soon as the first of them crossed the circle of runes, they shimmered and shined once again. Sunny fell on the cold stones and remained lying there, consumed by pain and exhaustion. A low, tortured moan escaped from his lips. Something was broken inside of him. He felt weak. And cold. He didn't want to stand up. I am not done yet. I'm not. Chapter 348 Unbroken. Sunny lay on the ground, gulping air like a dying fish. It felt as though he was drowning. His body was a map of pain. He couldn't even remember how many injuries he had received. There was the gash in his side left by Castor's Jian, the gruesome wound that almost severed his clavicle, the long cut across his ribs, and many smaller ones. But he was still alive. He was still able to fight. He was still not willing to give up. All around him, the Crimson Spire was trembling and groaning, slowly starting to collapse. Gritting his teeth, Sunny tiredly pushed himself off the ground. His body protested, but he forced it into silence and slowly rose to his feet. The blade of the midnight shard scraped against the stones as he pulled it up. Nephi was doing the same. The young woman stood up and staggered, then regained her balance and grew still. Her posture was slumped, with one hand pressed tightly against the deep wound on her abdomen. Changing Star looked weak and beaten, her fearsome presence diminished. Her face was pale, bloodied, and grim, contorted by a grimace of suffering. Only her eyes, which burned with dimming white flames, were still the same, striking, cold, and full of unshakable resolve. Both of them were washed in the ethereal light of the gateway. Looking at Neff through that light, Sunny slowly inhaled and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's finish this." She stared at him for a few moments, then grinned. Her teeth were painted red by blood. In the next moment, Nephice raised her sword and dashed forward, sending a cloud of dust into the air with her feet. They clashed beneath the dais of the gateway, their swords whistling through the air like hungry fiends. The clangor of steel drowned the sound of breaking stone, resounding in the darkness of the Crimson Spire once again. Both Sunny and Nephice were gruesomely wounded, but neither allowed their agony and pain to make them weaker. Instead, they fought with ruthless ferociousness, throwing everything they had left at the enemy, not holding anything back. Now that Changing Star was bleeding heavily, the blood blossom hanging on Sunny's neck entered a state of frenzy. At times, it felt as though his sword moved on its own, helping him strike faster, harder, with deadlier precision. He had never been as powerful as he was now. And yet, it was not enough. Nephice was still too much for him to handle. She was still too strong, too fast, too overwhelming. She was more like a monster than a human. A demon of silver steel wreathed in pale white flames. Sunny managed to add several deep cuts to her harrowing collection of injuries, but the damage he received in return was twice as terrible. His left arm was slowly growing numb, weakening his grip on the hilt of the midnight shard. His lungs were burning, and it was getting harder and harder to inhale. With each breath, a wet, disturbing sound fell from his lips. His eyes were burning, too, his vision becoming blurry because of all the blood streaming into them. He had to rely on shadow sense a lot to make up for this debilitating affliction. I can't go on like this. He had to think of something. Something devious and smart, something that would work. But, for the first time, Sunny's bag of tricks was empty. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't imagine anything that would defeat Nephice. She knew him too well. Better than anyone in the entire world. 2 worlds, even. And yet, Sunny felt that he had no chance of victory if everything continued as it had. He was already just one step away from death. And so, he did the one thing he could think of. A desperate gamble with little chance of success. Summoning all of his remaining strength and resilience, he forced his perception to shift, and started weaving the strange, taxing movements of the incomplete shadow dance into his technique. He allowed his mind to become formless and shapeless, and then aimed it at Changing Star, trying to mimic her incredible battle art to the smallest detail. And use it as a weapon to destroy her. After all, if not Neff, then who could he ever imitate? He was the person who knew her best in the world, too. He was her companion, friend, and pupil. He was already practically her shadow, her compliant little helper. Caught in the net of her schemes, in her insane, insatiable desire, and incapable of breaking free, not only because there was no other choice, but also because he didn't really want to be apart from her. He knew her flowing, deadly battle style better than anyone except for Nephice herself. After all, he had practiced it as well, spending countless hours to master its foundation and gain insight into its principles. From repeating the same downward/hundred of thousands of times to this terrible battle, he had never stopped learning from her. If he had a chance to make that one final step to mastering the first level of shadow dance, it was in a fight against her. And so Sunny fought, summoning the memory of the beautiful slave girl dancing with her 7 shadows. He strained his already failing body to its limit, past the limit, trying to force it to perfectly reflect Changing Star's deadly grace and fearsome elegance. Put under that strain, his body began to collapse. Sunny felt as though there was something brittle in the center of his chest, a small part of his body that was slowly cracking under the pressure. With each move he made, a new crack appeared on its surface. He just hoped that he would make the breakthrough before that small part exploded, if he could endure just a little more, do a little more, understand a little more. But in the end, he didn't. After another strange and excruciating move, one that somehow felt different from all the rest, the delicate thing in his chest suddenly shuddered, and broke. For a moment, Sunny felt as a marionette whose strings had been cut. His eyes widened in horror. And then, the midnight shard shivered slightly. In the next second, the invisible well of power hidden in his soul opened, and a flood of rejuvenating strength carried his exhaustion away. Chapter 349 Fate. When something in Sunny's chest shattered, the hidden enchantment of the midnight shard, Unbroken, came into effect and opened the floodgates of power to support him in the desperate, defiant last stand. Of course, the blood weave was enhanced by it, too, boosting its restorative powers. The virtuous cycle was complete, simultaneously making him much stronger and bringing him away from death's doorstep. Changing Star's sword whistled through the air, aiming to pierce his flesh, and was thrown aside by the forceful push of the austere Tachi. For the first time since the beginning of their brutal fight, Sunny didn't reel because of the violent shock reverberating through his bones. Now, he had reached the absolute pinnacle of his power potential. With his core fully saturated, the shadow wrapped around his body, the blood blossom filling his memories with frenzied might, and the unbroken enchantment of the stalwart blade doing the same for his body, Sunny was as strong as he would ever be before becoming an awakened. Now, he was finally able to match Nephi's. Almost. Astoundingly, incredibly, irrationally, she was still stronger. How? How, damn it? Sunny moved and fought, blood seeping from his terrible wounds. Although the gap in power between him and Changing Star had diminished significantly, it was still there, making him miss his attacks by a fraction of a second, be too late to block and deflect by a hair's breadth. He was still losing. As the two of them clashed furiously, sparks of burning metal flying into the air from the point where their swords met, the light of the artificial sun had grown dim and unstable, and the Crimson Spire continued to break apart. At some point, an enormous piece of granite crashed into the vast balcony, showering them with a rain of sharp splinters. A net of cracks appeared on the stone surface beneath their feet, slowly widening as more debris fell down. Both of them were thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the collision, but immediately got up, lunging at each other with dark, murderous determination. Sunny dodged the tip of the silver longsword and thrust his Tachi forward, leaving a deep cut on Neff's forearm, slicing her muscles apart. At the same time, she made a step forward and slammed the pommel of her sword into his mauled clavicle, making Sunny's mind explode with pain. He heard someone scream, their voice hoarse and full of indescribable suffering, then realized a moment later that that bestial voice was his own. Soon, the scream turned into a growl. He wasn't done yet. He refused to be defeated, he refused to give up. He still had a chance to win. Because through all of this, Sunny had continued to push himself toward mastering the first step of the shadow dance. Just before something shattered in his chest, thus causing the midnight shard to open the well of hidden power, he had sensed an approaching epiphany. It was already there, at the precipice of his mind. But his body was not strong enough, not malleable enough to manifest it into reality. Or at least it had not been before receiving the boon of the Unbroken. Now, everything changed. Sunny felt that he would be able to make a breakthrough with the help of the powerful enchantment. Every strike, every block, every step brought him closer to finally being able to complete the foundation of his elusive battle art, to bring his vision of it to fruition. Taking a pained breath, he deflected another vicious attack, hesitated for a split second, and looked away from Nephi's. Instead of watching her body and her movements, he instead gazed at her shadow. The shadow shifted slightly, facing away from the glowing ring of the gateway. Its shadow hands moved, raising a shadow sword. The shadow sword fell, aiming to cut the shadow's enemy down. And suddenly, it felt as though a door opened in his mind. Everything suddenly fell into place. Everything connected. What was fragmented and obscured before now became clear and whole. It was complete. Before Neff's sword could reach him, Sunny evaded it with a slight shift and raised the midnight shard. A moment later, he delivered an identical strike, forcing her to retreat. Like that? Changing Star was already attacking again, moving with speed and precision that seemed inhuman. Sunny mirrored her movements, and their blades collided in the air, causing a rain of sparks to fly down. His style changed slightly, growing more graceful. smooth, flowing. Deadly. Just like hers. No, this is wrong. The point of shadow dance was not to mirror every movement, to become a literal copy. It was to understand the very essence of the enemy's style and turn it against them. Sunny scowled and changed his grip on the midnight shard slightly, then attacked, manifesting the essence of changing stars technique into his own body. Suddenly, he was able to see her intentions with more clarity, understand the pattern of her steps better. He was able to perform every action she had performed, but also those that she had not used yet. After all, he was not a reflection, but a shadow. He wasn't replicating changing stars' movements, instead, he was replicating changing star herself. The very heart of her battle technique. Neff's eyes widened when she felt the sudden change in his style. When they clashed again, Sunny seemed to be able to mirror her every move, throwing the flow of combat into a violent turmoil. His movements were sharper, faster, filled with more meaningful intent. Her attacks slowed down for a few moments, then grew even more violent and ferocious. Only now, they seemed to be less measured, less controlled. It was as though she had lost her absolute grasp on the cadence of the battle, and was now compensating for it with brute strength. Sunny suspected that the small advantage he had gained wasn't going to last long. Nephi's was too smart and too gifted to allow this lack of understanding to persist. Soon, she was going to see through the guiding principle of his newly established style and adjust to resist it. Even he couldn't predict what was going to happen then. That is why, despite his best judgment, Sunny gritted his teeth and escalated his attacks, sacrificing any semblance of defense in the process. This had to end fast. At first, he was able to see Neff's intentions with a considerable measure of clarity, allowing him to react to her attacks slightly before she started to move. When possible, he mirrored her strikes to throw the flow of the battle into chaos. His own came with a tiny delay, lagging behind the enemy by a fraction of a second. Then, they happened at the same time. And then, miraculously, his attack started to come in advance of changing stars, even if the difference was barely perceptible. That was all Sunny needed. In the terrible crescendo of their merciless duel, blood fell to the cracking stone of the gateway balcony like crimson rain. He dashed forward, turning his torso sideways to let the silver longsword miss his chest and rip through his bicep instead. As a blinding wave of pain flooded his mind, Sunny caught Neff's arm with his own. And then, twisting it, brought his fist on her elbow, shattering it. As pieces of bloodied bone tore through her skin, Nephi shrieked terribly and made an awkward move, trying to smash him in the head with the flat of her sword. But because it was now only held in one hand, the force and speed of that strike were not as formidable as that of her previous attacks. Diving under the blade of the silver longsword, Sunny fell to one knee and pushed the midnight shard forward in a horizontal cut, its blade tearing through Neff's abdomen and exiting in a flood of blood from her back. Pulled by the inertia of her attack, Nephi made a step forward and came to a sudden stop. As the sword slid from her grip and clattered to the cold stones, she swayed a little. And then fell heavily to the ground. The radiance of her skin was slowly fading away. With his back to her, Sunny stared into the darkness. After a few moments, he closed his eyes and sighed. Over. A second or two later, he stood up, turned around, and walked toward the broken figure of the young woman, who was still trying to reach for her sword, blood spilling from her mouth. As Sunny's shadow fell on Nephi's, she gritted her teeth and spat. It's not over yet. I still can. I can. Ruthlessly throwing the silver longword away with the tip of his boot, Sunny looked at her from above and said in a tired, listless voice. You can't. It's over, Neff. Then, he looked away, at the shining dais of the gateway. His face was hidden in the shadows. You're done. He won. Looking at the shining gateway, Sunny tasted that word. Why was it so bitter? Why was it so painful? Why wasn't it sweet and joyous? With a dark grimace, he glanced at Nephi's, and then turned away. What could he say to her that had any meaning? One of them was going to escape this hell, and the other was going to stay. One was victorious, and the other was defeated. One of them was going to live, and the other was going to die. Any words he could find would be empty. But not empty enough to express the hollow sense in his heart. His feet trembled as he made the first step toward the gateway. To hell with this. Why did his heart have to feel so heavy? Why wasn't he celebrating? He deserved to be saved. He struggled and suffered to get to come this far, enduring countless horrors that would have broken and destroyed anyone else. He bled and fought, clawing his way to this point, never allowing himself to rest or stop growing. He was the strongest. He was the last one left standing. Not the countless nightmare creatures of the forgotten shore. Not Heirs, that damned hunchback. Not Gunlog, the mighty bright lord. Not Castor, the strongest even among other legacies. Not even Changing Star, the last daughter of the legendary immortal Flace clan. No, it was him. A homeless kid from the outskirt with no place to call his own, someone whom no one had ever expected to survive, let alone thrive in the ruthless embrace of the nightmare spell. Whom everyone considered to be below them, an inconsequential nobody with no chance of ever becoming anything else. Well, he showed them all, had he not? Gritting his teeth in anger, Sieae made another step. To hell with you. Behind him, Nephi's had finally abandoned her hopeless attempts to reach her sword. As Sieae walked away, she slowly crawled a few steps, then arduously pushed herself and sat up, leaning on a piece of rubble. The light of the gateway reflected in her eyes as she watched him go, hunched, seemingly unable to move anymore. Stepping over a wide crack in the stone that was slowly approaching the shimmering circle of runes, Sieae came to the iron ring. Now, only one step separated him from freedom. But instead of making it, he suddenly froze, looking into the distance with a grim expression on his face. A second passed by, then another. The Crimson Spire shuddered once again, sending more stone falling down. As the light of the artificial sun grew so dim that it was almost impossible to see, Sieae swayed a little, then turned around and walked back to Nephi's. Stopping above her, he lingered for a moment, then kneeled, so that their faces were on the same level. Looking Neph right in the eyes, Sieae raised his hands and clapped several times. Finally, he said in a terrible, furious voice. Congratulations. You almost fooled me. Chapter 350 End of the Nightmare plus, Turn off reset. Chapter 350 End of the Nightmare. Nephi stared at him tiredly, straining to understand his words. The radiance was gone from beneath her skin, and instead of it, white flames had once again appeared, licking weakly at her wounds. However, their power was almost gone. Instead of healing, all they could do now was stem the bleeding and prevent Changing Star from dying right there and then. A few seconds later, she opened her mouth, letting blood flow over her lips, and said in a low, barely audible voice. What are you talking about? Sieae snarled. Drop the act. Your performance was, indeed, masterful. But don't forget who taught you how to lie in the first place. Did you really think that you would be able to deceive me? She was silent for a few moments, then whispered. I don't understand. He looked at her and asked, his voice shaking with anger. Why did you do it? Why? Nephi blinked and drew in a shaky breath, but didn't say anything, looking at him with pain and confusion. Realizing that she wasn't going to answer, Sieae spat. Why did you throw the fight? She lingered for a moment, then said quietly. I didn't. A bitter smile appeared on Sieae's lips. Shaking his head, he said. You almost made it work, you know. I almost bought it. But after all of it was done and I could think clearly, some things really didn't add up. They didn't make any sense. No matter how I looked at it, something felt wrong. The spire swayed, drowning their voices in the sound of breaking stone. Not paying it any attention, Sieae continued. First, I know for a fact that you are somehow able to support two augmentations at the same time. You did so while fighting Gunlog. One to enhance your sword, the other to enhance your body. I rarely forget things, so how could I not remember this? Once you were heavily injured, you summoned back the flames from the sword and were able to simultaneously strengthen yourself and heal those wounds. And yet, you only used one when fighting me. Funny, isn't it? Nephi stared at him, not saying anything. Then, she uttered. My powers were exhausted. Sunny spat. I would have believed that, maybe, if not for your other mistakes. Back at the top of the spire, you had an opportunity to cut off my arm, ending the fight right there and then. That was the best course of action, the swiftest and most effective attack you could have performed. But instead, you chose a less advantageous method and went for my head, striking with the flat of the blade. A grim expression appeared on his face. Someone else might have made that choice, but not you. Not Changing Star, the Sword Saint. The only reason for you to pass on that golden opportunity is that you never really wanted to win. Didn't you? He looked up and grimaced, pain assaulting his mind like a furious sea. And finally, why did you even stay there at the top of the tower, waiting for me to come? If you wanted to escape, you could have gone to the gateway as soon as you realized what the soul conduit was, not even giving me a chance to save myself. But you did not. You just sat there quietly and waited, ignoring your chance to reach the gateway first. So, why? He looked at her and shouted, the pain finally finding its way into his voice. Why the hell did you pretend to go all out on me while planning to lose from the start? Nephi stared at him for a while, her face pale and inexorable. Then, she sighed and looked away. After a moment, she said quietly. Maybe it is because I am far away from home, too. Sunny stared at her for a couple of moments, then snarled. What? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Changing Star turned her head and looked at him calmly, then smiled. All right, Sunny. You caught me. Now go. This tower won't last much longer. As she said that, the white flames flowing from her wounds suddenly flashed, growing stronger and brighter. Her injuries started to heal once again, not as fast as in the past, but still with considerable speed. Her eyes shined with fearsome radiance. He gritted his teeth. Like hell I will. Not before you give me an answer. Nephi shrugged tiredly, then looked him in the eyes. What it is that you want to know? Sunny clenched his fists. Why even fight me if you wanted to let me win all along? She sighed. As he stared at her with burning intensity, Neff said. Isn't it obvious? Because if I didn't, you wouldn't go. Turning away, she lingered for a moment, and then continued. People are usually either cruel or kind. But not you. You can be both, depending on the situation. Either ruthless or compassionate. Either cruel or kind. So that's what I did. I created a situation that would allow you to be ruthless and cruel. To leave me behind without showing any mercy. Sunny stared at her, his fists trembling. But why? Why would you doom yourself to save me? What happened to your goddamned goal? Didn't you tell me that you will sacrifice anything, anyone, to achieve it? Nephi looked at him and smiled bitterly. Why? Are you the only one who is allowed to grow and change? Can't I change too, Sunny? She turned away and said tiredly, her voice full of invisible, but crushing weight. Yes. I did say such a thing. But saying and doing are two different things, Sunny. Once it all started, once all those people were dying because of what I have done, once I suffered defeat after defeat, it was more difficult than I could ever imagine. It was distasteful. He shook his head in shock. So, that's it? You just gave up? After all that crap, you just decided that it was too much for you? Changing Star remained quiet for a bit, then slowly shook her head. You don't really understand me at all, do you, Sunny? Facing him, she grinned. Give up? No, I didn't give up. I didn't abandon my goal. I just realized that I was not ambitious enough. As white flames grew brighter in her eyes, Nephi said. I am going to destroy the spell, and all those who stand in my way. I will accomplish everything that I want. But I will also do it in the way that I want. I will do it in a way that suits my desire, without compromising anything. Without sacrificing my sense of right and wrong. Illuminated by white radiance, her pale, bloodied face seemed like a face of a demon. Manipulating all those people, causing their deaths? I would do it again. I would kill more if I needed to. Because it was fair and right. I gave them the chance to save themselves, or die fighting against the spell. There is no better way. For a moment, her eyes were aflame with passion. However, then, her expression suddenly changed. Looking down, Nephi's added in a quiet voice. But abandoning you here would be vile and wrong. It would leave a bad taste in my mouth. Just like leaving a helpless blind girl to die alone would. I won't do it. If I do, I would be no better than those who I want to destroy. What's the point of reaching my goal if, in the process, I become the same as those whom I hate? She pierced him with a burning gaze and said. No, Sonny. My goal hasn't changed. It's just that reaching by using a wrong path is worse than not reaching it at all. But why do you care, anyway? Don't you think that it is insane? Don't you think that I am despicable and vile? So, go. Why are you hesitating? Sonny stared at her, a deep frown appearing on his face. Finally, he asked. I'm hesitating because of you, fool. What about you? Nephi smiled. What about me? Do you think I will die here, in this tower? No. I will. I will be fine. I will escape it and survive, somehow. I'll find another way out. No matter how long it's going to take me, I will. Nothing will stop me. You know it won't. He stared at her for a while, then glanced at the shimmering gateway. The crack traveling through the stone balcony was already almost upon the circle of runes, threatening to destroy them. Salvation was so close. He could almost taste it. Turning away from the dais, Sonny shook his head. That is a horrible plan. You want to travel around the dream realm battling nightmare creatures? Fine. Let's do it together. We can try to go through the hollow mountains and reach the human citadels on the other side. And that's just the south. We can also try north, east, and west, searching for an unclaimed gateway. Two of us will have a better chance to survive. The two of us, together, it's better than being alone. Right? She hesitated for a long time, then closed her eyes and slowly shook her head. When she spoke, her voice was wistful and tired. No. I can't. I can't let you stay, Sonny. Go. Go and meet your sister. There's something waiting for you in the real world, at least. All that's waiting for me is emptiness, bloodshed, and graves. If I return, the same thing that happened in the bright castle will repeat itself, over and over again, until there's nothing else. So go while you can. The runes of the gateway shimmered, as if on the verge of disappearing. He gritted his teeth. No. Nephi opened her eyes and looked at him, a sense of sorrow appearing on her face. Leave me, Sonny. Please. Go. He shook his head stubbornly. I don't want to. Changing Star was silent for a moment, looking at him with a pained expression. And then she said, making his world crumble. Go. Lost from light. His eyes widened. Deep within his soul, something moved and rose from slumber, triumphant. Unbreakable, eternal, irresistible. Complete, perfect, and sweet. Before Sonny knew what he was doing, his hand shot forward, the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard appearing in it. Stop. His hand froze, the tip of the stiletto mere centimeters away from Neff's eye. Trembling, he looked at his arm and willed it to move forward. But it didn't. It didn't move at all. It was as though that hand did not belong to him anymore. As deep horror drowned his heart, Sonny moved his gaze and looked at Nephi, his eyes wide with shock. How? A sad smile appeared on her lips. How did I know? Cassie told me. Neff sighed and looked away. She was the first one to understand the meaning of her vision. She knew that the two of us will end up fighting each other, and that I was going to lose. Maybe even die. She just didn't know how, when, and why. So, Cassie told me your secret, in hopes that it will save my life one day. But I hoped that I would never have to use it. Sunny stared at her, too shocked to say anything. She smiled sadly. So, then. I guess this is goodbye. Ta. I hope that you'll take care of yourself, Sunny. Now, go. Escape before it is too late. Even though Sunny didn't do anything, his body moved on its own. Standing up, he turned around and walked toward the shining ring of the gateway. Step, step. Another step. Stop. Stop. But his body would not listen. It just continued to move forward, indifferent to his commands. A dull ache settled somewhere in the center of his heart. Stop. There was nothing he could do. He was a miraculous shadow bound to a master. Once the master gave a command, he had no choice but to obey. Sunny slowly walked up the steps of the dais and approached the circle of runes, then crossed the iron ring without slowing down. As soon as he did, the runes shone with intense light. His body began to glow, too. No. I refuse. The ethereal radiance grew brighter and brighter, until it became hard to discern the human figure in its middle. No. And then, suddenly, it disappeared, leaving only emptiness behind. Sunny was gone, finally free of this long and arduous nightmare. The journey back to reality that had taken him more than a year was now over. He made it out alive. Just a few seconds after he disappeared in a flash of light, the crack in the stone reached the circle of runes and broke it. The shine of the gateway grew unstable and swiftly faded away. At the same time, the artificial sun of the forgotten shore ignited one last time with a bright, intense explosion of light, and then extinguished. Left alone in the collapsing tower and with no more light to shine upon her, the beaten, broken figure of Changing Star disappeared into the shadows. End of Volume 2, Demon of Change.